Well, good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, and welcome back to the England Touch Association Nationals, where 45 elite provincial teams from across the country meet with a pathway to the England national team well and truly open. This is the second day of the second newly created Nationals format, where the Open, Seniors and Masters categories are combined into one blockbuster bank holiday weekend at the very start of the touch rugby season. The Highfield Sports Complex is the arena, and the men's 50 pool is our opening game. In the men's 50 competition, it'll be the Midlands Tigers taking on the Southwest Saxons. And joining me across the weekend on co-coms is Joe Wright. Joe, thank you so much for being with us here at Next Gen, live at England Nationals.
No, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. I love doing this event. Nationals is sort of the highlight of the year. Well, it was the highlight of the year, other than the fact that we've got the World Cup creeping around the corner as well. So a lot of these players will be looking to get into those selection pools, look to put their name out there, maybe get selected for, with the men's 50s, maybe get selected for the men's 45s, try and reduce that age group down. But yeah, we're in, if it's anything like yesterday, we're in for an insane day.
Beautiful weather as well here in Nottingham, your old stomping ground as well, Joe. So delighted to be here at Highfields, and we're starting off with the top two teams in the men's 50s pool. The Tigers sit on 8 points, with the Saxons in 5. A win for the Saxons will see them go level. The top two teams straight into a final, and that will be today, our last game. This kickoff is underway. As the Saxons in the blue from left to right in this very first game. And touch taken, and they're underway and driving forward. With patience from Luke Hudson. And here's Hudson again. Searching to go long,
yeah,
and cuts
nice.
back on the inside. A simple score, but perfect start for the Saxons.
Yeah, for sure. And Luke Hudson, I've had the pleasure of coaching a lot of these boys at England men's 45s, and Luke Hudson was in that team, and he's one of those where if you give him a static play and he's able to kick off the side and use his footwork to get to the line, he's really dangerous, and just a lovely little show and go. And what a nice opening score for day two.
Textbook touch rugby to get us started here. And here comes the Midland Tigers in response. The Tigers on 8 points so far, and they're top of this pool, but they trail early. Inside and out to the edge, taking the first touch. That's a lovely line. Picked out by McDonald. Just put down, unfortunately.
We'll put that one down to the morning dew, eh?
It is bright and early here. Touch taken, but not to the referee's liking, so back goes Lee Thompson. It's an interesting facet of the touch rugby game, Joe, that the referees are really in and amongst it in this level of the game.
Yeah, 100%. It's, the referees are crucial, especially when you get that really nice communication from the refs. It makes your job as a defender especially just so easy when you can rely on all that communication. And
on come the rolling subs as well, around the corner, as we see so often across the sport. Hudson with a good ball on to Spencer. Another whistle goes there, another missed opportunity, and it's back with the Midlands Tigers.
Yeah, that was just hips not square as he was dumping the ball. So as you dump the ball, you've got to have your hips square to the try line. If you don't, you're gaining an unfair advantage in the contact.
It's a lovely little show and go as well. To get us rolling. Soul Phoenix.
Best name in touch.
Gets the ball away. Then drawing the touch.
Good score.
On that occasion is Cooper, and quick ball for the Midlands Tigers, and they level things up here.
Yeah, it's a really nice hammer play, just up the gut. Soul Phoenix, really good platform. And they just fire up at that middle who's still retreating onside. And, as we were saying yesterday, if you're going forwards and someone's running backwards, there's only one winner. And Midlands Tigers seem to be relying more on structure, and the Southwest Saxons seem to have a little bit more in open play.
Matthew Wilkinson over for the Tigers. They've worked their way up the field really well here. Drawing a touch and getting it back on the inside. Look at this weaving, mazy run from Brooksbank. They make it to that widest edge, but touch made. It's been a turnover as well, Joe. There's a missed opportunity there, perhaps, for the Southwest Accents, who need a win here to go level with the Tigers in this pool.
Yeah, for sure. It looked like they had a really nice setup play with Mikey Rohr in the midfield and end up just running away from the support and being crowded out in the area. That's a really good touch from Mikey Rohr, just throwing him off balance. And at the moment, Midlands Tigers just, struggling to get the fresh legs on as slick as they did in the first half, and Saxons are just going to apply loads of pressure and try and get an early turnover.
Pollard into touch, and there's a ball on out wide if Pollard can find it. He does get it away, but it just bounces off the chest there of Octavio Vinoli. Littered with some pretty beautiful names here, Joe, aren't we?
Just about to say, there's some absolutely insane names. We had Trigo de Castro yesterday as well. That's a really nice one to say.
Trigo de Castro, who was in action the Bucks finals day, of course, a few weeks ago in the slightly less beautiful Riverside Nottingham sports field, but happy to be up at the top deck here in the clubhouse today.
Yeah, nice 32 short coming. Wraparound goes. Oh, lovely play. Lovely structure. 32 short wrapper.
It's a really good line. And that's led to the second try, and well, you can see why the Midlands Tigers are on top in this 50s competition.
Oh yeah, lovely line, and a nice little show and go as well. Little pump of the ball, you fix your defender and then you back your pace to get through the gap.
Stephen Gouda, new try scorer for the Midlands Tigers. A touch forced by the try scorer Luke Hudson. And Hudson hands it off again. Weaving left and right, and Hudson with a good line. Yeah. Patient play from the former men's 45s England player. Yeah. Hudson everywhere and diving over to the line. Will it be given? Well, the arm goes up, and it's an equaliser. Good response from the Southwest Saxons.
Yeah, and again, it's that same setup with Luke. He just opens side quickie, step back, looks at the supporting player, finds it, ball is down before the try gets made.
Great finish from Spencer, but some great effort from Wilkinson as well.
Yeah,
looking to get across.
Yeah, and I think if you're the Midlands Tigers at the moment, your attack is fine. You're not worried about your attack. You've gone over every time you've got to the try line. But the only thing is those defensive spacings when you're on your own line, they're a little bit too wide. You give someone like Luke Hudson an opportunity to engage a player and throw the pass. You're sort of asking for trouble. I think I'd quite like to see both defences just tighten up a little bit, force them to go on the outside rather than through the middle.
That's a really lovely run from Davis, but the pass is loose. Great ball back on the inside, flat. The referee waves play on. The Saxons just looking to reset themselves. Round the corner once again come the substitutes. Hudson through the centre. Spencer, Hudson again. Spencer back with it. Driving to the line, over the top, searching once again for Hudson, but well, it was an ambitious pass, Joe.
Yeah, but sometimes you've got to throw it, especially when you're on fifth touch. You've got nothing else to play for, really. That's your last play. You need to make something happen. And if the ball goes to hand, you look like a genius. But on the other hand, almost an intercept going full length. So, it's high risk, high reward. But the Tigers do end up defending that set from the Saxons, finding a little bit more confidence in their defence. And they'll look to go up the other end and get a score, really ride that wave of momentum.
Here's Mark Carlian. Touch made. Pollard assessing his options.
Oh, good switch. Second one maybe should have gone. It looked like it was on with a double switch.
G. McDonald on the wraparound. Hudson forcing the touch and leaving the field. Spencer.
Yeah, good
up to
yards.
Halfway.
Really good yards made in the transition. They'll have one more touch for fifth coming. Oh, hips not square again. So just a couple unforced errors creeping in.
Hips not square is a really interesting rule for new viewers to touch rugby as well. And talk us through the advantage that's given by turning in that direction. Why has it been made illegal, Joe?
Yeah, so the reason why you want your hips square to the try line is because you sort of give both the attack and defence a fair opportunity at making a dominant touch. When you have your hips parallel to the touch line, so to the either sub-box, you gain an unfair advantage as there's not really a big gateway for the touch to come in and try and put some pressure on. You're essentially securing your own ball without working hard to do so. So again, touch is one of those games where the emphasis is on a fair game, and that's why the rule has come in, to make sure that everyone has a fair contest at that roll ball. Does that mean you won't see any hard touches? No. Does that mean that the ball might go wide? Yes. But it's one of those where it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And Sol Phoenix goes through the gap.
And Phoenix freshly onto the field and amongst the scorers as well.
Yeah, good hole. It's just a really good heads-up rugby. That's one of those where it's just catch and pass, hit your hole, do your job, and trust that the ball will come. And Midlands Tigers starting to kick into gear.
John Lovell with a good pass into the path of Sol Phoenix.
I think something that's good to mention as well with a lot of these men's 50s players is most of them have played touch for 20, 30 years. So the knowledge and experience that they'll have is invaluable. And I think that's what is sort of being on display at the moment, is you're seeing a game full of structure, full of, full of patterns, relying on what they've drilled. And at the moment, Midlands Tigers are just finding a little bit more success compared to the Southwest Saxons. But I mean, when you've got Luke Hudson on the field, try line could be beckoning.
That's a good touch. Forced a turnover. And the Midlands Tigers have come from behind in this game to lead by 3 tries to 2. Ball was put down there, but referee allows play to continue.
Yeah, it was a really dominant touch actually from the Midlands in defence, flying up out the line, and that's another one. That's a really good example of why you want your hips square, because you are able to go and put in that shot as a defensive team and force your turnovers.
But it's still the Midlands Tigers who look to play. Pollard getting onto the outside. The last touch in there from the Saxons. McDonald into that middle. McDonald has it back again. It's Pollard on that occasion, and Pollard taking it to the line, skipping away from a few.
Ooh.
Well, touch made by the fingertips on Pollard, but that was almost an excellent try.
Yeah, almost come out of nothing. Just put the hammer down, saw the gap. Oh, no touch made. Option wing.
That's a lovely ball. Up goes the referee's hand. And the touch was just about made, so the Tigers will retreat 5 metres. McDonald doesn't use Pollard on this occasion. That's a 2-on-1. It's just put down.
Unlucky. Really good core skills again to get to the outside edge. Expose the 2-on-1, and I think we'll chalk that one up down to morning nerves, we'll say, because I'm sure if this game was kicked off at 3 o'clock, that pass would have stuck.
Pretty good last touch as well from the Saxons. Number 19, Sefo Barinisavu.
Another great name, by the way. Another great name. The men's 50s category is full of them.
Swanson on the field at 13 as well. And they've made some really great yards here. Southwest Saxons, they trail by 1. Thompson drifting through. A touch made. And they've just run out of room there. One more touch and they could have been over, Joe.
Yeah, it looked like it's a really good gap to go through. Unfortunately, just snuffed out at the last minute. I think he was banking on an offside call from the referee so he could play through the middle player. Well, middle player was onside. And again, though, Saxon showing that they are a threat when they get to the line. I think I'd just like to see them maybe try and draw a penalty or two so you can have a couple of repeat sets at the line. Really use your attacking players and give them all of the options available rather than having to rush through the process on 1 or 2 touches. Give them 6 to work with.
And here come the Tigers once again. That's lovely hands in there.
Oh,
the ball goes down, unfortunately, but that was some really soft touches in the middle, looking for that wing.
Yeah, it's really good core skills. I'm really impressed by the Midlands Tigers, just catch and pass, because it seems like they've got some really nice structure to work within, and then outside of that they just rely on the core skills of rugby. Just draw your man, catch, pass. And at the moment they look really good value for it. And from a Saxons perspective, you'd be worried if some of these passes do start to connect and they stop going to ground, because, you know, in my opinion, Tigers have left a couple scores out there so far, and Saxons just want to gain more possession in this game.
So Phoenix hands it off to Kearns. Touch made. Support coming from the left.
No touch.
Well, Davies went to collect and get things rolling, but the whistle went, and it's back with the Southwest Saxons. And as you said, Joe, leaving a few scores out there. They looked like a promising position, but they weren't able to capitalise on it.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, that was one of those where Midlands Tigers probably just relying too much on the structure, just running through the motions, getting the ball down without the touch being initiated. So you've got to initiate that touch to get the ball down. So quite a good heads-up play from the Saxons, just to hold off and tell them, come on, you've got to come and engage us.
Well, Thompson was injecting a bit of pace into the attack and then drifting into the line. Brooks back once again, but was out of touches on this occasion.
Yeah, Tigers now rolling into the transition. Good touch again from the Saxons. Saxons starting to up the physicality a little bit, and they're trying to trap the Midlands Tigers in here. So this is 2 or 3 touches now.
A misplaced touch on that last period of play, so we'll have a moment.
And that's just one of those unfortunate contacts where you can't give it a high touch. You can't sort of give it a hard touch because, you know, he's still trying to make that fair touch, but it has just caught him a little bit high. So the ref would just say, look, just take the roll ball. You're all good. Oh, it did give a penalty for a hard touch. So it sets a good precedent for the game where that's the level now. You know, that's what the referees will be looking for. And, yeah, fair call.
Rooney Savu with a wave to the touchline in apology. G. McDonald.
Yeah.
Forced the touch and slows things down. Pollard, McDonald again. Back inside to Pollard. It's good line speed to make the touch.
Yeah, that's what the Saxons need at the moment. You can't allow the Midlands Tigers to just run uncontested at the line.
Well, McDonald looking to jinx his way through. The ball went down.
Yeah, he's got the offside penalty though, so that's a really good intelligent play from someone who's so experienced in touch. Recognised that the middle was offside. As half in touch, the first person picks up the ball. You can't get touch, you can't score. So it's quite a high-risk position to be in. However, Jay McDonald recognised that the middle was offside, took the risk, wanted the offside call, got it, and now they've got a fresh set to attack at the line.
Pollard. McDonald.
I think the setup's just got to be a little bit quicker here. Slowed down just a touch.
There's a wave of the hands on the right-hand side, but Phoenix goes himself, looking to get the pass away as the half couldn't score, but still knocked down. So back with the Southwest Saxons.
I think the Midlands Tigers there started in the midfield where that pod start really slowed down all the momentum and gave the Saxons all the time in the world to get back on side. I think if the Midlands Tigers in that situation could have just upped the gear, turned the screw, tried to input some speed into their play, they would have got onto a rolling defence, which is much easier to attack against. However, it just allowed the Saxons to get back on side at their own pace, and if you allow the Saxons to do that, they will make it really hard for you to get over the line.
Well, Hudson, that's a good pass for Spencer, and there's a man over. Well taken, a race to the line, cutting back inside. Phoenix beaten. Lovely step from Dave Best.
Lovely footwork back on the inside, and again, there's your core skills: draw, catch, pass. You add an extra one onto there, electric footwork to cut back on the inside. A really lovely score to even it up, and both teams now starting to really show what they can do in open play.
3 minutes to go here before half-time. 20-minute halves today on day 2. It'll be up to 30-minute halves tomorrow, where we're pretty much semi-finals and finals all day long.
Finals footy.
It'll be great to see. We'll see if these two teams will be present. It's currently at the top end of the men's 50s event. Their final today, and drifting through. The touch was made, I believe.
Yeah, half-court turnover. Actually, no. I was just thinking then. I was like, I don't think he was half. I think he runs sort of the 32 short. So, referee is very aware. Like, oops, my bad. Next one.
Lovell. Good ball inside.
That's a much better setup. Much better setup. But unfortunately, just dumping a little bit too close to the line. And dump bang on that dotted line. You see, 7 meters out. So the defence have the maximum amount of space to retreat to get onside.
Wilkinson, try already for him today.
Ooh, good option.
On the switch, Wilkinson diving for it, but the ball goes to ground.
Really good option. Midlands Tigers using a lot of their cuts on fifth touch, and Saxon's biting on the ball player, so it allows space for the switching player. And at the moment, Midlands Tigers, again, if they could just find that last pass, get it to stick, there's loads more scores available for them out here.
Although we are level between the Saxons and the Tigers in Game 1 of Day 2 of the Nationals here in Nottingham. The Tigers may have had the run of things so far, they have been pegged back.
And it's one of those really good examples of touch where if you don't take your opportunities in attack, it's one of those games where anyone can score, anyone can, level that difference up. So you've got to take your opportunities. You can't allow the possibility of a comeback. And at the moment, Saxons are just staying in the fight really well, just holding on, taking their opportunities when they get them. And Midlands Tigers just want to up the intensity a touch.
Dave Best's hot footwork couldn't get him away there, so it's back with the Tigers. It's a shame that Derek Kite didn't get the white cap memo.
Yeah, there's a few hovering around, isn't there? Although we saw some amazing hats on live stream yesterday. I'm sort of picking out my favourite over the weekend.
Well, there goes the horn. We've got a mighty one for you here at the Nationals, and that will bring us into the break where, at the moment, the top two sides in the 50s competition are locked at 3 tries apiece, although the Southwest Saxons started the brightest. They're behind in the pool and are really searching for a win here to level things up on points at least against the Midlands Tigers. But the Tigers have looked the more likely to run away with things here. However, they just haven't been able to convert, Joe, and a stalemate at 3-3 at half-time.
Yeah, for sure. And as you say, Tigers look the more threatening side, especially when they get to the try line. But just slowing their setup down, which allows the Saxons to get onside early doors. I think from the Tigers' perspective, you'd look to just increase your intensity when you get to the line. Your drive from your own try line into the transition when you get fresh legs on looks really crisp. They get into the final third and they just slow things down a touch. It allows the players to get onside. So from the Tigers' perspective, you want to up that. But from the Saxons' perspective, you've probably not played your best rugby so far, and you're well in this game. So if the Saxons can start to find a little bit more imagination when they get into the attack, who's to say that the Saxons can't go and take the game?
Well, we'll see how it unfolds in the second half here of our first game of the day at the England Touch Association Nationals in this 3-team men's 50 pool. It's a Southwest Saxons level with the Midlands Tigers with 20 minutes still to come.
Players and officials, it's your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute.
Tim's actually okay, so
30 seconds. Please take to the pitches ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
Well, there goes the award. So this time it's the Midlands Tigers in the white and gold playing from left to right, and they are tied up at the moment to the Southwest Saxons, and McDonald is all the way up to that 5-metre line already, so a great start for the Tigers.
Good touch there from the Saxons, just stopping the momentum. But as you say, really efficient way to get to the line, much better than what we saw in the first half, and overlap on the short side.
Pollard ships it on, touch made, just about by Sefu Perini Savu, and well, the Southwest Saxons will look to play out.
Yeah, ball down there, just a little bit of a bobble as you dump the ball going up the box side. So really good net gain for the Tigers, and you don't want to hang around now. This is what we saw a little bit too much of. You just want to go forward, close that space down, don't worry about going sideways.
Mark Carley enjoys the touch. McDonald, players racing off the field to get the substitutes on.
Yeah, it's better intensity so far from the Tigers, and Sol Phoenix is always going to look to go forwards. And I'd just like to see now a little bit more power in their set plays. Let's see rolling into these touches. That's better.
Touch made.
A little bit of confusion from the Tigers.
Cooper at the half. Back to Lovell. Cooper. Lovell ships it on. Wilkinson, one already today. Good ball across to Kearns, who just couldn't get down, and well, great effort. Must remind you that this is the 50s competition, so getting down there was always going to be an effort, but it was a great one.
Yeah, we saw a full-length intercept yesterday in the 45s competition, and he got about 3/4 of the way, and you could see him really tempering that hamstring as he was finishing off that try. Really, like, how fast can I go without this thing going ping? And yeah, it managed to get over. It took a fair old gust of air to try and recover, but you know, at the 50, but again, this is a really good highlight of touch. You don't have to be super athletic to play, because you can unlock teams with your structure, and it's never more evident than in these 50s categories, because yeah, the physicality and athleticism is not of the same caliber as men's open. That's a given, but the structure and the way that it's run is, and that structure is something that's concurrent throughout all of the divisions, all of the age groups, because you want people to just be able to filter up and retain themselves within the sport.
Of course, with the World Cup on the horizon, we'll have action in that competition across the age groups as well.
Yeah, can't wait for that. Can't wait for that.
With the whole thing live for you here on Next Gen in Nottingham. Well, we're still level 3 minutes into this second half, although it's been all Tigers at the moment. They've just got a real handle on the field possession, Joe.
Yeah, they do, and it's this area of the Tigers game that really impresses me so far. It's the pressure that they put on the Saxons transition. That's much better from the Saxons, engaging the player, making extra ground. But at the moment, Tigers are just forcing errors from the Saxons. So if you're a Southwest Saxons player, you just want to maybe take 10% off your intensity, secure the ball, have some possession. There's another good example of that, maybe just going a little bit too hard and coughing up the ball unnecessarily. And when you're in a situation like this and you're struggling to get that field position, you just want to secure the ball and use all of your touches that's available for you. Make sure that you're not giving the ball away unnecessarily. Do your basics right, and then you're in the fight. But if you're not doing the basics right, you're entertaining an opportunity for the Tigers.
Well, that's a really good ball. The Tigers driving down this right-hand side.
6-touch turnover. So again, good scramble defence from the Saxons, but Tigers once again getting over the line, and the touch comes in at the last.
Hudson, good ball. Spencer gets it on. Here's Lines.
Touch and pass though. Again, another good turnover from the Midlands Tigers, forcing errors.
Pollard at the half.
Oh, he'll go.
Pollard searching himself and just pulled out at the last moment there to recycle play. Pollard, McDonald. G. McDonald forces the touch, and here's Pollard again. Going himself.
Yeah, good score. Good score.
Well, the arms up from the referee, and the score is given. So the Midlands Tigers, for the second time in this game, go ahead by 4 tries to 3, and Pollard with a mazy run.
Yeah, it's one of those examples where Pollard's gone over, has identified the gap in between the middle and the link, and both players from the Saxons' perspective haven't got off the line. So you talk about painting pictures to the referee, and getting off that line is really important in defence, because if you get off the line, make the touch, the odds are in your favour because they've still got a couple yards to go before they get to the try line. However, if your feet are on the try line, the referee 9 times out of 10 is going to side with the attacker, because it looks like they've shown more desire to get that result, rather than someone just standing on the line and making that touch. So good recognition from Pollard, but again, the defence of the Saxons just need to up that intensity a touch.
Well, Spencer picked a good line there for the Southwest Saxon, but the ball from Best dislodged, so back come the Tigers. Kite makes the touch. Direct from the Tigers. It's a good step inside, touch made on Hobson.
Yeah, penalty though for offside again, so Midlands Tigers really starting to up the intensity. Penalty count from the Saxons' perspective is just creeping a touch.
Derek Kite. Touch made. Kite is patient.
Sweeper coming. A little bit slow, a little bit congested.
Good ball, it's just in front of Hawes. Well, since he's come on, Gareth Dixon, he's run some really good lines for the Tigers.
Yeah, and it can't be understated how valuable someone like that is. He's just going to pick up the ball and go forward. Like, sometimes you do just need people in your team that's just going to make yards, and opportunity here.
Best got away from Dixon, then found the wide player in Barini Savu, but then the ball back inside to Best. Not held. And that was promising from the Southwest Saxon, and they're certainly not out of the game here. The Tigers could really do with putting this one to bed. Kite, Dixon, show and go.
17 no.
Touch made on Hawes. And on come the substitutes for the Tigers. Just a miscommunication there.
Yeah, a slightly overrun line there, so I think even if the ball went on, probably going to get called forward. But again, Saxons just struggling to get out of their defensive zone. That's much better though. Mikey Raw getting in. Half is isolated, so a little bit testy.
On come the support players, and Hudson. Spencer now at the half. Hudson changing the direction of the attack, looking inside to evade Pollard, but the ball goes down again, and not enough phases at the moment being strung together by this Southwest Saxons team.
Yeah, I completely agree. And Luke Hudson, it's a really good idea because you've changed the point of contact twice there. So you've stepped back on the inside, and then you pop the ball to where to the space you've just vacated. Unfortunately, his middle player not quite alive to it. Oh, lovely hands in the midfield.
Phoenix with a bit of green grass to run into.
Yeah.
The Tigers looking for their 5th here.
Yeah, it's a much better attacking setup. The roll is on. They look really dangerous. Ball goes long. Step back, step out.
Well, that's a lovely finish into the corner.
Oh, a touch has been made. What a touch.
Octavio Vinoli denied despite some excellent footwork, as he said. And now Phoenix at the half. Vinoli back on the inside, and that's another fantastic touch. A great effort from Ian Pern.
Yeah, really good. And wing is one of those positions in touch where over the hit previously it'd be a case of like, oh, we need numbers, you just stick someone out on the wing. But wing is such a hard position to defend, because if you make the wrong decision, 9 times out of 10 it's going to be a score. And there was two examples there where really tough defensive read from the Saxons winger, and Pern is more than up to it, and essentially saves his side getting scored on again single-handedly.
Once again, though, the Saxons are turned over before they can really threaten the Tigers' line. Some good hands. Kern lifted it to Cooper. And now the substitutes. And the whistle goes.
Yeah, I think it's another offside call there. Oh, no, hard touch given. So again, setting that precedent early of what's acceptable in the touch, and very consistent in that. Little bit of a straight arm touch. So the Tigers will have a really good opportunity. Just want to take 1 or 2 touches, get to the line, do it really efficiently, and then you can maybe look to float the ball wide, use a bit more space. At the moment, attacking down the short side. Touch that ball. Yep, that's turnover.
Well, they were over the line there, but no try given. Kearns denied on this occasion, so back come the Southwest Saxons. That's a good ball. Brooksbank round the corner.
Yeah, much better ball manipulation there. Just transfer from A to B, passing around the shooting player. Ooh, and again, more yards made.
Best up to halfway. Hudson. Spencer. Good hands. Touch made, but they're now inside the Tigers' half. Hudson back with it. Spencer gets them rolling. Finds Hudson again. Kite just about makes the final touch, but a reminder, of course, that the Southwest Saxons are only 1 try out of this game. Kite with the first touch. Good running from Dixon. Kite. Kearns. Touch made. Pollard back onto the field, as is McDonald to his left. Kearns lifts it. McDonald's on his way. Little out the back door pass. Doesn't find its intended target, so the Saxons escape. And they've got just over 8 minutes here to get back into the game. Still only 1 try in it. Best has a man over. Cross goes Octavio Vinoli to make the touch. It looks to have opened up a little bit for the Saxons here.
That was so much better from the transition, really injecting some pace. And Saxons still only a try down, have a really good opportunity here with Mikey Rowe. What a great setup.
Thompson on the switch, but touch made. Here's Wheeler.
And that's half court and turnover. And unfortunately, they had one more touch to play with. Unfortunately, just coughed that up. But going into the last 8 minutes, it was a much better transition from the Saxons. If you see more of that, they're going to cause all sorts of problems for the Tigers' defence.
Kearns lifts it. Here's Sol Phoenix. Touched on halfway. Good footwork. Touch taken by Cooper. And it's back with Cooper. And a good change of direction. There's a man over. Vinoli calling for it, and he's miles over the touchline. He's deep into that try-scoring area. And that's another score, and it might be a game-deciding score as the Midlands Tigers go 5-4 up against the Saxons here.
Yeah, it's really nice transition again, and you know the pace that gets injected onto the ball here really does cause all of the damage, and then it's an easy catch and pass. The defensive spacing from the Saxons a little bit too tight, and ball floats around the outside. And I've got to say a little bit of a shout out to Sol Phoenix, because every time he gets onto the ball in the transition for the Tigers, he just gives them so much speed, just injects some pace, goes forward, and you give your team a really good platform to strike off.
Certainly still time though for the Saxons. Here's Hudson.
Dummy.
Going himself, Hudson trying to get through Kite. Diving touch. Spencer at the half, back to Hudson again. Spencer, Hudson, Swanson, it's down. And that's a missed opportunity, and a big one too, with the clock against the Saxons now.
Yeah, that was a really big missed opportunity. They've done so well to recycle the play. 2-on-1, ball just has to go to hand. And unfortunately, it doesn't, and Tigers probably get away with one there, and the Saxons might look back at that and think, if only that ball had stuck.
The Tigers look a little bit short of numbers. And here is McDonald. Hudson makes the touch. Pollard.
Yeah, good turnover. Good area as well. It's the first time the Saxons have forced an early turnover from the Tigers, and 5.5 minutes to go. Saxons need to get fresh legs on first. That's your first job. Only take 1 or 2 touches to get fresh legs on. That's a good option. And now they need to go to the line, have 1 or 2 to play with to strike off.
Good pass from Thompson, and now they're onto the outside and all the way through. They might go here. Touch just short. Great run by Andy Brooksbank.
Yeah, and they've got to the line really efficiently. And here's the danger man, Mikey Raw. Takes the touch, open side quickie, looks for the long, step back. Touch is made, 6-touch turnover.
Sliding in there. Unfortunately not to convert on this most recent attack, and the Tigers back with it, but they're pinned in their own danger zone, really. Oh, still going here. There was a touch made pretty clearly.
Yeah, I think he was banking on the offside call.
Irinisavu raises a hand, says, no, I definitely got it.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like, I think I'm onside. I'll just make the touch anyway. And if you call it really passionately, the ref is probably going to agree with you.
Moving it from right to left, then left to right again. Now they might look to open things up, the Tigers.
Good
Phoenix.
hands. Good
Good
hands.
ball back inside.
Forward.
John Lovell, forward pass called.
Yeah, it just goes forward. But again, good ball skills in the midfield from the Tigers. Really, you know, engaging the shooting middle and passing around them. And it's those 1%ers that have set them apart in this game, really. Is being able to play around the middle shooter and then use your momentum to get to the line. Just like to see a little bit more go for it. That's better from the Saxons. Good option. Hudson.
Good pace all the way.
Unfortunately, he is half, so that touch has been made. And that ball maybe should have gone wide.
Ian Spencer turned over.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It was a really good opportunity. Maybe would have just liked to see use the hands there, whip it wide. You know, really well to strike with a lot of momentum. And unfortunately, dives at the line, touches made, turnover. Now the Tigers, only a couple minutes left, look to just go through their transition. And if they can get a third, that will really, really put it to bed.
Well, they're 2 tries up as we look ahead to our next game, where the Southwest Saxons will be in action again against the West Wildcats in the men's open pool. Those 2 sides at the bottom of the men's open pool at the moment, but obviously all teams into a quarter-final. They're only 6 points off of second place and a semi-final spot. But both sides desperate for a win, as are the 50s Southwest Saxons, who are on the attack here, but 2 tries down with just over 2 minutes to go. With pace injected in the attack, that's a lovely disguised offload, but put down by The number 16 for the Southwest Saxon, Andy Brooksbank, who has had a really good game when involved.
Yeah, and
making a touch there.
I think a lot of these Saxons players have played really well. You know, there's not a clear level disparity between the two sides. I think the only difference is that the Midlands Tigers, when they get to the line, have just been more clinical with the course girls catch and pass, and the Saxons, on a couple of occasions, the ball's just gone to ground, and it really does stunt your momentum, and it damages the confidence.
Good pace from Pollard, searching for McDonald, but finds green grass instead, so we'll come back for a Saxons attack. Time really up against them here, but a score in the next few phases might
good feed.
Really create some nervous moments for the Tigers. Hudson with good pace. Pollard makes the touch. Lines. Hudson opening it up to find Spencer. Spencer into
great
touch and
great touch.
A bit too much movement there.
Yeah, great touch. Just as he's rolling into the attack, a little bit of a push knocks him off balance. It's a really nice defensive touch.
Spencer with Hudson and Lines with him. Lines lifts it to Hudson. Lines on the wraparound. Great covering touch. Stephen Gouda. That might be the game, Joe.
Yeah, I think so. And Tigers well deserved this result. You know, the structure is really strong. Running against a really well-drilled Saxon side as well. And the difference has just been those moments of catch and pass going around the outside, a little bit of pace that gets injected. And, you know, I mean, this man's had a really big part to play in it. Sol Phoenix just always goes forward, always makes yards. And it gives natural depth and natural intensity into the attack for the Tigers, and they end up saving loads of touches in the midfield because they are able to pass around the shooters, and they'll look to finish the game with another score. Check back on the inside, nice ball goes wide, and that's final play. The ball goes on the inside and they will finish with a score.
Well, Phoenix with a good ball inside to top up his great performance, and Simon Cooper gets a try. So in the end, the Tigers rack up 6 against the Saxons, who finish on just the 3 tries. So it's the Tigers who continue their great run in this competition, and they'll certainly be in action in our final later today. We'll see if the third team from the 50s competition can mount a challenge on the Southwest Saxons, who are in action in our next game in the men's open pool. Well, in the men's open pool, it's the Southwest Saxons who are at the bottom of the table, tied on points with the West Wildcats, and they need some wins to start the day off as they trail by 6 points behind the Taipan Sharks and Tigers. So both sides looking to start the day well here. But 6-3 in our first game here. The Midlands Tigers defeat the Southwest Saxons. A good start to the tournament, Joe. It's an exciting day of touch rugby to come.
Yeah, it really is. I'm really looking forward to this next game as well. It'll be the first time we see the Saxons and Wildcats men's open side on pitch 1. I know Saxons sort of going through a little bit of a transition with their team, finding their feet again. But I mean, if you look across the Saxons teams, especially in the mixed open, they look really threatening, and if they get a win early doors today, it puts them in really good stead going into finals for today tomorrow.
But in the men's open, up next is the Southwest Saxons. They take on the West Wildcats live here at the England Touch Association Nationals.
Equipment will be removed out of it as it is general use. Changing room. Thank you. Everybody else, game 2, getting ready for game 2. Second game of the day. Are we ready for it? Countdown is on. Just under 3 minutes to go before we Players and officials, stand by.
Second game of the day here at the England Nationals, and we return to the men's open competition. It's a big day on the second day of this three-day competition, the men's open, and what a start this might be for the Southwest Saxons, darting over for the opening score.
Yeah, what a play, and Stanman. I think we're going to be speaking about this combo all game. Louis Treyas, Tom Lawton-Davies, working together. It's Lawton-Davies that ends up going over. Nice low dive at the line.
Treyas and Lawton-Davies, part of the victorious Exeter University side, who were in action here in Nottingham a few weeks ago in the Bucks finals day. But it's the West who are quickly wrapping around touch made, so they'll have to retreat to the 5, but the Wildcats won't take this lying down. Quite a few representatives from Birmingham University. That's lovely footwork and fired across by Ewan Campbell, part of the Scotland men's open side that'll be in action at the World Cup. This is the Southwest Saxons with an early lead.
Yeah, really good touch there from Dylan Madge from the Wildcats, just getting up and putting the shot on, but Saxons really rolling into the transition. Pace comes, good catch and pass, ball goes wide.
Well, that's really lovely hands. And it'll be Adrian Di Petrini who goes over. Another one of the Exeter University contingent.
Yeah, and it's lovely, of course, skills, just getting round the outside. Really good transfer as well from number 16, Felix. I'm not going to attempt that second name. I did it last year, and I got told every time I did it, I got it wrong. So, Felix, I'll spare your pain, pal. Beautiful catch and pass under pressure, and Wildcats need to return the favour.
I'll settle on Felix Ducornu, part of the touring side for the men's opens in 2023 at the State Cup. He was the Nationals men's open division MVP in 2023 as well. You can see why there, but it might be the Wildcats who can equalise, but there's no try given.
Yeah, really good touch there from Lawton-Davies, getting up out of the line, and forward pass given, so they'll have a tap penalty to get up the box side. Good touch
Parr
there.
takes the first touch.
Yeah, we love a bit of physicality in men's touch.
Louis Treyas, who was the top scorer of the Bucks season by, well, some distance, it must be said. Also part of the London Galaxy.
Yeah, why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? But just a little comment there on the West Wildcats. I think it's number 9 on the wing, Bailey Blackburn, makes 2 really good touches to force a turnover. And this is a really good platform now for the Wildcats to bring the deficit back down to 1. Unfortunately, an unforced error and ball goes to ground, and Wildcats might be looking at Bailey Blackburn to make another couple dominant touches.
The Scottish international Campbell, who looked to get them rolling.
Yeah, great touch.
Big touch from Blackburn, and Campbell makes another. And the Saxons are rolling with great pace, flying through the line. Lovely footwork to keep the attack alive. Ducornu, and then flicked out the back to Alpine Currath, part of the Bristol Jet side, another Scotland mixed open squad member. It's his Saxons' debut this season.
Yeah, brilliant spot there from Dan, and the on-field ref. Offside called, and Wildcats, as much good hands to not drop that ball. Really good hands. But as much as the Wildcats currently 2 scores down, look really aggressive in their defence. Looks like they've sort of almost been shocked into life. And they've got a good platform to go and attack now.
Well, Gerrish was just marching his way up the field, and Gerrish feeds another. It might be back inside for Gerrish to take. And they'll have a touch, back 5.
Yeah, it's a penalty for, well, not penalty, but a repeat set of 6 for knocking the ball down. So they've got a fresh set here. Sweeper coming, step back.
Gerrish driving in, Blackburn happy to take the touch, knowing he'd have to retreat anyway.
Yeah, smart play as well. You don't want to cough that ball up on first touch. Sweeper again, open side this time, step back.
Gerrish with a interesting attempt, just diving to the line, but the whistle went.
Yeah, it's going to be a turnover. Infringement at the roll ball, not stepping over properly. They've been really hot on that of the refs this season. And unfortunately, Duconu goes for the long ball to the wing, and the winger's not on the same page, and a bunch of turnovers early doors.
Reece Jones was leaving the field, so it would have been interesting if he decided to take that. So Gerish instead getting to the wing so that the changes can be made, and there are a couple of them for the Wildcats. One of them is Aramis Brown of Oxford University.
Madge on the link punish, looks to take him wide. Opts to just recycle the play. Madge on the ball. They look to come back to the short side. It's Madge in space. That's 6-touch turnover.
Well, a missed opportunity perhaps for the Wildcats, who still trail by 2. And the Saxons, we've already seen today how quickly they can turn defence into attack, using the ball really well. And that's around the wraparound, so the referee will let it play. Touch made on Di Petrini. Couple of blows of the whistle there.
Offside called. So Saxons essentially get another opportunity at a tap off.
Ben Lanori, touch made. Graham teasing the defence and then taken to the line. Graham searching for a pass. Graham needs to find one, and he does in the end. Adrian Di Petrini will score another, and the South West Saxons go 3 up. And well, it looks on paper like a pretty even match-up. It looks on our screens like one as well, but it's the Saxons who lead by 3 already, Joe.
Yeah, and it's I think for me it's the change of emphasis from where they attack. So Wildcats at the moment are looking to attack on the short side more often than not, and the Saxons are just condensing them. Whereas on the other foot, Saxons are just attacking all over the pitch. They've got options short side, far side. They're really stretching the Wildcats' defence, and at the moment they can't quite shore up the spacings. That's a Pollard.
Well, there was Pollard, formerly of the England mixed open side, was actually in 2023. And it's a turnover, and once again, Joe, just not able to convert, even from these close range positions.
Yeah, it's one of those where the defence from the Saxons is really tight, and if they, if there's one criticism you could have made of the Saxons this tour, has been that the defence just hasn't been as good as it could be. Well, at the moment it looks completely stalwart, and you've now letting someone like Louis Treyas and Felix de Cornu go through the space. And that's the reward you get from a tight defence. Go down the other end, transition, get your score, 4 tries to the good, early doors.
Well, it's Hoffman who went over this time, I believe. At Bath University, he was part of the England under-20 squad at the Atlantic Cup, that youth competition.
Oh, what a tournament. What a tournament that was. I had the pleasure of commentating that. An amazing tournament.
Well, Hoffman has the Saxons 4th, could you believe it, Joe? They're flying ahead here. How quickly the game can get away with you.
Yeah, and that's touch. If you don't take your opportunities, you're entertaining. Oh, and unfortunately he's not stepping over the ball again, and there's a couple of times where the Wildcats have looked to get onto the ball in a dangerous area, and an unforced error coughs the possession over, and it's those little bits. But that's a really good midfield touch, excellent midfield touch, and if you make an unforced error, you've then got to go back and make the turnover, and they do exactly that, and this is the best opportunity of the half for the Wildcats to get a score on the board.
Maxon Chan, touch made, Chan back with it.
Such an explosive player.
Chan forces the touch, and here he is, little goose step. Forced to retreat.
You'll see that every time Jackson Chan gets on the ball. Every time. He loves the little goosey. Step open side, looks to go long. Long ball is on, they pop it into the space and ball goes to ground. And I think for the Wildcats, what I'd like to see is that ball going wide more often than not, because the space is definitely on this far edge. If they can identify that and deliver the ball, there is space available to them.
A misplaced pass. The Saxons are on the offensive once more. Already 4 tries up in the early stages of this important men's open pool encounter. Both sides at the bottom of the pool are desperate for a win. And the Saxons rumbling towards the line. Good footwork, touch made. And unfortunately a turnover there, but once again the Saxons coming close to a 5th. And that would be a real mountain to climb for the Wildcats, who bring on the substitutes.
mean, at the moment, Wildcats have definitely showed up defensively and are now holding out the Saxons more often than not. But it's getting to the other end that's causing the problems. It's actually getting scores over the try line. Unfortunately, that's another turnover, touch and pass. And the Saxons are just as good as they are in attack, matching that in defence.
Garish makes the touch and then has to retreat. Sale makes the second. And the Saxons rolling. That's a lovely ball. Really well held inside by Di Petrini.
And here are the two danger men for the Saxons. Lawton Davies. Treyas looks for Lawton Davies. Step back. Oh, so good. See you later.
That is fantastic footwork from Lee Treyas, of course. What you'd expect between him and Lawton Davies.
Yeah,
but
walking highlight reel.
Here he is at the half. Treyas. Well, there's suddenly numbers up on the left.
Yeah.
Treyas, good ball, back inside. And
little bit audacious, just going for the one-handed dot down.
that would have been some finish, but instead the Wildcats are on the offensive. Garish, lovely ball inside.
That's much better. They need more of that from an attacking perspective, hitting the ball at pace, because so far it's been a little bit pedestrian when they get into their transition, and when they get to the final third they look really direct, but it's this area of the pitch we want to see more straight line running, hitting at pace. But Dylan Madge will do exactly that. Good footwork, but not enough space for him to expose. Turnover again.
Madge, the England under-18 in the middle fourth. The Wildcats, but it's the Saxons once again. Ringing the changes.
Yeah, Bailey Blackburn, he's just given away a hard touch because he wasn't absorbing that contact, but he's made some really crucial defensive reads for the Wildcats, and I've got a feeling that without Bailey Blackburn on that wing, they probably seem to be under the cosh a little bit more than they currently are.
His cross. It's a really ambitious ball.
Good option to go wide though. You're conditioning the middles and now you whip the ball wide. So the Saxons the Wildcats are having to defend 3 or 4 different options, and that's why there's so much space available to them. And look at the Saxons press. The Wildcats haven't been able to get out of their own 7-metre line. That second touch, they've only just got out of the 7. And there's the turnover, and what a defensive shot there from the Saxons, forcing turnovers.
You think they have to be a score from here, really. So many touches to play with.
Yeah, patient play. Now they look to use their space, and I've got a feeling that you probably see another middle setup. Here it comes, middle, open side. Try line.
Well, going straight for it. So many options left and right, but Cole Graham went on his own.
Yeah, we'll look to see another middle setup here.
Graham.
Yep, open side now.
Lenore goes left and right and goes on his own, desperate for support.
Oh,
down
yes.
goes Graham.
Oh, ball down, and there looks to be a little bit of a contact there. Looks like a head on shin, which is never fun for anyone.
Well, it was a great run from Ben Lenore, and then there were blue shirts swarming, but the Wildcats got back in numbers in the end. Found a way through to get it to Graham. But the try not given.
Touch just come in, I think.
Blackburn will roll it back. And that's a lovely miss pass.
Yeah, they need more of that, because at the moment the Saxons press is just shutting all of the Wildcat space down. It's a little bit better. Use their ball. They do.
Brown. Touch made. Ewan Campbell just spilt, unfortunately, by Aramis Brown. Get to win is the call from the Saxons, looking to set up the changes.
And here comes the bomb squad.
Cross, touch made, and suddenly there's a lot of space.
Here we go.
Lawton Davis.
Here we go.
Trays, Lawton Davis.
Here we
Excellent
go.
miss pass.
Here we go.
Sebastian Snaz is over for a fifth. And as we creep towards half-time, the Saxons are really running away with things.
Yeah, they're just super clinical in attack, and it's Treyas and Lawton Davies again working together, and it almost needs to be a case, and we're not really seeing Treyas do all that much on the ball. And it seems like the Wildcats are marking Treyas up so much that they're giving Tom Lawton Davies too many options and too much time. And you give someone with the experience, Tom Lawton Davies is still a young player. but he's got so much experience at the highest level because of how athletic he is, because of his positive decision making, that if you give him all that time and space, he's going to pick the right option. And so far, we've seen 3 or 4 occasions now where he has just picked the option to unlock the defence.
And the Wildcats on the attack in the meantime, and they got close, but story of the game, Joe's not able to convert.
Yeah. And it's exactly that. West Wildcats, their attacking structure is nice, but they don't get to the try line enough to really stress out the Saxons' defence. Again, another really good shot from Bailey Blackburn, and he forces yet another turnover.
It's actually a fantastic take, though, by the try scorer, Sebastian Snaz.
Yeah, but it's one of those where, because the ball is sort of, it's flat out the hand, but it's floating forward, you're always reaching, your momentum's carrying you forward. So Bailey Blackburn's got up, made a really nice touch, and then the Saxons player has just overstepped the mark slightly because his momentum's carrying him forward.
Well, it's the England man, Tom Pollard, on the ball. Pollard, Sale at the half. They really do need a score before half-time. Pollard, touch made, Sale. Now Pollard at the half, good ball. Flicked out the back door, it's just off the face of Tom Pollard, part of the England mixed 20 side. The Youth Atlantic Cup from Birmingham Uni. The Saxons back with it, and another try before half-time might well kill the game. Snaz. The play from Cross. Into touch. Joshua Parr. It's an excellent pickup. The ball just goes down. Jamie Carruth with a
penalty.
Really quick pickup, and the penalty goes the way of the Saxons.
Yeah, it's a good penalty because they've forced the roll from the West Wildcats. So the Wildcats are always rolling deep, and then because they're rolling deep, they're never really hitting that onside line. So Saxons getting a really good reward because of the pressure that they run and the intensity that they run their attack on. That's a lovely long pill out to the winger. It looks like try is good. It's a beautiful right to left pill from middle to wing. It's all too easy at the moment.
That might be a hat-trick for Di Petrini as well. But that is some pass.
Oh, what a pill that is. Flat as you like. Spiral bomb. As a winger, you're sort of just licking your lips at that pass and going, as long as I catch this, the score is good.
Lawton Davies of the Sam variation on this occasion. And a beautiful ball. A hit Brown in the meantime for the Wildcats. Brown scything through the defence. Touch made. So Blackburn at the half. Chan. Campbell, the Scottish international. Campbell again. Well, that was another ambitious ball, but you need to throw those when you're 6 down.
Yeah.
And the
oh, here we
break
go.
of half-time. Snaz in behind. Madge is in pursuit.
Yeah, Dylan Madge has got wheels to burn. If there's one player he wanted chasing down a full length, it's Dylan Madge.
More aerodynamic hat, perhaps, is the answer for Sebastian Snaz. Already scored once today. Still, the Saxons drive on with great momentum.
Here they are. Treyas, Lawton Davies, Treyas. Ball, score.
That's some pass from Treyas. Really good run as well on the wraparound. Felix to corner.
It's lovely play again from Lawton Davies, and Treyas just looks to throw long. The winger has already been exposed wide, so he's always having to cover the long ball. And Louis Treyas is knowledgeable to it. Just pops the ball into space, and as you say, Dekunu goes over. And I mean, at the moment, Southwest Saxons 7 tries to the good. They're running riot out there at the moment.
Well, this certainly wasn't the expected result coming into the morning session here on day 2 of the Nationals. Both these sides tied on 3 points at the bottom of the men's open pool, but what a statement this is from the Saxons. They're certainly not out of it yet. Hint of a forward pass, but actually an excellent take from Ben Greer.
Touch is given, so they'll just reset. And this is where it's really interesting, because the Southwest Saxons are flying up out the line, and the Wildcats can't really get set. So it'd be interesting to see what they run from their attacking structure. They look for the link quickie.
Gerish, there's a hand in there from a Saxon.
6 touch turnover. Oh no, 6 more given. So now the Wildcats have their first opportunity of the game to really sustain some pressure at the line, and unfortunately it's only with 40 seconds to go, so they'll have to move quickly if they want the score.
Gerish Back inside, darting over, that ball was loose.
Touch is coming first though, so he'll have an opportunity to take it back and roll.
Bit lucky there, because certainly didn't have control of the ball.
Yeah, for sure. But it's one of those where, in touch, because you are reaching for that line, if the touch comes in first, then that's the first infringement. So,
Stivell, Gerish, Stivell at the half, Gerish on the inside, has Blackburn with him, touch made.
So it's just too congested down the short side for the Wildcats. It's really easy for the Saxons to creep across and snuff out any danger. I'd really like to see the Wildcats look to go open side more often and sort of give the Saxons something else to think about, because at the moment the Wildcats attack, when they get rolling, looks quite aggressive and quite potent, but that's just it's too few and far between compared to the Saxons.
Well, we'll see what the Wildcats can offer in our second period of 20 minutes here in our first game in the men's open competition on day 2 of the England Nationals here, where the Southwest Saxons, despite being tied for bottom place in the men's open, lead by 7 against their closest rivals. What a performance this is, and if this is the quality of the Saxons, then well, can't wait to see the Northwest Touchback in action, who lead the group on 12 points. Second half to come here in the England Nationals here in Nottingham, where the Saxons lead by 7 against the Wildcats.
Yet again. No, you know what we're gonna do.
Player and manager announcement for women's 35s and women's 40s. An announcement for women's 35s and women's 40s. Please can one representative from each team for women's 35 and women's 40s make their way to control upstairs in the main pavilion. This is an urgent call for women's 35 and 40s. One representative from each team, please make their way upstairs to the new pavilion in control. Women's 35s and 40s, one representative from each team to control. This is an important message and we need a representative ASAP. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Final request for women's 35 and 40s team. This is all teams in the 35s and 40s. One representative from each team. Please make the way upstairs to control. Gentle reminder, if you are warming up, there is a cricket pitch right in the middle of this field between 6, 7 and 8. Please stay off the cricket pitch. There is further field further down to utilise when warming up. Thank you. Players and officials, your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1-minute warning. The last call for 35s, 40s, women's. We need one representative from each team as quickly as possible upstairs in control. 35 women's Raiders and Wildcats. Okay, I think we've got Players and officials, 30 seconds. Please take to the field, ready to play. Last call, if you're not already
Well, if you've been tuning in from the start today, I must correct myself, because unfortunately the men's 50s final will not be live here on pitch one. It'll be the men's 40s final later, and well, interesting, that'll be the first action we see of the men's 40s competition. And after this game, it's the opening of the women's 27s competition. Our first pool game will be live after the Wildcats take on the Saxons here in the men's open, but they trail by 7. Joe, do they really have a route back into this game?
I mean, they've showed enough in their defence at times. It's this area that I want to see more of. They run in quite congested areas in attack, and if they can't find another option, then they'll struggle to find some momentum. But that's a beautiful opening score. It's Ben Greer on the far side getting over. And I mean, I was just saying, if they could find more in attack, there is a route back to them. And they do exactly that in the opening minute of the second half.
Well, that's a pretty special pass by the England 20s international Tom Pollard. And it's exactly what they needed, but they still trail by 6.
Yeah, and I think the important part of this game is shutting this pod out. If you can shut this pod out, you're in a chance. But that is a tall order.
Lawton Davies with the touch, and here he is again. Treyers, Lawton Davies.
Well, what a dump that is from Felix de Cornu. It's such a good aggressive dump. Ball goes wide, dive in the corner, and just as soon as the Wildcats get one back, the Saxons extend their lead back out to 7.
Well, that is pretty gut-wrenching stuff if you're a Wildcat. Do really well to get down the field, but that's a great finish. A second of the game, I believe, for Will Hoffman. Here's Sale, 2 on 1.
Oh, here we go.
Blackburn's in behind. Diving effort, but the try is given.
I think he might have stepped out into the sideline there. Super unfortunate if he has. The sideline ref's calling it. I don't think the on-field ref's paying any mind.
Well, the referee gave the try. Adrian Di Petrini was up in arms. So it'll be a restart for the Wildcats, who could do with another score. Well, here's Sale looking to go over himself. Currith there. Sale back. Here is Tom Pollard. Sale goes direct. Pollard changes direction, doesn't find the space he wanted, and on the turn he's been touched. And that's an end to the attack.
Switch had to go there, I think, and run a really nice disguised switch play to come back against the grain. Unfortunately, just overrunning the support line a touch, but a much better attacking showing, and that's a great shot. Yeah, there's no hard touch in there. It was just off balance. It's a brilliant shot from the Wildcats. And you kind of feel like if they start to up that intensity in their defence, they'll force more turnovers, and more turnovers means more possession.
Stivell, who forced that turnover, now off the field. Campbell, Brown, Blackburn, great line by Campbell.
Ooh,
who skips
almost
away. Just about on the cover was Parr. He made the touch. Campbell. Madge finds Campbell, lofted pass. Too much on that.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but again, Wildcats looking much more potent in the second half, for sure. Definitely stretching the Saxons' defence more than they did in the first half. And it'd be really interesting to see if they can build on some of this momentum, but again, they've just got to shore up defensively and stop the Saxon side from being able to just play around them.
Well, Madge made the first touch. It's the Saxons, who are up to halfway. Blackburn defending.
I've got to say,
Treyers, Lawton Davis, Treyers on the wrap. We'll come to you in a sec, Joe, because look how the Saxons are flying, but the ball goes down.
I've got to say, as much as the emphasis in the Saxon side is obviously on Louis Treyers and Tom Lawton Davies, Felix de Cornu, his dumps and his platforms allow the bagsmen of Treyers and Tom Lawton Davies to do what they want to do. He is a linchpin in this side, and Tom Lawton Davies looks to go to the wing. Ball just goes to ground.
Well, the ball down, pass just away from Snaz, and well, that's why Ducorn, who was the England Nationals MVP this time last year.
Yeah, he's improved so much from that competition as well, and that's just an unforced error really from the Wildcats. Little bit lethargic, not a good turnover to force, and unfortunately you now give two of the most dangerous players in England touch a fresh set of 6 at the line, and that's a recipe for disaster.
Treyers, Lawton Davis, Treyers again sliding in from range.
Ooh, good touch.
Touch made. Back he'll come. Lawton Davis, Treyers. Ducorno and Snaz to his right. Treyers, they go the other way. Flashed across.
Score.
Touchdown by Di Petrini for yet another score.
Yeah, lovely play again, and it's same platform. Now you look for the county's open side. Tom Lawton Davies receives the ball from Lou Trace and acres of space and just makes the right decision. Probably could have gone to either man there, and there was an opportunity to score. But it's that partnership again. Ducornu, Lawton Davies and Treyers that's causing the Wildcats all sorts of problems.
We're back on halfway with the Western Wildcats, and making good yards to begin things is Ewan Campbell, the Scottish Men's Open international. Here's Michelle, Brown, Campbell, Aramas Brown of Oxford University. Matt Michelle on the wraparound. Michelle, beautiful ball.
Yeah.
Surely now
Great score.
the Wildcats will score their second.
Great score, and they need more of that. We didn't see enough of that in the first half. Using the early release, good wraparound play, and beautiful long ball, well recognised that the space is on the wing. And you know, Wildcats are really growing into this affair, finding their feet, definitely in attack. It's just a really tall order to stop the Saxon side from going over.
Brad Neiman, the scorer. Back come the Saxons. We were discussing in the break that the university scene, of course, of touch is a huge part of the game. As well, over goes Ducornu, but of course, which universities are in the provinces themselves are a big part of who's going to perform the strongest. Ducornu, beautiful step, and he flicks out of the back door. What a score that is.
Wow, Felix Ducornu take a bow. What a big left foot step. We'll have a look at the replay, and didn't seem like there was all that much on, but here you go, bang, see you later, out the back pass, great hands, over the top. And you're looking for highlight reel rugby, Felix Ducornu, you can stick that one on your Instagram later.
Well, as we were discussing, the university scene, Exeter University are the main suppliers of this squad. As you saw, Graham with the ball over the top and Ducornu with the step, both of that university, and it has such an impact on which of these teams is going to perform at the Nationals.
Yeah, 100%, and you end up getting a lot of change in between years, between the divisions, because of the university setup. And you know, as the Bucks teams grow stronger, you'll have more and more of a talent pool to select from coming into the Nationals. So I mean, Bucks and Nationals sort of going hand in hand for, you know, training opportunities, getting your reps in, but also building the talent. And Felix Ducornu seems like one of those players that has just grown from strength to strength year on year. First saw him playing for Exeter at the Bucks series, and then Nationals last year, Nationals this year, and he's just improving all of the time, looking more athletic, more decisive. You know, has a better knowledge of the game as he did initially. He was a quite raw player a few years ago, and now is just such a good platformer for this Saxon side. It looks to go over again.
Sam Lawton Davies, the driving force this time, part of the Bristol Jets team. An England mixed open player.
Oh,
and that's a beautiful
lovely
ball inside.
Lovely play, wing tap back. First time we've seen that. Lovely bomb out to the wing. Heads up play from the winger to get the ball back on the inside, and Saxons enjoying their, lovely basketball pass on the inside. Covering touch doesn't get there in time.
Angus Lister on debut for the Saxons this year. It's even Toby Lister, the brother of Angus Lister, who scored there. Angus Lister, of course, with the Taipans today. Good tap back by Di Petrini, who's been a bit of an unsung hero in this game. 4 tries and a great assist.
That's much better for the Wildcats in the midfield, but they look for the sweeper. No one's coming. And for all their good work, ball goes to ground.
11 tries to 2, but the Wildcats will get it back. The game may well be beyond them with 10 minutes to go here. 9 points lead at the moment for the Saxons.
And here we go for the Wildcats. They need to get a score back. Madge on the ball. Good defensive touch. Great step. Looks to go wide off first. Great hands from
Great
Bailey
attack
Blackburn.
from Blackburn. It was a really good ball from Michelle as well. The Jersey international, Matt Michelle, draws a touch. Campbell, patient. Madge. Michelle forces a touch and has it on the return. And a ball over the top, intercepted by Snaz.
And that'll be touch 0, by the way. So this is first coming now. You get the extra reward for the intercept. And at first, up the box side, already getting fresh legs on. I mean, the transition from the Saxons is just electric. And now they've got the danger players on. Treyas hitting the ball. Unfortunately, that's a collector's item. You know, I often see those two make a mistake in the middle.
Lawton Davis put down. Campbell draws a touch. Madge. Driven on by Brown. Still flying here through Stivell on the inside. Some lovely footwork. Stivell on the wrap. Switch, touch, so turnover. Treyas. That's a good ball. Treyas still coming. One of the top players in England.
Yeah. Oh, unlucky.
Treyas. But that's a turnover in midfield that's gone the other way.
Yeah, but they get the penalty and good heads-up play to take it early. Sort of looked around and was like, where's my half, boys? And now they look to go over to that man, Ducornu.
Here's Ducornu. It's Curriff who made those great yards.
Oh, just a little bit of a fizz pass over 5 yards and maybe a little bit of complacency creeping into the Saxon side. They know they've got a very comfortable buffer.
Put down by Lawton Davis. Stivell hands it off and leaves the field of play as they make it to that left-hand wing. So on come the substitutes. Campbell amongst them. Madge has Blackburn, he plays half. This is great momentum. Lovely
yeah.
ball. Madge one-on-one. Whistle goes. The Wildcats will still have it. Blackburn, Madge. Opens it up for Brown. That's a turnover, unfortunately, there. Jackson Chan forced to give it up. Here's Curriff again.
Oh, yeah, lovely dummy. Lovely dummy, loads of extra metres made, and it's that aspect of the Saxons game which has set them apart from the Wildcats. Not surrendering touches for touch's sake, always making extra metres when they can. And here they go again, Saxons driving at the line.
Slowing things down for the moment, the Saxons. They lead by 11, but that's some great footwork, and it could be on here. Darting in.
Great touch.
Denied, but still, here come the Saxons. Brown makes another touch, and that is a turnover. Good footwork from Chan. Madge runs a good line as well. Campbell loses the cap, but keeps on driving. And on come the substitutes for the Wildcats.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It was a really good transition. They've got the Saxons defence rolling, and then at the last moment, the dump, the strike dump for the scooping player just bobbles around, and refs give loss of control, and that's turnover ball. Yeah, good defensive shut there again. Bailey Blackburn's been super impressive for the Wildcats.
Looking to set something up here, though, the Saxons.
And here he comes.
Lawton Davis. Treyas has Lawton Davis with him. What a connection those two have.
Here we go.
Treyas, Lawton Davis again.
Try time.
Miss pass, Snaz touches down. That's 12 on the board for the Southwest Saxons.
Yeah, try time always was. As soon as they got the defence rolling, Treyas to Lawton Davies over the top. And a really good catch and ground. But again, it's that combination of Treyas and Lawton Davies that just cut through the West Wildcats. And they can't really find an answer for it.
Here's Chan, Madge to his right, Brown outside him. Chan on the return, looking to spin away from Curriff, but caught. Chan Draws the touch. Madge. 2 to his left and put down this time. But with just over 5 minutes to go here, this is the Saxons game. It's a good run from Lawton Davis Senior.
Just told to take the ball back, got touched and overrun a little bit. And now the Saxons again. Again, when they get over to this box side, they're really reluctant to take that touch immediately. And they always end up making extra meters. And that's what allows for the West Wildcats defence to roll. And then subsequently, spaces get afforded to them. They go round the outside. And another score in the corner.
Well, the Saxons are starting to run away with things here. This is Ducorno's great work to drive them up the field, and then Ben Lenori back onto the field. Found a good pass. Try on the right-hand side.
Also, Ducorno has been on the field probably for about 80% of this game. I don't think I've ever really seen him spend more than a minute or two in the sub-box. Just one of those players with an absolute freak of an engine.
Soft hands to free up Blackburn down the right. Ducorno back to make the tackle. Here's Campbell. Stivell. Campbell again. Stivell. Campbell. Sale. Great speed of ball, but they can't convert in close range. And the Saxons have it back with 4 minutes on the clock. Well, Joe, this game is certainly over, so we'll have a look ahead, of course, to our next game in the women's 27s pool. It's the opening game of that competition.
Here they go, here they go.
There's extra away down the right, but
Jouet touch, they don't want to take any touches.
Women's 27s to come, and then the women's open pool as well, straight after that, as the ball is put down.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the women's 27 side. It's a relatively emerging division, quite recent in its creation, but it also affords people other opportunities to play touch at the age groups categories. And because it's quite emerging, it's very contestable. There's not really a division that's gonna, well, that appears to be pulling away with it. So I'm really intrigued to see how that one develops.
That's good footwork from Matt Michel, but he is caught by Lawton Davis as Trey is back with him. Here's Lawton Davis on the turn, touched by Campbell. Hoffman lifts it. Here's Lawton Davis again. Good hands.
Forward pass with good communication there from Dan on the on-field ref. I've got to say, I big him up every single time I see him. Big Dan. He's one of the best refs that England has because of that communication, and you can't really miss him when you're on the pitch.
It'll be a big summer for England's refereeing team, on the verge of the World Cup, of course.
Yeah, and again, standing really good stead for that from a refereeing perspective. We've got some really, really good referees out there, really clear communication. It all just bodes well, and hopefully we'll get some nice weather to go along with it.
Much like we have today, a Sam Lawton Davis this time. Looking to roll over, but we'll come back for the touch. 2 minutes on the clock. Big win for the Saxons at the start of day 2. They're at the bottom of the pool at the moment, but this result will bump them up to 7 points as they hunt down a semi-final spot. That all-important bye, given how physical the game is. Joe, really important that these teams can knock off an extra game if possible.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, we were sort of discussing at half time. It's like it's kind of hard to see how the Saxons are bottom of their group at the moment, because this is about as dominant of a performance as we've seen in the men's open division. We had a really competitive game yesterday between Northwest and the Taipans, but Northwest ended up creeping away with that towards the end. But you can't help but feel like if the Saxons played this game against everyone in the division, and that's beautiful rugby. For rugby, I was just picking up the Saxons, but West Wildcats, right at the dying embers of the game, show what they can do when it all clicks. And they're saying that the Saxons want to play jouet, but it is the Wildcats doing exactly that.
Ben Greer gets another. It was all set up by Stivel's good play. And then some great passes over the top.
Yeah, and it's just the Wildcats finally clicking, finally getting those hands to stick, good running at depth. But Saxons will want to end on a high, look to get the score of their own. They look like like they will, apart from a really good defensive intervention from Bailey Blackburn.
I think Blackburn got a hand in there, certainly. So
had to be made, had to be made. The try line was begging.
Snaz will lift it. Touch made. And just skipping through on their own merit. Good touch by Michelle. Lenori has it back. Lenori forces the touch. Little flick of the head, driving into the in-goal area, and then finds a good pass, and Hoffman has another score. And that will seal this game. 14 tries to 3. The Saxons have been all over this Western Wildcats team. A really impressive performance, Joe, and really promising signs heading into the latter stages of the men's open competition.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, as you were saying, makes a quarter-final in the men's open, so Saxons will be really pleased with that performance. Gears them up really well ahead of the game later on. Then we've got them on live stream again against the Northwest Division, so that'll be a really tasty affair. And if they play as they did here,
the second game of the
they'll
day.
run it tight. But we know that the Northwest
Just a reminder, if you are warming up, please ensure you are not
working
on
hard.
the pictures. A big old
Saxons
circle
will be
right in the
riding
middle
a
of the
bit of
field.
momentum going into that
You will
fair,
need to go beyond
and I really look forward to seeing that one on.
1, the Southwest Saxons against the Northwestern
As we
Touch.
say on the weekend,
But our next game, it's the Southeastern Taipans against the Midlands Tigers in our first game of the Women's 27s
the game.
competition.
I
Also
encourage you to
includes
join in this tournament. There are
Western
most of the doors.
and the Southwest
for the
Saxons
new
themselves,
pavilion.
but it's
You
the
can
Taipans
scan it. There's a Google form.
and the Midlands Tigers
and you
who
can
will open
enter
up
your green
the
tries
Women's
onto the
27
Google form.
competition. That's
They are
next to you
scattered
live
around.
here. The England Touch
And it's linked to the Green
Association
Challenge
Nationals here
Trophy.
in Nottingham.
To make you can make your team this year's Green Challenge Trophy champions. Just a bit of competition. I think if there's if you want a little bit of competition, someone to challenge is our Sammy. What else is there to announce? Obviously there was.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going out.
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the keys. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get them playing.
The last 2 scores are exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has.
Shut your fucking hole.
Opening game then in the women's 27s competition. And it's the Midlands Tigers here taking on the Taipans.
Tigers looking to roll into their attack now. Looking to go around the outside. Good footwork. And again, good footwork. Checking off to the outside. Wing makes a touch. And Tigers now will roll back into the midfield. Look to use some structure in their attack. 32 short coming. Rappers on. Goes
That's
to
a
the
lovely
wing.
ball inside for Victoria Franks, but it's just gone down.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to stick to the 32 structures for the Midlands Tigers, and now the Taipans will have a really good opportunity to get their transition going, get some fresh legs on, and hopefully roll into the Tigers' red zone.
Well, it's the Taipans on the attack. And then do come the substitutes in this women's 27s competition, the first of the day. And that's some headwear as well from Daniela Mendez.
Ooh.
And that's an excellent line, scything straight through.
She's half, she can't score, needs to find the pass as she does. Beautiful vision, what a left to right long ball over the top. And Taipans cut through the Tigers for the opening score.
Well, it's an excellent run through the centre. Unfortunately, there is no number 11 listed on our team sheet. She won't get her flowers, unfortunately, but it is Sophie Walker there who touches down for the Taipans, who are in front against this Midlands Tigers team.
And Tigers now looking to reply.
Little show and go, forces the first touch.
Yeah, good meters made as well. Sweeper coming.
Here's Walters. Patient play. Find Morecambe. Here's Morecambe again. Going to the edge. Little show and go from Laura Morecambe. Touch forced again, but the Tigers looking threatening.
For sure, and especially when they use their structure, they look really potent.
But Morecambe there caught once more by the Taipans, so away come the southeastern side.
Yeah, good transition again, good yards made up the middle.
Carried through the centre by Blessed, but that's a turnover, unfortunately, and the Midlands Tigers have it back through Megan Clayton.
Yeah, it's a good turnover position for the Tigers' perspective. Essentially on halfway. You just want to take maybe 1 or 2 touches to get fresh legs on and then roll straight into the attack. A little bit isolated, but here comes the support. Good pace injected.
Well, there's some good strong carries to the line, and suddenly the Tigers are within that dangerous 5-metre channel. Conroy caught. Conroy sliding in. And the touch was unfortunately, well, fortunately if you're a Taipan, just about made. Conroy denied, and the Taipans now on the attack themselves.
Really good shoot there, and turnover ball. Loss of control, and Midlands Tigers again forcing a really good turnover.
Promising position then for this Midlands Tigers side. Bit lateral, but the touch is made. Now a chance to reset, and on come the substitutes.
I need to inject some pace now, a little bit static. Good options, go outside, back inside. Really good middle pressure from the Taipans.
Good control from the Tigers, but not threatening at the moment. Good footwork. A lovely pass as well over the top, the free the hands, the 2-on-1.
Oh, great.
Into the corner they go. Megan Clayton is the scorer, and it's a popular one in front of a flurry of supporters.
Yeah, it's lovely core skills, and this here, just to delay the pass, engage the winger to allow Clayton to run into empty space. And Tigers get their reward for a really good turnover in the midfield.
And if you win the ball in promising positions, you've always got time in touch to create something. Carried up the centre by Blessed. Carry from Mulligan as well. Blessed again. On the switch. The Taipans are threatening. Hubbard, but the ball is dislodged, unfortunately, there.
Yeah, Tigers will have a good opportunity now to strike and get some fresh legs on. So first touch taken up the middle, and now look to work over to the box side.
Touch made by Blessed, but still the Tigers bring on the substitutes as they wrap around the corner, sweeping into the midfield.
Oh, good.
Well, that's another lovely pass. It just doesn't stick. Zoe Woodham's almost free down the right-hand side. Taipans with it, and Blessed through the centre. Raphael Baby at 21. Hands it off. Baby again. Hill. Touch made. Making good yards here, the Taipans. Now they might have numbers up on the right-hand side, forced to reset. Cleary hands it over instead. That's unfortunate, Joe. Looked like a good attack. Still level at one apiece in this game.
Yeah, Taipans look really threatening when they get to the line with momentum. However, the Midlands Tigers at the moment are doing a really good job of just stunting that momentum and making some touches that hold the Taipans players up and just slows down the effect of their attack. The Midlands, although they conceded the first try early doors from a really electric line cut through the middle, look really potent in attack as she goes all the way through.
A little show and go from Laura Morecambe. Sees the Midlands Tigers get on the board for the second time and go in front against the Taipans, who led early in this game. Morecambe with an excellent show and go.
Yeah, just a little ghost through the gap. Really nice line on the arc around the outside. Little pump of the ball, fixes the winger. She backs herself against the link and goes all the way through. And Tigers now conceded the first score, but have stuck 2-1 without reply.
Mendez forces the first touch. And here she is again. Mendez switch inside. Almost to the line. Lovely ball back inside. Second try of the game. Taipan's number 16.
Yeah, it's a lovely, well-worked try. They look to go with the middle. They then end up kicking out on the outside on a little bit of an unconventional hammer play. And the step back, the ball back on the inside to the half. Acres of space, the Midlands Tigers side just not covering the space as well as they did on the first couple attacking sets from the Taipans. And it evens it up at 2 apiece.
Well, 2 number 18s listed for the Taipans. I imagine that it's one of Sabrina Pilkington or Sam True who's got the 2 tries for them.
All one apiece.
All one apiece, of course. That's an excellent take under a bit of pressure. A hint of a forward pass there, but referee Wells play on. Conroy, that time the ball does not go to plan, so it will be a Taipans roll back to get things going. Here's Hubbard.
Good Tigers pressure though, trying to force turnover, and they do exactly that. And Tigers again, this is exactly the same position from when they got their first score of the day for early turnover in the Taipans transition.
Good line speed, and here's Suzuki on the wraparound. Morecambe, the try scorer, number 3. Suddenly there might be numbers up on the right-hand side. They can go through the hands. Touch made on Franks. 2 apiece here as we approach 10 minutes on the clock. Saunders. Franks, Saunders again. Morecambe hands it off. Great pace to the line. Waiting for the referee's decision. Looks like we'll be back for a touch. Saunders gets the pass away. Is there at half again. That's a lovely line. Looking for the quick hands. I think there was a touch on there from a Taipans player.
Yeah, so they'll get a repeat set of 6. Another really good opportunity. Go through their attacking structure. Use all the touches available to you. See if you can unlock the Taipans defence once again. 32 short coming. Just slowing it up. Getting the structure right. 32 short again.
Saunders hands it off to the try scorer, Morecambe.
Ball just floats over the top. Into touch. And, you know, from me, if I'm being really hypercritical there, you've got more touches to use in your attacking set. So you maybe save that long ball option for the last touch available. See if you can go through the middle first and then whip the ball out wide.
Taipans on the offensive. Raphael Baby at half. Lifts it. It's a line from Coffin. Coffin wants it back. Playing through the middle. Coffin with a good pickup on the charge. Desperately in need of options, but the touch is made. So will be a turnover.
Yeah, good transition and strike there from the Taipans, but just running away from the support. And the Midlands Tigers are able to just work together as a team and go through the motions.
Now the Midlands Tigers, who are level with the Taipans, although they've had the lion's share of possession in this first half, just over 10 minutes gone, are on the offensive. So lovely weighted pass into Clayton's hands. Still rolling on here, the Tigers. A hint of an overlap on the right-hand side, but the ball goes down in midfield. So the Taipans back on the attack.
Yeah, it was a good opportunity there for the Tigers. There was an overlap for sure. It's just those final connections, at times to just let them down in the execution. But once again, they force another midfield turnover from the Taipans. And, you know, as a structure, if you're a side that's forcing midfield turnovers and you're holding a pod on the field, you are going to have opportunities. And if the Tigers could just gain a bit of composure in their attack, I have no doubt that they'll get another really good attack at the line.
Straightening up in the middle. It's a really good run through the centre. That's another excellent wide pass, and Megan Clayton is there again for the Midlands Tigers, and it's a really good take.
But it just drifts forward, unfortunately, and the Tigers look to be in, if not for the forward pass, and Taipans now really do have to get the fresh legs on, because this pod's been on for a long time, and they do.
Well, there are the changes. There's a couple of touches are made on this right wing for the Taipans. Also difficult ball to take. It's been put down. Another midfield turnover for the Midlands Tigers. That's a really lovely weighted pass. And they've gained some yards on the Taipans with plenty of touches in the chamber.
A good option. Realised nothing was on, didn't want to risk the extra pass, so doesn't play it.
Great footwork, left and right.
That's 5th touch, so they'll have no touches to play with. They've got to create something from nothing. A little bit of jouet. Switches coming. Dummy. Good option. Another dummy. Go around the outside. Touches just comes in. Not like the pass was going to go.
Got to create something really special to score off one touch.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's one of those where you just need to manipulate the ball really well, use the space, but the Taipans' defence just held that space, didn't bite on any of the little disguises. He was able to just crowd out that 5th touch attempt. And this seems like a much better transition from the Taipans. They need to be a little bit more fluid in this area, because they lose their momentum going into their 4th and 5th touches. And that's yet again another turnover in transition.
Well, they've got their starting pod back on, but another unforced error lets the Tigers off. It's still level at 2 apiece here. Ben Clayton was over for the Tigers, but called back for a forward pass, so 4 early tries, then a bit of a stalemate in the latter stages of this first half. Blessed makes the touch. The Tigers still driving on. That's a good pickup to get them moving. We're going to come back, unfortunately, because it was passed after the touch.
Yep, turnover ball. And I think for me, it's this area that I like, because the Taipans, when they get into the attacking sector, are just electric. They're really aggressive. And then it's this area of the pitch that sort of lets them down, the transition. I want to see them secure the ball. They're fifth coming now, so this is a much better transition. This is the opportunities that they want. 3 on 2, can they execute?
They didn't look for the pass over on that left-hand side and then put the ball down short of the line. So just a bit of a miscommunication there by the Taipans. It was on that left-hand side, but didn't see the pass.
Yeah, that extra pass just had to go there. You got the 2 on 1. Again, when the Taipans get it right in their transition, they do find opportunities. Unfortunately, again, it's just that last little bit of execution that's lacking. But remember, this is the first game for these women's 27 sides, so they wouldn't have had the day previous to go through any of these rusty areas, to work through any kinks in the armour. And at the moment, you can sort of see a little bit of that developing in this game. Started really fast and furious because the defences were a little bit disjointed. Now the defences have shored up. You're relying on a more creative attacking option, and at the moment, Taipans seem to be building into it more, but the attacking at the line is a little bit too few and far between.
Well, the Saxons and the Wildcats are in action at the moment over on pitch 3 in this competition.
Oh, great dump. Great dump, taking 2 players out of the game. Overlap. It's fifth touch. If they whip it this side onto the near option, there are hands.
Missed pass, great line speed.
Yeah.
An important touch made to end the attack. Megan Clayton again involved for the Tigers, but that's a huge turnover.
Yeah.
Mendez has it and hands it off. Relax is the call from the sideline. Bree Hill, Mendez. On for a hat-trick, number 16, Mendez.
Oh, good option.
Oh, it's just behind Daniela Mendez on that occasion.
It's a really good option, though, because they'd run the sweeper on a couple of occasions and it had been marked up on the open side, so they half picks up, steps back on the other side. A swinger play, as it's called. Unfortunately, the pass is just behind the support, but a really nice variation in the Taipans attack.
But it's the Tigers coming forward for now. Suzuki forces a good touch, but the whistle goes and
penalty.
Sent back the Tigers to reset. Suzuki taps it on. Saunders at the half finds Suzuki. Makes some good yards, and they're into the danger zone now, the Tigers. Touch made. Saunders. Good line speed from Mendez.
Yeah, just catching the Tigers isolated at the moment. Tigers have sort of thrown away a couple touches, but all they need is one. This is fifth. Look to go short side. Ball goes wide to the winger. The touch is made and come close off fifth touch.
Well, it's another lofted ball into those wing channels, and the last touch on this occasion denying the Tigers. It was a forward pass previously. Taipans on the attack. Mendez looks inside and leaves the field. Substitutes are on, and one of them is Saunders. Hubbard, sorry. Hubbard, touch made.
Oh.
Hands it off. That's a lovely Maisie run.
Oh, that's 6 more. She's done so well there. There wasn't really many options afforded to her because of the structure of the Tigers' defence. It ends up buying 6 more, and this is the area you want Taipans to be in.
Well, it's Rachel Keane who's manufactured this excellent position. Good last-ditch touch and blessed. And play half. Jade Hubbard searching for a switch, but instead just sends the ball wide to Sophie Walker. It's beyond her.
Yeah, and again, another opportunity where, well, another example of where you've got extra touches to play with. You can save that long ball for the last touch and see if you can find an opening through the middle and not give the ball away. But as I'm saying that, Midlands surrender possession themselves, and Taipans will have another opportunity, although it looks like we've got a slight injury in the midfield. So I hope that she's okay. But this is a really good attacking opportunity for the Taipans. They'll have a tap penalty to go at the line.
Coffin. The ball in hand. It's Blessed to her left. And finds her Coffin at half. Looking for Blessed again. He won't make it through this time. Rachel Keane is caught. Blessed. Took an amazing run and still going and diving over. The touch was just about made.
Yeah, penalty call. Offside again. We'll have one opportunity to get a score in.
Going down to the left, touch made, and well, that's a bit of a let-off for the Midlands Tigers, Joe.
Yeah, for sure. The Midlands Tigers were surrendering possession on a couple of occasions. Taipans can't quite take advantage. Got a feeling we'll see something different in the second half.
Half-time in the very first game of the Women's 27s competition. We're back for the second half to see who will come out on top against the South East Taipans and the Midlands Tigers.
Again, keep well hydrated. Sun is here for the day. Lovely sunshine here for the Nationals from Nottingham. Reminder, please do not warm up on the cricket area. Please do not warm up on the cricket area. The pitches for Raw is beyond pitch 8 and the next to pitch 7. The red zone on pitch 1 and the red zone on 4 and 5 is also beyond the areas. Thank you very much. Hope you all have a fantastic day. We are getting ready to break the afternoon after this game, I believe. Later on this afternoon, there are some games with drop-offs, so there will be a slight change of schedule this afternoon. So just as always, keep up to date with the online forms and schedule. No plans for moving pictures or anything like that, but we will keep you updated throughout the day. Thank you to everyone that came and attended the meeting for that one. Remember, when you are leaving boxes or sub boxes at the end of the games, rubbish, the bins are all round and next to sub boxes. Please empty rubbish and put them into the bins. Take bottles, clothing with you. If you have lost property that you were missing, some stuff was handled in yesterday. Now we've got the little lost property section. No phones or keys have been handed to us at this time. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2-minute warning. Don't forget, keep going with the Green Challenge Trophy. Green Challenge Trophy is being run this weekend and further England Touch as we aim to make the event more sustainable for this year and future events. We encourage everybody to take part in this. Scan the QR code on the doors and enter your green tries on the Google form. And your team could come out as Green Challenge Trophy champions again this weekend. That will be announced in due course. If you've got any birthdays or big celebrations you need to announce, let us know. We are Players and Officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and Officials, 1-minute warning.
Bobby wants it.
Players and Officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please change the officials, stand by.
Kick-off then in this women's 27s pool group. It's the South East Taipans against the Midlands Tigers, and we're still level at 2 tries apiece here, but it really could go either way. Diving over the line on this occasion, the South East Taipans, but they'll be called back.
Yeah, it's a good starting play from the Taipans, going really direct to the line. Open side quick he comes, looks to the short side, comes back to the open side and snuffed out by the Tigers.
Mendes caught. Tigers looking to attack from deep inside their own half.
Yeah. Tigers driving up the box side now. Good transition.
Plenty of substitutes on the field then. Conroy amongst them. Good ball into Suzuki. And it's suddenly opening up a little bit for the Tigers, but the whistle goes. And that's too many touches, but they've made some good yards, Joe, so they won't be under too much pressure in this attack.
Yeah, for sure. And if they can do what they did in the first half, I was just about to say forcing a turnover, they'll be in a really good field position. They do exactly that. And again, the Tigers definitely on top in terms of defensive pressure.
So often a game decided on the field progression. And in one as tight as this, could really go either way. Gawley hands it off. Touch made. Franks is there at half. Franks with it again. Edging ever closer to the line. Missed pass, just caught. So close to unlocking this Taipans defence, but they have it back. The South East Taipans need to make sure they don't give away another turnover in this dangerous position. Making some good yards for now.
Good transition of the ball there. Really using the ball. Cool, what hands.
Lovely ball inside, and Bree Hill takes the next touch. Cleary into touch herself. Cleary has it back. Hill's over at the half, and that's the maximum for the South East Taipans, who have at least worked their way into the Midlands Tigers half. Touch made. Quick play from Saunders. Franks driving on. Conroy, touch made. All of a sudden they're in a dangerous position. The Tigers with numbers up, driving to the line.
Touch is just made. That's a really good attacking set from the Tigers. But the Taipans wary to it. It seems like the Tigers have really come out in this second half firing. They want to make loads of pressure. Force some errors from the Taipans.
There's white shirts flying out of the line. From all angles, the Taipans in their familiar red. Going from right to left in this second half. And on come the substitutes. Blessed. Good pace. Touched on halfway though. A diving touch. And the referee not happy with something there, Joe.
Yeah, so that's the off the mark call. So touch was made, momentum's carried it forward, taking an extra step, and again it's that gaining an unfair advantage. The touch is really hot on not allowing, and off the mark is quite often accidental, but it's still a fair law for the game.
And still the Tigers driving. Here's, well, it was Alice Bennett. It was a quick ball inside, and that is a missed opportunity. It's just behind Suzuki. Would have been some take, but unfortunately it's a turnover. The Taipans though are still, as they have been for the majority of the second half, marshalled in their own half of the pitch.
Yeah, and I've got to say that this is the area of the game that the Midlands Tigers are definitely on top. Is this transition defence, applying loads of pressure. The line speed is really ferocious. And they're not allowing Taipans any extra yards. They have to work really hard for it, but they do here. Good opportunity. Step back, touch is made, 6-touch turnover. And
almost in.
Much better from the Taipans in general. But again, you still see that pressure in defence from the Tigers. And as much as the Taipans, when they get into the attack, probably look like they could do more on occasion, it's the pressure from the Tigers that's limiting those opportunities to very few instances. And you look at the Taipans transition in contrast to the Tigers transition, and they're pretty much running, rolling on the defence and always attacking the same man, going forwards and really going sideways. And this would be another good opportunity for the Tigers to put that pressure on again.
Well, Franks and co made some great yards for the Tigers, but they've given away a penalty there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's just a foot in the ruck. And just making the touch, trying to get out of that touch, and just clips the ball, and that'll alleviate some of that pressure.
Hill takes the first touch. Mendez will draw the second. On come the changes for the Taipans. Raphael Baby gets it away to Rachel Parry.
Yeah, that's ball down though. Loss of control in the ruck. So again, Tigers' defence and the pressure forcing a turnover from the Taipans.
Well, certainly the tightest game we've had so far, Joe, as well. Still locked at 2 tries apiece. They were scored early in the first half.
Yeah, did say at the start, this 27th division is still emerging, so you've not really got any of any standout individuals that make the difference. What you do have is really well structured and well drilled teams that work together really well in the pods. And Tigers look to go through, but there's another touch, and it really is a case of an immovable object and an unstoppable force, and neither team really willing to budge at this stage.
At the moment, no side able to rack up enough touches in that sort of red zone. But that is a ball put down, and this is a huge opportunity, Joe.
Yeah, Tigers want to take advantage of this opportunity because you've got really good field position. You've done this on a few occasions. And again, if I'm being super critical, just surrendering the ball on first or second touch unnecessarily. What I'd like to see here is Tigers use all of the touches available to them, not rush through their setups, and then on last touch, that's when you can use the long ball and look to go wide.
Well, Hannah Suzuki did inject some great pace into the attack. It's back with Suzuki. The recycles possession. Just spilt. What decision will the referee come to here?
So foot in the ruck from the Taipans. So they'll have a penalty and a repeat set of 6, and this is about as good of an opportunity as the Tigers have had all game. Repeat set of 6, you've just subbed your fresh legs on, use your touches, have a go at the line.
Little show and go, some good footwork. Can't beat the Taipans' defence this time. Suzuki at the half. Gets the pass away, Suzuki recycles it again. Surely a try, this time a touch made.
Yeah, Taipan's defence are really tight to the line, so not a lot of space is afforded to the Tigers. They might have to look at a little bit more creativity to unlock the defence.
Up comes Coffin to make the first touch. Suzuki, now they go to the left. And there's a hand in there. Another touch made by the Taipans.
Yeah, that's 6 more though. Ball knocked down by the Taipans, so again, another repeat set.
Surely soon the Tigers have got to break through.
32 shortcoming.
This time it's Saunders on the half. Suzuki knows herself, but he's touched again. And it's just taken a bit of energy out of the game, Joe.
Yeah, the game's just slowed down a little bit. But I tell you what, if the Taipans are able to make a defensive shutout here, they'll celebrate it like a score because they are under the cosh a little bit. And Tigers just slowing down in their structure.
Suzuki touched on. Saunders outside, that's a long ball, diving over.
What a touch, what a diving touch.
Touch has been made. Raphael Baby with a huge intervention at 21 for the Taipans, a massive touch. Rafaela Baby with a huge intervention, and the Taipans are still in defence here, and they finally want it back.
Really good defensive stubbornness from the Taipans, because sometimes when you're under pressure, you've just got to be stubborn. You've got to have the grip between your teeth and just get the job done. They do exactly that, and if they can complete their set here and get fresh legs on efficiently, I think they will. That is a really positive result from the Taipans. That'll do wonders for the confidence. And
Coffin made some great initial yards, and then Bless driving on. Good ball for Hubbard, over the top. Touch made.
I wonder if she could have just gone through there. There was a bit of a gap that opened up. Just want to see her put the hammer down and go through the hole. And I tell you what, that really would have been flipping the momentum on its head. Be able to defend 3 repeat sets, got the other end in 1 transition and score, but opportunity squandered a little bit.
Still tied at 2 tries apiece with 10 minutes to go in the opening game, in the opening round of the women's 27s category. And the Tigers are level with the Taipans, but they're making waves here.
Yeah.
They've got 6 more touches as well.
Looks like it will be. Yeah, offside, so tap penalty.
Morecambe with a tap. Touch made. Franks wants it on the return. We'll play half instead. Conroy turning on the gas. Conroy, there could be one over, going herself. The ball was dislodged.
I think they're saying touch first. Yep, touch first. No, ball just loses, but the ball was grounded. Touch came in first. A nice little bit of variation there, but good line speed from the Taipans. Taipans middle getting up and shutting down the option. They look for the link punish again. Step back on the open side. Ball goes to ground, and that'll be a turnover ball.
Franks, the pass behind her as she was falling, so a really difficult ball to take.
Oh.
Looks like the Tigers might have some more possession. Franks back with it.
Yeah, I think the referee's just saying that the middle released a little bit too early, shooting out of the line.
Victoria Franks looking to get on the outside of the Taipans, creates the touch, lovely line. Looking to free Franks, but she goes herself this time. Morecambe touched. Franks picks a good line. Ball over the top. What a grab! Plucked out of the air, and it was going to take something special to unlock this Taipans defence. That's exactly what we've seen here, Joe. What a great take.
Yeah, great ball as well. Again, engaging both the link and the wing. And the full stretch off the ground, catch and ground. And as you say, it was going to take something special. The Tigers deliver exactly that, and Taipans just struggling to get out of their defence when they, surrender possession to the Tigers, and then look to go up the other end and get an equalising score as soon as possible.
Zoe Woodhams with a quite brilliant take, and that's what it's taken.
Here we go.
To get the Tigers in front. But what a hammer blow this will be if the Taipans could all of a sudden turn it on after being held for so long by this Tigers defence. It's a game that you'd think 1 try or so would be enough, and there's another touch made.
No score given. Calder offside. Fergal in a really good position on the on-field ref. Big wave of the hand saying nope, play through. Well recognised from the Taipans, and they do go through. Offside. And there it is. There's the equalising score, 3 apiece.
And it's a hat-trick as well. The Taipans number 16.
We love that. We've had a couple hat-tricks actually throughout this tournament. We had I think it was Will Lewis yesterday, had 4 in 1 game. He was loving life.
It's a hat-trick as well for the Taipans number 16 in this women's 27s competition. I can't believe we were level for so long. As soon as the Tigers made a breakthrough, the Taipans came back and scored another.
It's often the way you sort of get that kick of momentum when you go 1 down. And now here come the Tigers themselves.
Suzuki hands it off.
Lovely transfer, really quick catch and pass. And
really good hands from Conroy.
And they got 5th touch. Ooh,
Suzuki
unlucky.
Put it back towards the left-hand side, just hung up, and it dropped to the floor, so the Taipans come away with it. But they'll have to create something special to score from here.
Yeah, the midfield pressure from the Tigers is just loosening ever so slightly. A little bit of fatigue setting in maybe. Sun is beating down. It's very tiresome. I think you see a little bit of that fatigue creeping in there from a Taipan's perspective. Ball just behind the player.
Ball down. Here's Suzuki. Forcing a touch. And sweeping round the corner come the substitutes.
Good spot again there from Fergal. Ball down at the ruck, just losing the control of it. And another turnover, and now we're starting to get into that area where tired legs are setting in, there's more turnovers, and this will now be decided by the team that's willing to work the hardest and just really put in those hard yards. Taipan's looking a little bit more... We've got a little bit more momentum going into this transition, but that's fifth, a little bit static. You're going to need to find some pace, but the Tigers' defence is more than up to it.
It's another turnover. Sawyer Franks will draw the first touch. Tigers still in their own half. Bennett touched again. Franks powers on, leaves the field. And here come the substitutes. Saunders. And then carried on. Well, this is looking threatening from the Tigers. Well, that's their last opportunity. Still level at 3 tries apiece. About 4 minutes to go here on pitch 1 at the England Touch Association Nationals in this women's 27s game, the first of the tournament so far. It's been one for the real purists as it's still level at 3 apiece. Plenty of turnovers, but now the Taipans running with a bit of pace, almost through. Story of this game, a threatening looking attack, but they just run out of touches, and it's a penalty as well that's gone.
Yeah, throwing the ball away.
The way of the Midland Tigers.
Play on called. You're going to go round the outside.
Well, what a score this will be. Coffin looking to get across.
Yeah,
diving over.
Great finish, going round the outside. Good call from Fergal, the on-field ref. Winger was offside, call played through, and then she sticks the hammer down.
Well, that's a really important try for the Tigers. Coffin so close to getting across. It's a great finish. We've seen already that the Taipans respond immediately when under pressure, and they'll need to here. Just 3 minutes to go. 1 try down. Blessed will take the first touch. Good pace injected by Bree Hill. Hubbard, Blessed. On the switch, looking to create something. Hill takes it down the short side. Ooh. Wow, lovely footwork. Hill goes over. Can you believe it? The Taipans are level again.
Here we go. What a right foot step. The footwork is excellent. Taipans actually striking with momentum. There it is. Bang, see you later. Dive at the line. Ball is down. And it seems like every time the Tigers pull one away, it gives the Taipans a little kick that they need. And they go down the other end and equalise once again. And so going into the last 2 minutes, can't help but feel like if someone can get a score now, that'll probably seal it.
Well, there's not long left to go, just 2 minutes in this thrilling game. Topsy-turvy stuff in the women's 27s group. Franks, miss pass, ball popped on the inside. Franks back with it. Morecambe takes the touch, try score already in this game. Franks just teasing the Taipans' defence. That's 1 touch too many, so it's back. The Southeast Taipans, who have 1 minute and 30 to steal this game from right underneath the noses of the Tigers, who have been in front on numerous occasions here after chasing down the Taipans' early lead in this second half. Twice they've gone in front, twice they've been immediately cut back in this race to the first victory in the women's 27s competition.
Oh, 6-touch turnover. They've got a really good platform going down the short side and just losing track of the touch count. And Tigers might be one of the last opportunities to go and take the victory here.
Under 1 minute to go, 4 tries apiece. Twice the Tigers went in front in the second half. Twice they were pinned back by the Taipans, but they're rolling on here. It's Harding. He hands it off. They're over the goal line, but the ball goes down.
6 more though, touched in flight. So this will be it, your last opportunity to get this win. 25 seconds.
30 seconds to go. Saunders is back to Harding. Emily Harding with the tap. Harding, Saunders at the half. Gets the pass away, darts over. What will the decision be? Well, it doesn't look like the try was given. And that will be the end of this game. What a thrilling contest. The Tigers denied at the very last. And the Taipans have hung on for a draw here where they were trailing throughout the second half. They've done really well to secure themselves the points, and what an excellent start to this competition.
Yeah, the Women's 27s division was always going to be close. I didn't quite imagine it being that close. Both sides putting a really good account of themselves out there, and to be fair, both sides also leaving some scoring opportunities out there. So I think when the rust wears off as the day progresses, you'll see some higher scoring affairs in the 27s for sure.
Well, up next, it's the Women's Open, the first time it's been live for you here on Pitch 1 today. And it's the Northwest Touch who take on the Midlands Tigers. Both sides sit on 6 points. 6 points off a semi-final place. Can they chase down the Sharks or the Taipans? We'll see who will come out on top in that next game here as the Northwest Touch take on the Midlands Tigers.
Tigers versus Wildcats. So if you're interested in watching the game, we have the final women's 40s. This is Tigers versus Wildcats. If you want to get any kind of tunnel or anything arranged, you will have to get it underway very quickly because the countdown is on for the next game. A reminder, when moving yourselves from sub boxes, take your rubbish, take your bottles, take your clothing, and obviously make a swift exit so the next team can get in nice and smooth. Keep on with the green challenge for this weekend. Scan the QR code and complete your green tries on the Google form. The QR codes are all around the main pavilion. Can you get your team with the Green Challenge Trophy champions this weekend? There is a trophy as well for us if you want to participate in that. Midlands, Will Mellor, happy birthday for tomorrow. So Will Mellor and the Midlands. It is a birthday tomorrow. Ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. So if you're around watching games today, please get on to Field 8. It's our first final, Women's 40s. Big shout out to Midlands Tigers and West Wildcats, and also to our 3 refs down there today. Have a great game, enjoy yourselves, and please go and show your support if you are free. As players, supporters, please go and look at Field 8. Thank you very much. Well, as Chris Simon said, get yourself on Twitter if you want to see the final of the Women's 40s, Tigers versus Wildcats. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 30-second warning. Please take to the field. Ready to play.
our first game then of the women's open competition. And in this game, it's the Northwest Touch in action for the first time. And then Maroon and Blue playing from right to left. Your old team, Joe, in action here.
Yeah, this women's open side is super aggressive. It's been developing as well, some new players in the side. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do on live stream. And they've drawn a penalty almost immediately.
Well, they have drawn that penalty, so 6 touches for them. Loveridge at the half. Back with Wynn. Little show and go, assessing their options. Great movement to get on the outside. Evans is caught, and that's the end of the first attack. But there's some clever-looking players in this Northwest Touch side.
Yeah, and a lot of the women from the Northwest play an experienced touch with NQ Rebels, and it's a really high calibre of touch in the northern quarter of Manchester. So, you know, these guys will be really experienced to play in these structures, and I've got a feeling you'll see a lot of similar structure than the Northwest men's open side will also play.
We'll see them in action later on today, but for the moment, it's the Tigers who we've seen plenty of. This, their women's open side, but that attack doesn't go to plan, so it's back with the Northwest Touch. Good line from Crossley, and they're rolling on. It was Loveridge who was taking the touch there. She leaves the field, as does Evans. Good ball on the inside. This is looking threatening from the touch. It's behind Georgia McCavanagh.
Yeah, G is so explosive. She's one of the fastest women that we've got on the field. Is just super, super talented and very knowledgeable as well. The experience in the Northwest Women's Open side is really invaluable, because you have got some new players coming in, and to be able to bounce off that experience, it must make the process of learning touch so much easier when you've got people as knowledgeable.
McCavanagh makes some good yards, and here she's at the half, handing it off. McCavanagh again. Here is Crossley, back inside. Crossley. Hobson. Wants a bit more movement, Hobson. And here's Crossley, beautiful ball, diving over there. Shanthi Lloyd, Anchi Lord, that is even. It might have been number 13, Chelsea Chong, in fact.
Yeah, they get over for the first score. It's really nice long ball from Anna Crossley. Lovely right to left pill, and a very good diving ground. Ball just down before the touch comes in.
Chong with the opening score then for the Northern Touch. This is an important game for both sides. The Northwest Touch currently sit on 6 points, as do the Midlands Tigers, along with the Saxons, looking to chase down the Sharks and the Taipans. It's the Tigers on the attack here. That's a lovely ball.
Offside called though.
Kate Davis-Bevan rolling over, but they'll have 6 touches of it. Davis-Bevan. Laces, the oldest stoppage in the book across any format of rugby.
Laces, sir. Yeah, all day.
Wilson, Davis-Bevan. Wilson back with it, great pace, darting in.
Touch is made. What a diving touch, saving a certain try.
Hobson puts a hand up and says that was all me there, ref. Miss pass. And a missed opportunity as well for the Tigers. Touch made, and here come this Northwestern side. Bannister. Very direct from Evans.
Yeah, they always will be. They just want to go forward. They want to get to the try line, and as efficient as possible. Here comes the scoop. Looks to square up a player. Does. She's wise to it. And the Midlands Tigers defending the Northwest transition very well.
Good footwork there from Evans, just couldn't get away, so Tigers on the attack.
Oh, well. Great dump in behind the two players. There's little bits like that that make all the difference, and now there's some open field to run into.
Well, that's a really lovely line of running from Simon.
Oh, so good.
The ball just goes down.
Unfortunate, because that was brilliant transition work from the Midlands Tigers, cutting through the Northwest a little bit too easily. And unfortunately, it's the last bit that just didn't stick. But early doors, Midlands Tigers banging the door down.
Good ball from Loveridge on the turn as well. And then the pace injected into the attack.
Nicky Wise now, so experienced. Open side quickie, so bread and butter, dive at the line, good footwork. Oh, it's a lovely score. Nicky Wise, little stutter step, see you later.
Wise with the finish, freshly onto the field, but herself and McCavanagh are a dangerous conversation in the centre to be had.
Oh yeah, lovely play. Wise to McCavanagh, just Nicky Wise stutter step, gets on the outside, probably could have dove at the line herself. Unselfish in her play, and gives the ball off to McCavanagh. And Northwest really looking dangerous when they get to the line.
Well, level on points coming into this game, but this will see the Northwest touch climb to 10 points. That's some lovely footwork. Well, it deserved a try.
That is close.
Footwork like that.
That is close. It's about as close as you can get. Good left foot whack. Can't quite get the ball down before the touch comes in, but they'll have another couple opportunities.
Loveridge on that occasion with the great footwork. That ball's gone loose and it will be a turnover. Carried on by the touch then. This is an impressive looking attack. Oh, lovely ball over the top and a great take by Mia Watts. A wide ball. There looked to be some kind of interference there from the Tigers, but just forward past the call. Physical touch made there. But it's been called instead as a turnover for the Northwest touch. Big opportunity for them. Watts hands it off.
I mean, it's a long way, to be fair.
Well, here come Northwest touch, assessing their options. Win. Well, this could be on here. Win with a lovely take. Looking to squeeze through two players. Well, once again, it's the Northwest touch on the offensive, and that is a beautiful ball over the cross of the defence. And it'll be a second try for Chelsea Chong. Instead, just given as a turnover.
Yeah, sideline ref called. So the on-field ref was happy with the pass. Sideline ref is in a better position and used that knowledge and just said, actually, it's a little bit forward to me, sir. So good opportunity chalked off. And
here comes Hannah McLaughlin.
Oh, good yards made up the middle. So a bit of it could be given a hard touch. It's just foot in the ruck. It's a fair call from the referee. The Midlands Tigers now have a really good platform to launch.
McLaughlin and Evans just coming together there. But now it's the Tigers through Cone. Good ball. McLaughlin, little show and go. Carries it straight in.
Big
contact there.
Big truck up the middle.
Good ball from Cone. Looking to open up the Tigers. Cone with a quick pass. Lovely step. Great footwork. Simon in for the score.
What a left foot step, getting underneath the touching player. And I thought initially that they might have dumped the ball a little bit too close to the line, but not too close for the Tigers. And the left foot step, a long dive, gets over, and they cut that deficit in half.
As she was falling as well, Phoebe Simon, so really impressive play from her. But it's the touch back on the offensive. Hobson skips away. Great yards, and all of a sudden, look how close to the line they are. In fact, it's Wise.
Yeah, penalty. It's so good. Nicky Wise is, well, pardon the pun, but wise to it. Recognises that the middle had never really hit the line, so just pulls out, makes that aware to the referee, and gets the repeat set.
Wise forces the touch, and there's another foot in there.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's one of those, you're trying to put a big shot in, so you use your feet to plant. But Northwest coming out on top in that decision. So there's Wise again. McCavanagh will be saying that all day.
Through the centre, McCavanagh and Wise still functioning, looking threatening. Here's McCavanagh. Wise going herself. Excellent effort.
Brilliant touch.
Touch made.
Really good touch getting off the line. It's difficult when you're running. You got someone running at you who's diving so low, but getting off that line and making the touch.
Wise. McCavanagh again. Wise again. Good high press. Davis Bavin.
Yeah, she's really impressed with her defensive pressure. Always up in the faces. This is fifth, last opportunity. Kavanagh looks to go wide, doesn't. Show and go, dummy. And G's got the speed to go over.
Davis Bavin beaten on this time following about 2 or 3 efforts at the high press. And that's a great score. Northwest touch.
Yeah, really nice dive over the line, and it's that variation. So you saw exactly that same setup, and they went long, and then Midlands Tigers sort of protecting that long ball option. And McCavanagh is just too intelligent, sees the space, has the speed to execute, and they extend their lead back out to 2. With Midlands Tigers now.
Good opportunity then for Midlands Tigers, and they need to take it 3-1 down. Great pickup. Needs support, finds it.
Yeah, score given.
A great score for Godwin. Carries Godwin with an excellent finish.
Yeah, and she's been one of the staples of this Women's Open side for the Midlands Tigers. Really knowledgeable player, bags of experience, and just holds a space in the gap, backs that the ball is going to come, and ends up just diving over the line. And it's pretty much exactly like we saw in the 27s. One score goes in one end, other one goes in down the other.
Lovely show and go from Loveridge, and suddenly Northwest once again encroaching on the Midlands Tigers line. Long pass, good take from Chong. Was robbed of her second by a tough call from the referee. Evans, really physical touch this time, but Evans back with it. Looking to change the direction of the attack. That's the final touch.
Yeah, and it's a really good defensive set from the Midlands Tigers. That's a big shot. That'll be the easiest hard touch decision you will see all day. Massive touch. A little bit frustrated, maybe.
Well, the Tigers are 1 try behind in this important Women's Open game. They'll all be part of the quarterfinals, but can anyone chase down a semi-final spot? These two sides at the moment are 6 points behind second place.
Yeah, it would be a hard ask. The two southeast sides are just electric, absolutely electric. But Northwest giving it a good crack here, and so are the Midlands Tigers.
Davis Bavin back inside to Watts. And through the hands, there's a bit of space. Almost away, a really important touch. Wilson. Watts, back to Wilson. Watts at the half. Looking once again for Anna Wilson. But the sweep was taking place down the left-hand side instead.
Yeah, it was a really good option, actually, to cut back against the grain. But, oh, yes, Midlands, really good aggressive turnover. Getting up in the faces of Northwest. Northwest still subbing players on. Midlands could have gone quickly there.
Fleming will tap and leave it. Davis Bavin. Wilson take a touch on the line. Wilson, good ball inside to Davis Bavin.
Forward pass.
But that's unfortunate. Just didn't make enough ground through the centre, and the break is on perhaps for Kavanagh. Kavanagh ball inside to her strike partner again. In Wise. Held back just inside the halfway. Miss pass. Here is Wynn. Good ball inside, and Wise making great yards, galloping through the defence. Also makes the touch. Kavanagh.
Here we go. I think we're going to see a sweeper. No, link punish. They step back. G. McCavanagh looks to go through, but the touch is made. What a brilliant defensive effort.
Diving across, Wilson makes the touch and turns it over, and you can see it on the face of Rosina McCavanagh there.
Yeah, I thought for all the money she was going to go through the gap, but a brilliant defensive read. And at the moment, not a lot separating the two teams, but this transition defence from Northwest is really trapping the Midlands Tigers in their own half. And this is fifth coming, and they've not got up to halfway.
That's some great line speed.
Yeah.
And the touch is made, a turnover just shy of halfway.
And that's the Northwest template. You've got to be fierce in defence. You've got to be flying up out the line. You want to be aggressive, and they do exactly that for the turnover.
Wise in the touch, McCavanagh, good ball inside. So McCavanagh will play half. Win. Good speed and pace to the attack. Well, it might be on that right-hand side.
Yeah, there will be a penalty, though. The Midlands Tigers middle was just sort of obstructing Wynn as she tried to scoop through. And you don't really want to be surrendering 6 touches.
Here's Hobson. 6 touches to play with. Surely they must convert their 4th and re-establish their 2-point advantage.
Yep. Ooh, thought that was the hand signal for the score there, but the touch is made. Good defensive effort again. Northwest roll back through, just having a look at dropping early.
Hobson has it on the return. Well, it was certainly on out left, but another touch is made, this time on Xanthi Lord. Lord rolls it back for Chom. Hobson forces the touch and gets it on the return. They change the direction of the attack. Lovely ball over the top. And it's a great finish, and finally they break through. Northwest touch were frustrated by the Midlands Tigers. That is a great pass.
Yeah, it's Ellie Coulter getting down in the corner. Really good finish. Beautiful left to right long ball over the top, and as you say, if you surrender 6 touches, surely they'll make it pay.
Well, the ball has gone loose there, so it's a turnover. Momentum just starting to swing the way of the Northwestern touch. And the touch is made by Hannah McLaughlin. Choosing to hold on to it there. Good defence from the Tigers.
Yeah.
Whistle goes.
Yeah, hard touch call in the midfield. Looked a little bit harsh, for my opinion.
Carly Wynn with a good carry. Just looking to get those Tigers defenders to bite and get on the outside of them. Loveridge on the return, gets the ball away. Evans, Loveridge. Bit of a hospital pass to Wynn, who is caught. Loveridge on the carry, taking on all comers, but denied.
6-touch turnover, really good defensive set from the Midlands Tigers. Going up in 3s rather than in 2s, so not allowing the Northwest to cut around them as often as they have been. And if that's their defensive structure, they'll find a lot more success and they'll shut out Northwest on more occasions. But it's this area if they can improve. Can they dump the ball further up the field? Can they save some yards? That's much better. Great platform.
A great line from Wilson. Looks key to this side. That's a great run as well from Davis Bavin, but just didn't have the final pass.
It's unfortunate because they've done really well to save some yards in the midfield. And unfortunately, it's just, again, that last connection isn't quite sticking as well as we know that it can. And if you look at the Tigers transition in comparison to the Northwest transition is just electric. This is 5th coming, and they're going to dump pretty much bang on the 7. G. McCavanagh looking to scoop, or they might even go for the quickie.
McCavanagh then, once again, Northwestern in the blink of an eye have made it into this dangerous position. Wise, McCavanagh.
Yeah, great play. Opportunity.
What a finish that is.
What a transition. What a transition. That is absolutely textbook from coast to coast, A to B. They had all the time in the world on the line. Incredibly smart play by Wise and McCavanagh. And what a pop back on the inside.
Beautifully weighted pass, taking it as she fell to ground to dot it down. Nicola Wise. Nicola Wise with another important intervention. This Northwest touch team really dependent on their Really impressive two central players.
Yeah, and they've played together so often as well. They're two players who've also played for a lot of different teams, so have a lot of experience playing in other structures. And then when they come together, they just complement each other really well. Nicky's got the knowledge and the tactics and will read defences really well. And then you've got Jimmy Kavanagh, who's just all wheels, all gas, all hands, just physical and mental technique to the absolute max. And I mean, responsible for 4 of the 5 tries so far.
Well, half-time beckons and the buzzer does go, but there's still one last attack for the Northwest touch. But the touch is made by the Tigers, so that will bring us into the break. And in a game that at times has seemed really even, the Northwestern touch, their transition has just been the difference as they lead by 5 tries to 2.
Yeah, the transition's just been electric, and full credit to the coaching team of the Northwest Women's. Adam Brimlow's got it absolutely right. That transition is just something else. The way that they're able to save touches, they rely on the physicality, they can play outside of shooters. I mean, really, it's textbook.
At half-time then, Northwest touch in the Women's Open lead by 5 tries to 2 against the Midlands Tigers. They'll be up to 10 points in the group if they can hold on from here as they chase down second place and that semi-final spot in the Women's Open. Second half to come, what can the Midlands Tigers offer in response?
Officials, 1 minute warning. So as you know, we have Northwest versus Tigers on pitch 1, and then field 8, Tigers versus Wildcats versus for the final. We will get you an update on the score. Players and officials, 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
There goes the familiar buzzer here in Nottingham, and well, it was an excellent first half by Northwest Touch, and they've established a pretty healthy 3-try advantage, and this is a huge result for them. Really important that regardless if you're able to chase down those semi-final spots, you take the best form into the quarters.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, Northwest will be looking to go through their structure, really drill some areas that maybe they need a little bit of tweaking here and there throughout the day 1 and day 2. That's a huge contact in the middle. It looks to be one of those unfortunate ones, and nothing really purposeful in it. But you can hear all of the people on the side, the groans from the crowd. They know that that one's quite big. But fair play to her, she looks very reluctant to step off. Anna Brimlow, the coach, had to come on and say, do you need a moment? And she has been sent for time, so this will be a defensive 5-on-6.
Well, what a time then for Northwest, who could kill the game really with a couple of early tries in this second half. And that is what they could have here. There's so many numbers over, and then darting for the line herself.
Yeah, this is 5th touch coming, so they have one other opportunity. Just want to hold the width. Because at the moment, the Midlands Tigers have to be so tight, because you can't give G and Nikki Wise an opportunity in the middle. But here we go.
McCavanagh.
It's the option. Ellie Coulter can't quite ground it. And for the Midlands Tigers, that is some result. Defending and attacking set as 5. But it doesn't end there.
Northwest Touch then. They're maroon and black there, playing from left to right in this second half. Midlands Tiger, who we've seen plenty of so far today, playing from right to left as another 6 touches are added to the board.
Yeah, Midlands Tigers getting a penalty there, so it's a hard touch given. So 1-1 on the hard touch department so far.
Dean takes touch this time.
And Northwest just want to put some pressure on. One thing that you don't want to do in this situation, as a game sense perspective, you're playing against 5. You don't want to take your foot off the gas because you know they're only playing with 5. That's exactly what's happening here. Midlands are milking a couple of penalties. They're holding possession, winding the clock down for that sent for time. And if they can sort of maintain the status quo of 5-2, whilst they're only outfit of 5. That's a massive result for the Midlands Tigers, but unfortunately after milking 2 penalties, they then surrender the ball pretty needlessly. That's another hard touch, so the physicality is increasing steadily in this second half.
And the Northwest make a couple of changes as they tap off that penalty, but it was spilt, and it is a turnover in a dangerous position as well. Godwin into touch. Loveridge listed to Dean. That's Imogen Loveridge for the Tigers. And here is Dean, skipping through a couple.
Yeah, called offside. That looks like that'll be score given. And what a result for the Midlands Tigers, 5-on-6, and now the sent for time is finished. So they've actually come out in a net gain with 5-on-6, and that is not something you can say very often.
Well, it was great awareness as well from Dean to get past Evans and then step around the last defender before the penalty had been called, and dots down to score. So first try of the second half goes the way of the Midlands Tigers.
Yeah, and what a result. 5-on-6, I'll say it again. Defending a full set against the Northwest Women's Open and then going down the other end and getting the score. A man down. It's superb, and if Midlands can ride that momentum, they'll be well in this game.
For now though, it's the Northwest Touch in a dangerous area. This game has been played primarily in, it seems, these close quarters. Holson with the ball inside. There's numbers over. That's a great ball.
Yeah, score given. Ellie Coulter diving down in the corner. Lovely catch and ground, receives the ball, full extension at the line. Northwest do extend the lead back out to 3.
Coulter keeps a hold of it on this occasion and slides in. Great awareness as well to get away from the on-rushing Tigers defender. First touch for the Tigers, carried in by McLaughlin. Amy Russell wants it back. And Russell, McLaughlin. And that's a great finish. Oh, it is given as well.
It's touch came in, but the ref's given a penalty because the Northwest had dropped early, so weren't going to engage the Midlands attack. So very unlucky, actually. You sometimes see those decisions just get given as a score playing advantage.
Simon. Back with Phoebe Simon.
Hey,
quick
right.
hands. And McLaughlin.
They just need to get this ball off the floor a little bit faster because you're allowing the Northwest defence just to come rushing up. That's much better.
Simon, show and go.
Another penalty, so one more. And again, this is one of those more nuanced rules. One more penalty. And one of the Northwest defenders will step out for the remainder of the Midlands Tigers' possession. So Northwest will have to be squeaky clean, and Midlands Tigers, you just want to do the exact same thing. See if you can milk a penalty, see if you can get another score.
It's a good line, good wraparound, and good hands, but...
There it is.
Well, there's a third penalty.
Yep, and he has to step out of the box, and now it's 6-on-5 in favour of Midlands Tigers. And Midlands Tigers have come out of the second half, firing.
Cone points the other direction, but takes it anyway. Simon, great ball.
Yeah, there we go. And the referee's taken a little bit of a tumble, but he can still see where he needs to go. And that's the score. And what an amazing set a couple minutes for the Midlands Tigers.
And a pretty impressive take as well. Bonsworth under a lot of pressure.
It's brilliant play. Getting round the outside, ball down. It's really hard. He's got, a couple feet, if that, to catch and ground, and does just that. And Midlands Tigers look like they're really up for this second half.
6 tries to 4. Northwest starts still in front by 2. But it's not been plain sailing for them in this second block of 20 so far. Win, looking to get on the outside.
Yeah, so foot in the ruck called, so Northwest will have a penalty. Set of 6 on the line.
Here is Hobson. Hands it off to Win and plays half herself. Back inside to Hobson, diving for the line.
Yep. Touch made.
No, the touch was made. Here's Hobson again. Win. Pressure on her. Hobson plays half. Galloping towards the line is Evans.
Yep. Score given.
And this time it is given.
It's a lovely little sweeper play on the link, what we call the doggies. You go round the outside, she gets in behind the covering defender, and yep, the link doesn't quite hit the line before the touch is made. She gets the ball down, and Northwest reasserting their dominance in attack. They do need to shore up a little bit in defence though, allowing the Midlands Tigers some opportunities and also giving them boosts of confidence when really Northwest just need to keep a grip of this game.
Well, the Tigers on the offensive. And they're recycling well here, and suddenly they're really close to the line. It's another great effort. But the touch was made. Great pace. So close to getting away. But another touch was made, and this time it's led to a turnover, Joe.
Yeah, it's really good defensive work. That's much better from the Northwest, just securing up their defence, making sure that they're not giving away any unnecessary penalties. They do exactly that. And now they're able to roll into their transition. But this is a much better transition defence from Midlands. This is 4th now and not over halfway. They need to look to try and save some touches. They don't. This is 5th. They've got to create something from nothing, and it's a really good defensive shutout for the Midlands Tigers.
And the Tigers do have it back. A couple of long passes and some good footwork. But the touch is made. They stack up the left-hand side. And on come some substitutes. The Midlands Tigers, what can they create? Cone has a hand in there from Wynn.
Oh, there's a penalty for Chat there. So again, and just allowing pressure. Northwest sort of doing themselves a bit of a disservice.
Well, Cone does well to take it to the line. She'll get it back as well. Cone really marshalling things in the centre for the Tigers. And it might be on out wide. That's a good take. Some good footwork to get away. But the touch is made.
Yeah, good recycling of the play, not just to surrender it. Midlands Tigers will have another couple opportunities.
Russell, good ball inside. Russell with a quick pick-up as well.
Offside penalty. So Midlands Tigers have another set of 6. We know what happened last time they built some pressure.
Simon assesses her options, and it's the Cone on the outside who gets it on the return, darting over. Touch made. Good defence from Chong and Co. Simon. Russell takes the touch from Wynn, and it's back to Simon, who injects some real pace into the attack, but denied again. Great defence by Northwest. Simon to have another crack. Takes the touch. Simon from long range. Looks to be a little bit short there.
Just a little bit short, but there's another penalty coming. So that's 2 now. 1 more and another player will go for time.
On comes Imogen Loveridge. But Simon still running things from the centre, and that time it's loose.
Oh, they've done so well to get the penalty. They looked like they were really building, and just an execution error alleviating the pressure. And that's much better for the Northwest in their transition. Just want to see that extra pass go.
Wynn, who's now left the field, added some real intensity to this latest transition. Oh, great pace, almost got away. Huge touch from Simon on Wise.
Yeah, it's 5th touch now, so I have to create something from nothing.
Wise.
Oh, good option.
That's a beautiful switch on the wraparound.
And they get the 6 more for touch in flight, and what a great option.
Big opportunity then. A Northwest touch, who've weathered a storm from the Tigers in response to their latest score. Wise puts the ball inside, but that is a huge missed opportunity, Joe.
Yeah, and very wise to it. The Northwest player just slyly trying to kick the ball back without getting away with it, but the ref's too weathered for that.
Wise does well to get off the line and make the touch. It's a good ball inside. And a good line from Kate Davis-Babin.
Yeah, she's been a real threat whenever she's been on the ball. Really direct player.
Fleming almost got away. Wilson, who again was very present in the first half. Great yards. Won by Kate Davis-Babin. Will tap off as well. Fleming, Davis-Babin looking for Fleming inside, but instead it's the final touch. But Northwest are deep inside their own half.
What a touch that is. Really dominant shot again. And unfortunately, just Northwest may be guilty of overplaying there and give a really good opportunity to the Midlands. To be honest, with 6.5 minutes to go, 3 tries down, Midlands really do need a score here.
Davis-Babin takes the touch. Fleming hands it off to Wilson. Here's Fleming. Taking a bit of pace out of the attack for now, Mia Watts. Fleming into touch. Watts. Wilson. Little show and go. Did she get away from Evans?
Offside penalty. So again, this is, Northwest very guilty of a high penalty count when on the line, and Midlands Tigers, you're just sort of thinking, can we get some more? Can we execute? See if we can draw some more penalties, get the man advantage, and then go and put it in the corner, but they've got to go quick.
We've been here before. Watts will take the first touch. It's a powerful one from Wynn. Some really physical interventions coming in from Northwest. Fleming caught by some good line speed. Here's Wilson. Diving over.
Great touch. Great touch. And you can hear the communication. Little high five from the Northwest girls there. Brilliant communication, staying out, staying man on man, backing the athleticism to cover the ground, and Midlands Tigers having another crack at the line now. Sweeper play, step back, great option. Whoa, what a shoot there from Carly Wynn, reading the play, getting out of the line, and what a brilliant defensive set from Northwest.
Northwest once again have escaped unscathed from another Midlands Tiger attack. This game could easily be level at this stage.
And here's the transition. There we go. That's much better from the Northwest. And when they get it rolling, it's so potent. This is Fifth. Great dump, great touch for Fifth. It's coming now.
Well, that's a great pass. Caught. Good line speed. I think it's Katrina Cotti out there from the Midlands Tigers.
So no touches to play with.
Ball back inside, but Elizabeth Davies is hassled by the Tigers, so they've got it back. Good step, almost getting away from McCavanagh. Well, they've made good yards in this transition, and they're almost up to halfway.
Yeah, great. Oh, I see. It's a very consistent call. But also, I think in that touch, maybe the Midlands player needs to be getting, bending a little bit earlier to secure that possession, because at some point those calls are going to become a little bit more of a grey area, and you might not get them as easily. Unfortunately, the ball goes to ground there.
Well, the ball went to ground, so the Northwest will play from inside their own half. They do lead by 7 tries to 4. The Tigers, in the last 5 minutes or so, have been unable to capitalise on their great pressure. And now with just 3.5 minutes on the clock, Northwest could strike a real blow against the Tigers. Great run, great carry, waving play on. Surely this is another score.
So the penalty gets given, so the touch was made, but the touching player had never really hit the onside line. So touch is given, penalty is also given. So now the Northwest will have an opportunity to really put the last nail in the coffin.
Hobson thought she was over there.
I thought she was over there.
Instead she'll recycle at half, diving in. The ball was dislodged.
She's so athletic, it's so explosive when you get onto those dives, and here we go.
And Crossley it was, diving for the line, and here she is again, Crossley. Great footwork, and then at a second time of asking, just caught.
Tried to step her in a phone booth, can't quite get there. Here she is again, Crossley, Kavanagh. Great touch, getting out in the line, making the play, shutting it down, and Northwest got to generate something now.
Hobson with Crossley. Hobson again, back to Crossley, then flashed across the face, and it would have been a wonderful take all the way out there.
It's unfortunate, really is, because it looked for all the world that ball was going to go to hand, and Northwest done really well to generate that opportunity. But Midlands Tigers again showing that they are more than capable of defending the Northwest attack.
2 minutes to go here, unless they score immediately. You'd think it might be over for the Tigers.
Yeah, unfortunately they've not really been able to make all that pressure count. But there we go, there's some pace, but what a diving touch that is.
Simon thought for all the world she was away, but back came Crossley. And the Northwest touch have most likely sealed the game with that intervention. Crossley's done really well as she leaves the field. Carried on by Bannister, who's made great yards. Lovely step from Wise. McCavanagh, Wise, great hands, but difficult ball for Xanthi Lord to take.
Yeah, and to be honest, as this game sort of winds down, I think it's just run away from the Midlands Tigers over the past 5 or 10 minutes, but they put a real good account of themselves in. I mean, they're attacking, when they get their attack right, it's super, super electric. And their defence, I mean, they defended a full set of 6 as a set of 5 against the Northwest's probably most dangerous pod in the attacking sense. So lots of positives for the Midlands Tigers to take from this game. They've been super impressive when it all clicks together. I think the main difference in this game has been that the Northwest have just clicked on more occasions than the Midlands.
Action in our next game is from the mixed open pool. You'll be off to watch your beloved Northwestern Touch in the mixed open. You'll form a side. Here on pitch 1, it will be the Sharks up against the Wildcats in the open mixed competition. That is the next game here, as the Northwest Touch will finish this game as the victors. Can McCavanagh add some icing on top of this cake? That's some great footwork. Just about caught Davis Bavin. But there goes the klaxon here at Nottingham. And Wynne will wind out the game. It's a great performance by Northwest Touch, and it's an important performance as well as they look to get day 2 on track here in the Women's Open.
For sure, and a really impressive performance from the Northwest, and especially in their transition, it looks like to be a real weapon of theirs. And we were saying last year, it's the same thing. When Northwest get their transition right, they roll into the attacking third with such momentum that it's so dangerous and difficult to defend against. And if they can get that transition going 8 or 9 times out of 10, they're capable of putting so many scores against any team in this division.
Well, we'll leave the Women's Open for now and head over to the Mixed Open, where for the first time the Sharks will be in action for you on pitch 1. They take on the Wildcats. That's live next here at the England Touch Association Nationals in Nottingham.
Keep yourself well hydrated. If you are not playing, have yourself somewhere sheltered to keep cool. If you're playing, put on the sun lotion and keep yourself well hydrated. Hopefully everyone's having a great day. Second day here at Nottingham for the Nationals. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
Well, our first bit of action from the mixed open competition today, and it's the Sharks from the southeast who play in the blue up against the Wildcats in black and gold. And it's the Sharks who are looking to get underway the fastest, sliding in from range, Joe Brewer. And Brewer back with ball in hand. Brewer on the return. That's a really ambitious pass. Can't pick out Amelia Bunn. So it will be first chance of the game for the Wildcats, who are currently bottom in 7th place of this mixed group against the Sharks, who are top, so favourites in this one. And of course, in the mixed competition, which is over 3 days, the top 4 teams will play semi-finals, and then the relevant final or 3rd, 4th playoff, or the bottom 2 teams will play their own knockout match before the winner plays against the 5th place team. As you see, all of the groups will be seeded by the end of the day, but you need to finish top 4 if you want to be the winners. And the Wildcats have got some work to do on day 2 here. But it's the Sharks who are top, currently on 16 points. Well, the Wildcats are on just 3, but they could certainly chase down the Midlands Tigers or Northwest Touch on 10 with a couple of good results today. But it's not the start that they were after. And it's the Sharks, the leaders in this group, showing exactly why. Well, it's just simple play, isn't it, between the 2 centres. Chris Andrews from the Surrey Bisons played uni at touch for Loughborough last year, of course. Top 3 side in the Bucks circuit. And he has the first try of this game. But here come the Wildcats, getting the ball away. But it's a fast start for the Sharks and a strong transition as well, as they wind their way up to halfway. Marcus Arman, good ball inside to Brewer, who Arman calls him his best mate. The 2 played in the Atlantic Youth Cup as well recently, and it's just been put down by Marcus Arman, who won the Atlantic Youth Cup last year. His code name is the Maverick, according to himself, of course, on the commentary notes. But it's the Wildcats in response, going to work their way up the field. They only trail by the 1 try here in this mixed competition, and that's some lovely footwork. Drifting away, Sebastian Connon, England under-18s in this format. Jamie Prince of Birmingham Uni carries it on. Great pace in the attack. Just a slip there from right. Another Birmingham Uni representative here. And the Sharks from the southeast, where the Taipans hail from as well in this nationals competition. Making good ground, they're up to halfway. Touch comes in from Rory Marshall, part of Scotland's mixed under-20s team. And look at the run here, there was an offside call. Galloping forward was Elliot Gent, part of the Sharks team that won the mixed open last year, but his pass was loose. And as the Wildcats look to break, it's an important turnover. Fergus Gillespie, 9 months into his touch rugby career, playing for the London Eagles. Here's the try scorer instead, Andrews, who gets us going. Gent. Back out to the right, diving in. A touch came flying in from the Wildcats, so denied on this occasion. Ghent on Drews. Back inside to Ghent. On Drews with a good pickup. Ghent goes down. It's a long way down for Elliot Ghent. On Drews, flashes it wide. That's a beautiful miss pass, but it was just behind Tallulah Jacobs. Part of the Surrey University contingent, who also competed in the Bucks finals, which is a mixed competition at all levels at university. And now the Wildcats looking to transition, skipping away from one. Good work from Tom Cowan, another England under-20s mixed player. Ben McInnes in 24 there, supported by Sebastian Conahan. There's plenty of young England representatives in this team, a smattering of under-18s, under-20s. Across goes Prince to make the touch, driving on his Ghent, and then good transition as the new players flood onto the field. Little show and go from Dayton Jones, and a great pickup from Dayton Jones as well, slapped down by Prince. Harston taking it on and forcing the touch. Harston gets it back as well. Lovely little pass inside. Caffrey into Hardman it is. Hardman going himself. Well, a nod from the referee says it is a touch. Henry Hardman, first time playing touch this season after a 5-year hiatus. Good pick up into the corner. Dayton Jones denied, and it will be a turnover. That's as many touches as the Sharks will be afforded. Good ball inside. Well, a hint of touchline interaction, but it's waved on. Whistle goes because, as suspected, Sebastian Conahan was in touch. Wide the Sharks go, and in transition, looking dangerous. Marcus Arman. Brewer takes touch. Such a great connection between Arman and Brewer in midfield. Quick ball, sliding in from range. Try given, great finish by Joe Brewer. The Sharks have a second. Is a pleasing performance from Eric Cherney and his team. The coach, Eric Cherney, of course, been involved since 2016 with the South Streets Touch team. Currently plays and coaches for Galaxy London, while also captaining England's 45 squad in their gold medal winning campaign at the European Championships. Such an experienced person to lead this program as they have to work their way out from deep inside their own half after the Wildcats transition. What has just been put down, unfortunately. Not the cleanest pickup, so a big chance then for the Wildcats. Whistle goes, unfortunately there's a player down. Just a spot of cramp, perhaps. We hope so, at least, for Dayton Jones. Substitution is made so the Wildcats can get back underway. Oh, juggled, but reclaimed by Cohen, who's there at the half. Lovely footwork. And the try is given. Really lovely step. And it's got the Wildcats on the board. Looks like Joe tying there with some lovely footwork. So now the Sharks will look to respond. It's a good carry up through the centre by Brewer. Checks back inside as Elizabeth Merritt, co-captain in this Sharks squad, but unable to convert on this occasion. So back come the Wildcats, who only trail by 1. They may well be bottom of this group, but they've certainly got lots to offer here. Hurrell, good pass. Marshall inside to Harston. Looking to get away from Brewer. An interesting ball inside, but it might work for the Wildcats. It does go down at the second time of asking. So Brewer can charge up the centre again, touched by Harston. That's a lovely run. Could be a break on. Great meters made. Harston gets back in time to halt the breakaway for now. Onto the field, Elliot Gent. Great pickup from the try scorer. Andrews, who's all the way through and gets a great pass away to Amelia Bunn as well. Gold medal winner with England under-20s at the Atlantic Club in the girls' competition. Currently playing for the NQ Rebels and training with the England squad. Here's Amelia Bunn. And she finished well there. Andrews again involved. Another former Loughborough graduate in this Sharks team. The Wildcats have done excellently well on transition. Have they made it through? Up goes the hand from Henry Hardman. No, Tom Cowan of England under-20s will have another stab at things here. Touch taken by Tyne. Good pick up. Cowan on the step. But the Sharks come diving out of the line to make the intervention. It was Dayton Jones who made the all-important touch. Now leaves the field. He comes storming out of the line to make the tackle, the Wildcats, but Brewer injecting some pace. Lovely ball, and then hangs it up wide. Tallulah Jacobs just needed to be running onto that one. Instead it went down and the Wildcats are back in possession. A win here would likely secure Sharks' place at the very top of this pool ahead of their semi-finals tomorrow. The Wildcats are still only a few scores out of this game. That's a good little switch. Bastian Conahan is caught though, and that's the end of the attack. Good ball, strong carry by Jacobs. And on come the substitutes for the Sharks. Back inside to Kent. Him and Andrews have a great understanding as well. But a turnover. Here come the Wildcats in response. Conahan carries and leaves the field. On comes some new players. Marshall does really well. Almost away completely from Gillespie. Here is Marshall once more. Another good carry. Great yards, but the pass is loose. Not at all what was needed when you're 2 tries down against the pool leaders in the Sharks. Again, another great carry, this time from Gillespie. Well, it hasn't gone his way, but he's got a background in rugby league, Fergus Gillespie, which of course shares much of its tactics with the game of touch. Here's Marshall. So dangerous since coming on. Marshall on the return. Marshall now at half. Diving in. Touch made, just short of the line. It's Will Varden, the captain that time, of Oxford University. Varden flashes it across. Varden juggling with it, but does well to keep a hold of it. Ran out of time, ran out of touches. Back come the Sharks with great transition speed once again. It's got them all the way up to halfway. Arman back inside. Little show and go. Great pace, almost away from Marshall. Brewer catches it from behind him. Touch made by Marshall once again. That's a really good pass. And an excellent take from Bunn, who was in for a second, but the touch was just made. So the Wildcats escape for now, but a penalty gives Will Bamber possession, who hands it off to Brewer, who will get us back underway. Brewer goes to the right-hand side instead. Arman juggling with it, just about keeps hold, and then down from Bamber. And the Wildcats now on the transition. On come a myriad of changes. Tyne is caught. Tom Cowan, England under 20. Wins Tyne again. Try scorer for the Wildcats. Great carry by Cowan. Can't get away from Brewer. And that'll be the end of their transition, but they've done well to work their way down the field. Up to halfway and beyond the Sharks. Good pickup from Andrews. And they hand it off again. Andrews again. Great pace, taking it to the line. Little switch inside. It had to be for Fergus Gillespie, but put down over the line. And not for the first time in this first half. The Wildcats have escaped what could have been another try for the Sharks. Again, out of the line quickly to make the tackle. Could change the direction. Again, diving, but doesn't get there. Looking to skip away once again is Sebastian Conahan. Under 18 play looks really bright. McInnes, another England under 18. Lays half and finds Conahan. Oh, McInnes placed it down, but it was loose. Well, as we approach half-time here, it is certainly an open game, but the Sharks are in control. They've come really close to racking up a couple of extra tries in this first 20, but unable to so far. That's a brilliant pickup from Hardman. Just put a bit too much on the pass, but a really good pickup from him. That's a good carry. Almost up to halfway on this transition. Can the Wildcats create something here? Lovely pass to Marshall. But up goes the hand of Megan Pemberton. Co-captain with Lily Merritt. It's a really good touch from her. Marshall. Inside from the skipper, Will Varden. And right before half-time, can the Sharks create something? Up goes the hand from Marshall to make an important touch on Marcus Arman. Flicked off the deck by Bamber. Arman back with it. with Brewer in support, diving to the line. Touch made, this time by Izzy Piggott-Dennison of Birmingham University. But actually the try's been given. Well, that's upsetting because Piggott-Dennison thought she'd got there. The hands went up from two Wildcat players, and I myself thought the touch had been made, but how about this for a finish then? Drifting beyond the defenders, Marcus Arman with a great finish, and right before half-time, the perfect time to score. The Sharks go 4-1 up, and they just give themselves a bit of breathing room. Unless, of course, the Wildcats can create something. Well, hand it over to the Sharks, so they'll try and finish the first half with a flurry instead. Touch taken by Chris Andrews. Well, the leaders of this open pool, the Sharks, started really brightly against the Wildcats. They were pegged back 2-1.
A reminder, there will be,
and then the Wildcats escaped a couple of big opportunities that eventually the Sharks had to convert. And they did so on the stroke of half-time. So at the break, it is 4-1 to the South East Sharks in the mixed open competition. They will go 19 points at the top of this open and stretch their advantage even further. They seem semi-final bound unless the Wildcats can create something special in this next period of 20.
Well, as we go just under the 2-minute warning, there's just less than 2 minutes for the next tap-off. Everyone's running around up here, so we're absolutely crazy busy as always. We are having a wonderful day today, as always. As a reminder, we've been saying it all day, keep yourself hydrated, sun lotion on. Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute warning.
Well, the West Wildcats mixed open side are down but not out here against the leaders, the Sharks, who lead not just in this game by 4 tries to 1 but also in the pool. And they'll be through to the semi-finals, you'd imagine, with a win here. They've got a pretty healthy advantage in the standings as well. They're on 16 points. They'll jump to 19, 6 points clear of the Saxons if they can do that, but more importantly 9 points clear of the Tigers and the Northwest Touch, who would need to catch them in order to steal away their semi-final spot. It's the Wildcats who will get things underway. Tyne takes touch, and it's returned to Tom Cowan, the England under-20. Here goes Cowan. What a pass that is, and inside it goes as well. But it was on the final touch. Great hands by Rebecca Clark. Now Katie Wright of Birmingham University could not convert, so here come the Sharks, as quick as ever on the transition. A good ball inside to steal some yards away. And a great carry from Ghent. And Ghent has got the Sharks flowing, draws another touch. Andrews, teasing ball back inside. Would have been some take from, I believe, Victoria Barrow out there at 18. Touch taken by Wright. It's a loose pass, but what a take that is by Cowan. Could have been a turnover in a pretty deathly position. Oh, but it has been given. 6 touches for the Sharks. Not a long way out at all. Ghent on the return. Andrews, well held by Barrow. Andrews, Ghent. Gillespie teasing the defence and drawing the touch. Andrews can't score, gives it away. It was Ghent, sorry, passing to Andrews, who couldn't score, but he'll have it back. Andrews, Ghent, on the wraparound, Gillespie, diving in himself. Well defended on this occasion by the Wildcats. Not for the first time today, they've been scrambling in their own red zone. But here's the skipper of Oxford University, Will Varden, who leaves the field. On comes young Sebastian Conahan. He's at half now. Back to Conahan. Good carry from Wright. Conahan with a great pick-up. A good direction of running from Ben McInnes of England under 18 as well. Conahan's pass does not go to hand. And then put down in a dangerous area though by the Sharks. So it's back with Conahan. McInnes. Conahan injecting some pace. It's a lofted ball and it was just behind Clark. He wanted to take it out in front of her and just crash over the line. But a bit of a let-off there for the Sharks, who still lead by 4 tries to 1 as they did going into the break. Promising start for the Wildcats. Has not borne much fruit yet. Merritt and then Arman with good carries in transition. Brewer. Well, that's the last touch. So they'll have it back, the Wildcats, but inside their own half again. Wright was limping a moment ago, but moving a little better there. Good ball from Hurrell. That's an excellent touch. An important one as well from Arman, because the Wildcats were racing away. Well, a penalty as well. 6 more for the Wildcats. Joe Tyne stepping left and right. Tom Cowan, Tyne. Cowan again, unhappy with the ferocity of Arman's touch. Cowan, great footwork. Another great ball. How about that for a touch? A huge defensive intervention from the Sharks. Well, that's the final touch as well, so the Sharks do have it back. Well, difficult ball from Brewer. His good mate Arman gets a hold of it. Little show and go from Merritt. Arman forces the touch. And then slows it down. Dayton Jones gets the pass away to Hardman. Dayton Jones has got numbers over on the left. That ball was just beyond Tallulah Jacobs, whose try-saving touch down the other end kept the Wildcats at bay, but couldn't hold on to that one. Good line speed from Hardman, who's forced to retreat. Once again, blue shirts rush up and disrupt. Well, the Sharks marshalling this transition very well. The Wildcats haven't made enough ground yet. Good ball from Varden. Varden with a quick pick-up. Can't be touched, looks to flick it out the back door. Put down. And the Sharks in transition from halfway have worked their way pretty quickly up the field. Gent. Andrews. Gent. Looking to set something up here for the Sharks, diving in. Great change of angle. No try. Last touch made. And we're still at 4-1 here. The Sharks have had plenty of field possession. They've yet to create anything significant. Marshall with a good carry. Shipped on by Harrell, who takes the touch. McInnes takes one himself. McInnes again, maybe in behind. Oh, what a ball that is to get the Wildcats on their way. Diving in to score as well. Well, that's the bit of magic that the Wildcats needed, but there was a touch on the flying Jamie Prince at number 10, who was the beneficiary of that wonderful pass. He thought he was in, but a last-ditch touch saved the Sharks. They probably deserved to concede given the spectacular fashion that chance was created, and then Arman and Brewer driving their way upfield, but the last ball hits the deck. Well, it's all happening in this open game. They might be bottom of the pool for the moment at least, the Wildcats, but they're really taking it to the Sharks here. We've got another game to come from the Men's Open, who return to that competition. It'll be Northwest Touch, currently leading, up against the Southwest Saxtons. We've already seen put in a great performance earlier on today when they put 14 past the Wildcats. That's the next game here on pitch 1. But for now, the Sharks are looking to seal this game with about 12 minutes to go, just under. Great weighted pass from Arman, good timing on the ball. No touch just about made there. Hardman forces a touch. Dayton Jones with a show and go, and that hasn't come out the hand how it wanted to, because Tallulah Jacobs was free on the left-hand side. Good pressure from the Sharks. Hunting down the Wildcats as they look to escape their own half. Marshall inside to the captain. Marshall has it back again. And this time the skipper, Varden, finds Marshall linking up together in the centre, those two. But they reach their 6 touches. In the end, they did really well to work their way out of their half. Henry Hardman driving on the Sharks' open side. But in reality, they're in no rush to get the game back underway. They already lead by 4 tries to 1. And they're already top of the mixed open group, the reigning champions here at the England Touch Association Nationals. Good pick up, and a lovely ball as well from Gillespie, and that's some pass as well to pick up Amelia Bunn, who's got another try. Well, they might have looked a little bit lackadaisical in attack in that final third, but they know how to turn it on when they need to. When they need to put down a late Wildcat fight back, that's when they do. Good pass from Gillespie, good pace on it, and then that is some ball. Easy pickings for Amelia Bunn. What do the Wildcats have to offer? There's a hand in there. So there'll be more touches to come from the Wildcats, who now trail by 5 to 1. The game might well be beyond them unless they score soon. Conahan on the return. Conahan stepping left and right. Good line speed. An important touch from Merritt. Conahan resets. McInnes. Conahan on the return. Little flick out the back door, surely this time. Prince goes over, but still the touch was made. How many more of those they need to get away before they finally break down this Sharks defence? Under pressure. Turned over. And now the Sharks look to transition with pace. Carried in by Brewer. Well, there's a decent transition from the Sharks, but they won't have cleared their lines as effectively as they wanted to. Possession back with the Wildcats. Time is certainly against them here. Good pressure from Caffrey. Caffrey makes another touch. Still the Wildcats looking to break down this very impressive Sharks defence. Good step. And that time, penalty is won. So the Wildcats will have 6 touches from as close as they can get. Cowan with the ball in hand. Tyne. Cowan back to Tyne. Good footwork, sliding in, short. Third touch. Cowan. Well, up comes Caffrey to make the touch. They're running out of time. They're running out of touches to the Wildcats. Well, that's the end of the attack for them. And it might just be enough to see them out of this game as well. Well, this is a good transition. They've made a lot of yards. They're up to halfway as well, the Sharks. Andrews with a good carry. Gent, Gillespie. Great take by Andrews. What a ball that is. But it was right on the toes of Bunn, and she couldn't keep a hold of it. There was great quick hands to facet the opportunity. Touch made by Chris Andrews. Wildcats well marshalled. Here goes Varden and Marshall. Varden, quick hands, ball down. Under 5 minutes to go. Sharks are in control here. No major upset on the cards. The defending champs, top of the open pool. And on top here as well. Little show and go from Brewer. Brewer hands it off. But quickly on the return. Finds Armand darting away from two. Marshall got across to make the touch. Brewer, Armand. Brewer with the glory pass. Too much for Jacobs. Turnover, Wildcat possession. Well, still driving on the Wildcats. Still time for another couple of tries. Who knows, it could come down to try difference, which is recorded here at the England Touch Association Nationals, and it's a deciding factor if points are level. One point for a loss, of course, in this competition. It's important to play to the end regardless. 4 for a draw, 2 for a draw, sorry, and 4 for a win is how we've reached the position we're in, where the Wildcats are on just 3 points while the Sharks are on 16, and they could easily be going to 20 for the win here. Surely this will be another. That is a wonderfully weighted pass. Well, Caffrey had options left and right. He didn't go for the easy one. He lifted it to Hardman, and with an acrobatic dive, he got in to score. That is an excellent take, and that will seal the game decisively for the Sharks. Big games in the offing as we head into the afternoon. We've got 5 games left for you after this one. The men's open returns as the Northwest Touch take on the Southwest Saxons, who are in good form. And then we've got a friendly game between the women's 40 All-Stars and the 35-year-old female Sharks, with the 40s final having taken place earlier today. And then one game from the mixed open pool, followed by one for the men's 30s, and then the men's 40s final to finish the day. In this game, the Sharks are looking to finish with a flurry. They have sealed it. A 6-1 win will take them to 20 points in the group. They won't add another to their tally in this game. Transition from the Wildcats. Gets them up the halfway. Marshall looks to open up the pitch. Little show and go. Marshall caught by Brewer. Would have been some try. And that ball goes to ground. Well, it's about bounce pass in 15s or league, but here in the touch game, if the ball's on the deck, it's a turnover. This is a really good transition from the Sharks, and it's what defines their impressive performances. That's some ball from Hardman too. Leighton Jones, good pick up, needs options, needs someone to dot it down. Well, there goes the klaxon. Final touch from Leighton Jones. Good win for the Sharks. No upsets here as the reigning champs and the top side in the group take down the basement side in the West Wildcats, who will still have something to play for regardless of how results go, but this could be a huge game for the Sharks, who at the moment are dead set on reaching a semi-final in the Opens competition as they look to defend their crown. Up next, however, in 5 minutes' time, it's the Northwest Touch in Open in action, the top side in the men's Open, and they take on the Southwest Saxons. That's live view here from the England Touch Association Nationals in Nottingham in just a moment's time.
30s and 35s, this will be at 2:45 on at the pavilion. Currently it will be the pitch 8 side.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get them playing.
Those last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, guys. Now win it.
it all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. Ready? Let's go.
Hands in. Come on, Ems.
Tight. Hands up, pressure!
Cheers to Bristol, hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! Hip hip! Hey! One for the ref, hip hip! Hey! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
Well, the games don't come much bigger than this in the pool stage of the Men's Open, as the Saxons, who were already in action today on pitch 1 when they took down the Wildcats by 14 points to 3, they take on the leaders in the Men's Open pool stage, Northwest Touch. They sit on 14 points, just one ahead of the Sharks. The Saxons now on 7. Could really do with chasing them down, and they've got the perfect start as well. Charging in is Harrison Cross of Exeter University, and he opens the scoring against this Northwest side, and that's the perfect start for the Saxons. Joe Wright back alongside your old team in Northwest. They're behind early.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one today. I mean, he might think I'm a little bit out of breath. It's not because the touch is breathless. Just run for the furthest pitch to get over here in time. But it's going to be hard because you've got two of the most explosive players in the country for the Saxons, in Treyas and Tom Lawton-Davies. Oh, but Will Upton, that's exactly what he does. Goes down the other end, gets a score underneath, and we even it all up.
Lupton with the early score. He's done really well there to level things, and I think that's a sign of things to come here.
100%, and Lupton in the first day was just electric in the first game. Really sort of the focal point for the Northwest attack, although not the only option in attack. But here we go. Treyas, Lawton-Davies, back to Treyas, ball's away, but ball goes to ground, and that's turnover.
That one last pass from Treyas and Lawton-Davies linking up together. Not often that those two are on the wrong side of an exchange, but for now it's Northwest working their way up the field. Look how much pace is brought to the transition.
There's Grinter there, dumping. Mellin looks to go wide. Sorry, not Mellin, Meakin. Doesn't quite come off. And the Saxons will have an opportunity to go and get some fresh legs on. It's Lawton-Davies and Treyas working hard in the midfield. And there's a penalty given for offside, and really good gain there from the Saxons. Got a fresh opportunity. Just takes the tap a little bit too soon. And Saxons now got to drive up the middle. Good options. You need to inject some pace though. You saw the difference of the Northwest attack. Really aggressive. You need to look at some more pace. Saxons now with Ducornu on the ball.
We certainly did see the pace that they brought on the transition, but for now it's a strong carry. What a dive from Ducornu.
Score looks good, and they're going to give it. How explosive, and Felix Ducornu picking up from where he left off in the first game, and it extends the lead. A beautiful doggies play to the wing, and yeah, balls down. It's just the electricity of the pace.
Nisha Nalenko also involved, part of Jersey's mixed squad at Euro 2022, making a Saxons debut this year. First touch taken by Lupton.
And this is what they want. They want Lupton on the ball. Will Upton working with James Simons. Lupton.
Well, there's a touch in there. Although Lupton goes all the way and dots it down.
Looking for the offside call. Don't think he's going to get it.
Graham made the touch. Lupton got Simon with him. Lupton, and that's a ball over the top and a flying hand, even though it was knocked backwards there.
Yeah, we saw that all yesterday from Northwest, as they were floating long balls into the link channel in behind the shooting link. So I'm really not surprised that they're looking for that similar structure. However, whenever they got a repeat set, they look for the quickies, and they do with Lupton.
Well, that's a lovely little show and go, a drifting pass, and that is a really excellent try, and well, we've certainly got a game on here, Joe.
Yeah, I believe that's Matt Crossley on the far side getting the ball down. Really good score. Will Lupton looks to engage the middles. It's actually tapped in flight, so good reactions from Matt Crossley to get the ball down. And it looks like we're in for a little bit of a shootout, averaging a score a minute.
Well, it's good that you're here, Joe, as well, as Northwest Touch have not supplied us with a lot of information, including no shirt numbers.
Oh,
so
Treyas.
Oh, what a moment this could be. That's a great finish.
Scores given. What a phase that is. That's Louis Treyas whipping the ball out. What a ball. Good catch and pass.
Now Morgan Tagger, the Bristol Jets, onto the field, and it's a great diving finish as well.
Yeah.
If anyone from Northwest Touch is free and available, we'd love some information on your men's open side if you're listening in. But thankfully, Joe right with us to identify a few of his own old teammates.
Yeah, I'll do my best. It's Matt Bate on the ball now, driving to Andre Garner, James Simons, Lupton, over towards Mike Rice, back over to Simons. Lupton looking for the quickie, steps back, good option from Simons.
Patience from
here we go.
Touch. Lupton, it's been spilt, but it's been given as a pass instead. Well, that was interesting. It certainly wasn't intentional, but they'll play on.
Call it unconventional. Will Lupton, left to right, tap back. Doesn't happen. Brilliant defensive covering from the Saxons.
Across gets Hoffman, and he draws the 6th of the phase. Touches, that is, so a turnover. Good carry from Malenko. And this transition from the Saxons, Joe, one of their strongest outputs so far today.
100%, and they've got the roll on in the defence, but it's really good body positioning there from the Northwest, and they're able to crowd them out. And that's one of those where it's an amazing transition, but the Northwest body positions has allowed them to sort of crowd out any momentum. And it's this area that you want to get going a little bit more from the Northwest perspective. Use the hands, trust the basics. You've got it in your locker. A little bit of a slower, good saving of the touch. There's Big Meeks flying up the guts.
Really good ball around the corner, and Meeks is almost away.
There's Grinter and Bobby Taylor working. Bobby Taylor now. Ben Grinter is going to look to scoop. Probably look back to the left-hand side. He does. Long ball goes. Tap on is there.
Well, it's really interesting, Joe. Perhaps that tap on didn't need to be made, and it was just going to sit up kindly for Northwest Touch regardless.
I almost wondered if Jake Morris could have reached that ball in. I mean, he's got a ridiculously long wingspan. But here you're going to see some big defensive pressure, especially because Big Meeks is on the ball. And there's Bobby Taylor getting up, but brilliant hands. And they expose an overlap. They look to go around the outside. Good decision to just take the touch.
Well, the Saxons are rolling. They've made good yards from their first couple of phases here.
And here he comes.
Slip from Norton Davis, but look at Tracy's go. The Treyas there was called back by the referee.
Yeah, touch was made, and you know when Trace gets into that finals, they just might hold up play a little bit. Ref took a little bit of a tumble in the midfield.
Well, Louis Treyas of the London Galaxy, of course, coached by Eric Cherney. We were talking a little bit about his Sharks team in the mixed open, who are set for their second semi-final in a row here at the Nationals, the reigning champs, and they run a good program, the Sharks.
Yeah, the southeast regions are so well drilled, and it's something that the southwest are also trying to gear towards. They're trying to find a little bit more consistency in their recruitment and keeping teams together for a long period of time. And you can't help but feel like you've got the makings of a really strong squad in the Saxons. So I mean, this is going to be the biggest test that they've faced so far, coming up against the northwest side that put 11 tries against the Taipans, the reigning champions, on day one. It'll be really interesting to see what they can do. De Cornu, lovely ball, catch and pass.
Fantastic hands, and then another score. Adrian Di Petrini fastly becoming the top scorer at this competition, because he benefits time and time again from the great hands in the Saxons, and that might be his 5th try of the day. Really impressive stuff from the winger.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a Saxons winger at this point in time, you're just loving life, because your job is just hold out wide, trust the fact that you've got some of the best ball players in the country in the middle, and you are probably going to get a lot of opportunities to score. And again, it's that man Felix De Cornu just causing all sorts of problems for the Northwest, but you've got to mark Lupton. Over to James Simons.
Wow.
James Simons just recognises the separation between the middle and the link, and you can't give a man with the speed like that that amount of time and space.
It's a really good little show and go. It's so subtle. It's almost just with the head here.
Yeah, boom.
He goes himself.
Little kick step to get over the line, and it was 4-2 to Saxons. Now it's 4-3, and Northwest will be looking to get a defensive shot.
Louis Treyas is back onto the field, and he's charging up the centre with his old partner Lawton Davis, and Davis touched just short. That's a great ball.
Oh, unfortunate. It's going to be given 6 more. He's not really tried to play for it, but he is in the passing lane, and that's all that matters.
A shame, because that pass was going nowhere near to Adrian Di Petrini.
Yeah, and now you've got to defend 6 against Louis Treyas and Tom Lawton Davis. Although that could have been given a loss of control, it's not. Get the benefit of the doubt. Louis Treyas.
Treyas then through the hands. They're playing patiently for now. Then touch taken. Lawton Davis. Treyas. What about that for a step? Well, Treyas of the London Galaxy, of course. It says a lot about a player who attends a university like Bath and yet commutes to play for the Galaxy, of course. Part of that huge system of Galaxy clubs across the world, started in Auckland, of course, way back in the early days of touch rugby's ascendancy, and well, they're a growing organisation, and with players like Louis Treyas involved, they're always going to be successful, as perhaps the Saxons are here. All of a sudden, Joe, they're 5-3 in front.
Yeah, and you know, it's just stopping that man, stopping Louis and Tom. But you've also got to defend Jordan Mellon, and Jordan Mellon says, thank you very much, this is my bread and butter. The 32 platform, quickie underneath. Beautiful play.
A really great finish.
And it's just, it's just good ball manipulation skills. Recognises that the middle stepped a little bit too far deep. And Jordan Mellon, he's been around the block more than a few times and gets underneath. And now here's the question. Can you stop the bomb squad? Louis Treyas and Tom Lawton Davies.
A really good line from Lawton Davis, and suddenly the Northwest touch are retreating. Treyas. Lawton Davis there, goes long. Interception, what a great take that is, but wrapped up in the touch as well. Hoffman will have to come back.
Yeah, it's a fair call, and I think it's Matt Crossley has ended up just wrapping the arms around to make the touch. It was almost 6 of one off, doesn't the other trying to go for the ball and make the touch, but it doesn't paint a good picture for the referee.
Here is once again Lawton Davis. Trey is trying to create something.
Gets away with a little bit of a drop ball there.
Lawton Davis. He switched direction, but Treyas with a good pickup, good step. He needs support. Someone's got to be there for him. It's Hoffman.
What a touch! What a touch! Will Upton diving at the last, and they answer the question. Yes, they can stop Louis Treyas, but now can they go up the other end and equalise the score? I mean, that penalty is going to help, and they are able to get fresh legs on. So all they'll need to do now is drive up the middle, and Big Meek starts that.
Well, Louis Treyas thought he was away. All he needed was to find the pass, but instead it was last-ditch touch from Lupton, and Northwest now are on their way.
Yeah, Meeks on the ball now, working with Jake Morris in the middle. Big Meeks. Open side quickie, brilliant play, well recognised. There's Ben Meekin, that's his experience. Just recognises that the Southwest Saxons are dropping a little bit early. So just keeps pulling out, making sure that the ref is well aware of the picture that he's seeing. And this is the opportunity with Ben Grinter now on the ball, working with Jake Morris. Over to Ben Meekin. Grinter, they look for the link punish. They'll have a look. They look to check back on the inside. But another penalty, that's 2. 1 more, we know what happens.
Well, it would be tough on the Saxons to lose a player against an attack as talented as this. Into contact they go. Look at the quick ball speed, diving through a crowd of bodies.
That's the 3rd. So someone stepping out for time, it looks like.
Well, in the end, it's Cole Graham who bites the bullet.
And here he comes, Will Upton, getting back on the field. Against 5, he must be licking his lips. Northwest just take 1. Here he is, Lupton on the ball. And working with Meekin, we know what's going to come. Quickie play, back to Meekin. Meekin goes long, and he'll moonwalk it in. It's Andre Garner getting the ball down, and that's the equalising score.
Well, they make it look really easy sometimes, these men's open sides, and they've manipulated the defence well. What a game we've got on then, 5 tries apiece.
Yeah, and it's almost exactly like... So, Southwest Sharks now with Decornu coming back. Feeds it open.
So quickly they work their way into this dangerous area. Patient play from DeCornu.
Good step.
Elanco gets away from one. Lawton Davis needs support. Elanco is over the line.
He was in. He was in. He was in acres of space. The ball is just too hard for him to grasp in.
Elanco was completely over the line there, and it's really unfortunate that he hasn't been able to convert, and he's got a physical touch in there as well.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Northwest touch looked to break.
Sam Thorpe taking that touch in. He's only a young lad, but he's a big stature, and he's not afraid of physical touch. It's Will Upton.
With the ball inside.
Oh,
gets
so
it on
good.
return. Great hands.
Here we go. He's got a bit of separation. He's going to find the gap. He just needs to find the spare man. Mike Rice is begging for the ball. It goes to Mike Rice. That is the score, and Will Upton once again at the heart of everything positive for Northwest.
Rice with the take, the beneficiary of Lupton's hard graft. That's an excellent step as well to get away from Sam Lawton Davis and rolling into score.
Yeah, and that's Will Upton to a T. You know, he used the ball in the midfield. He didn't want to be the one taking the touch. Of course, he wants to be the one scooping because he's got the power, he's got the pace, and he's also got the precision to find the pass. And now they've evened everything up. They went one ahead also, and now they've just got to defend Louis Treyas, and that ball goes to ground at the last moment again, and it's essentially a rinse and repeat of the score that went begging before. That link hole is open, and they just can't quite get the ball down.
Well, first Elanco, and then for the second time of asking Toby Lister.
Oh, what a drive.
Two Saxons putting it down over the line, and that's why they trail by the one try against this Northwest touch team, who are still on top of the table there as Pennington takes it in.
Yeah, this is Thorpe and Melling now in the middles. Thorpe, young lad, working with some experienced heads. There's Melling. Melling goes long, interception.
Intercepted, and away come the Saxons in response. Lawton Davis, Treyas.
Great touch, great touch. As much as the penalty gets given, there's been a few physical touches coming in, and that's the young lad Sam Thorpe letting Louis Treyas know that, look, your name might hold weight, but so does my body, and we're coming in and we're making sure that we're not giving you unopposed ball. And this Northwest side now looking a little bit, we're getting a little bit of a roll on in defence. We want to be able to step up and cut out the space.
And away come the Saxons then. Another touch is made.
Yeah, Sam Thorpe again making another really good touch. Now it's last touch. They've got no options, and Northwest don't bite on any of the disguises.
Graham with a loose pass.
It's Sam Thorpe in the number 6 now on the ball, and you know, this kid he is just that. He's just a kid. He's a child. He's a teenager, and he plays like a man. And you know, his development over the past few years has been made so fluid because of the experience in this Northwest Men's Open side. The experience such as the man on the ball, Will Upton, looking to scoop open side. Oh, the link hole is open, and Mike Rice goes through the gap. And Northwest now starting to kick through the gears.
What a ball that is from Rice. He's taken it excellently well. A beautiful weight on the pass, and the disguise from Simons as well.
Yeah, that's James Simons, is absolute bread and butter. Plays for PFT, based out of Manchester, and is just so electric. And you know, one of those players where you think because he runs so fast with the ball, he can't really get that pass away. Of course he can. He's got the ball skills to do so.
In the blink of an eye, the Saxons are in the danger zone. Touch taken by Treyas, and it's over the top. Surely this time they've got to get one on the board, and it's a popular score by Morgan Tagg. There's plenty of Saxons in the audience at the moment, and that's a really excellent ball from Lawton Davis.
Yeah, it's great conditioning as well, because they've hit that link hole on 2 occasions. Yes, the ball does go to ground when there was an opportunity to score, but you can still use that as good conditioning. So the Northwest winger had to hold a little bit tight because he's worried about that link hole, and then it's a really good heads-up play from Lawton Davis just to float that one over the top to the winger, and that's a very uncharacteristic error from Northwest.
It's Baton Lupton, bit of a miscommunication. Touch taken by Ducournay. A good pick-up from Lawton Davis. Patience from Lister. Ducournay. Cross. Taken on all comers with the step. Ducournay draws another. drives them back. That's an unbelievable pass.
What a score.
Hoffman.
Wow. Wow, oh wow. And just like that, the Northwest cough up possession. And Southwest Saxons go, thank you very much. What a ball, what a take, what a ground, falling into touch, gets the ball down before he goes out. And we're even up at 7-all, and I mean, you cannot ask for much more on pitch one in the men's open affair.
30 seconds to go, and this is another opportunity. What a pass that is.
Wow. Wow, that's Josh Ingram going over, receiving the ball from Jordan Mellon. And Ingram just ghosting through the gap. Again, another player who's been around the circuit more than a few times. And the Northwest say, yeah, good score, Saxons, but here's another one from us.
Well, that means that at half-time, as the buzzer sounds here, the Northwest Touch will take a slender lead into the break. They'll lead by 8-7 at the moment with that late try coming in from Ingram. Joshua Ingram, the difference between the two sides then, but it's that centre partnership to talk about really, because both occasions that these sides have gotten back into the game, it's through those key players in the middle.
Oh, 100%. And you know, you do get standout players in these sides, even though these sides are packed full of superstars in their own right. And at the moment, it's Simons and Lupton from the Northwest, and it's Treyas and Lawton Davies for the Saxons. And at the moment, Northwest just edging out on top. The only thing to be worried about from the Saxons' perspective is Northwest have coughed up possession a few times. So if they eliminate those errors and they have more possession, more opportunities in the line, leads to more scores.
Well, it's all square, just about going into the break for a very late score from Ingram. Got Northwest Touch out in front, and that's how things will remain. 20 more minutes to come here. Who knows where this crucial game in the men's open competition will go. Southwest Saxons trail by just the one try against Northwest Touch, who still lead the men's open group as things stand.
With that close, there is potentially ground on the side of this. That's going to ratchet the tempo. Some of our processes a little bit, so we need to be flatter and the bus back, yeah? So we can work really hard on that. We have to burn one because the speed of the game, it doesn't matter, yeah?
Saxons!
I'm coming, but it's such a good 5 minutes, you can't sit still for 5 minutes.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1-minute warning. Players and officials, it's your 32nd morning. Please stay to the field, ready to play.
Second half to come then in a crucial game in the men's open pool. The Southwest Saxons didn't have the day one they wanted, but they started off strongly with a victory on day two. This game will be all important for them securing that semi-final spot, or it could confirm the place of the Northwest Touch side instead. Could go either way here, Joe, as that's currently one try the difference between the two sides. Northwest with that late score through Ingram at the end of that first half, and they're starting brightly here as well.
Yeah, it is Lupton working with James Simons. Simons is going to look to go left. He does. 2-on-1. Oh, yeah, beautiful score. Beautiful score. And that's James Simons saying, oh, you're going to mark with Lupton 2-on-1? Yeah, no problem. Well, I'm also a threat. Let's step back and find the link hole.
Now the footwork as well to pick out Bate. It's a good line from Bate, but that is some excellent work. And all of a sudden, the lead is extended to 2. What can Louis Treyes offer up here?
I was going to say, it's this that's the problem. You've got to stop Louis Treyes, but there's Bobby Taylor in 9.
Treyes and Lawton Davis as per. Linking up together in the centre. They might do it all alone, and then there's a hand in there, so it might be 6 touches for the Saxons, just ricocheted off Ben Meeking.
Yeah, and then you've got Grinter now, working with Bobby Taylor. Ben Meeking getting out on the line. What a shot there from Matt Crossley. Matt Crossley getting out of the line and making a really good defensive read.
Toby Lister just caught, but back comes Lawton Davis, finding Treyes, sorry.
Here we go,
into
early
Lawton
release.
Davis, good footwork. It's back to him, but a great line speed. Quick ball, there's the miss pass in between 2 players.
What a touch. Jake Morris, take a bow. It has to be made. A superb attacking display from the Saxons, and another great touch there from Jake Morris. And I mean, without the interventions there of Jake Morris, Saxons with their superb attacking prowess are just ghosting over the line.
Ilanko makes a big touch, but it's with Northwest Touch who all of a sudden put the hammer down.
Yeah, Bobby Taylor there with the number 9 on his back. Just the proper old school player, just gets things done, wants to go forward, doesn't want to be compromising in that. And you've got Sam Thorpe now feeding out to Jordan Mellin. Mellin back into Ingram, to Pennington.
That might have been held.
Yeah, it was very close.
Gives it a turnover instead, an unfortunate call. Louis Treyes.
Yeah, it's incredibly close.
Good pace from Ilanko, the Jersey international.
Well reacted there.
Tag takes a touch. Up through the centre now, Rhys Jones. This return to Ducournay. He's working with Lawton Davis Senior. Jones taps it on. Great ball. Here's Tag. Little show and go. But it was the final touch for Saxons.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really crucial transition here, because both sides have defended each other very well. So if Northwest can get fresh legs on easily, that's what a brilliant dump there from Matt Crossley.
Well, they found their way to the wings on this occasion, past halfway as well, and onto the field once again comes Will Lupton.
Here he is.
Lovely stutter step. Lupton might go all the way.
It just doesn't even look like he's trying. Just goes over the line, kick step, beats his man in a foot race. Actually gives a high five to Felix DeCornu. And a brilliant score there from Mike Rice, the beneficiary of Will Upton's hard work. And I mean, if you're the Southwest Saxons, it's just stop Will Upton.
10 tries to 7 then. It's a big score. The Northwest Touch who go 3 in front, and that's the biggest advantage of the game so far. Louis Treyes.
Yeah, here he is. Look at the phase. Tom Lawton-Davies just pulling out. Treyes.
Well, he almost went to take the touch there, but he dummied instead. Oh, it's just been spilled in that wide channel. It was almost an excellent take from Hoffman, who was retreating. He had fallen over as if to dive over the line, as the wingers so often do when expecting a pass. But, well, on this occasion, the
yeah, it's a brilliant call there.
Touch escape.
It's a brilliant call there from the sideline ref, because the on-pitch ref thought that it was a loss of control, but Big Dan on the sideline, he's got eyes like a hawk, misses absolutely nothing. There was definitely a foot in the ruck from the Southwest Saxons, and that sums up why you need 3 refs on a pitch, because the on-field refs kind of missed it because his body's in the way. Sideline refs, just quick communication, no, actually, it's not your fault, but that's the incorrect decision, let's go again.
Northwest touch carry deep into Saxon territory. And they've got touches to play with here. Well, there's plenty of numbers out wide. In the end, Sam Thorpe is touched, so he'll have to retreat.
Yeah, it's a really good defensive shot there from the Southwest Saxons, and now Northwest have 5th, so they're just going to have to sort of create something from nothing. Switches, ball goes out wide, and they kill the ball far side, next to Matt Crossley wearing number 19.
Toby Lister making a Saxon debut this year, out to make the touch. And now the Saxons look to transition. Ilanko. Tag hands it off.
Oh,
just caught.
Oh, Josh Ingram, reeling back the ears, flying out the line at link, making the touch. And you've got a mini Josh Ingram next to him in Sam Thorpe.
Ben Lenori almost away for the Saxons. What a carry this is from Cole, who's doing a little show and go.
Gabe Pennington. What a touch.
Diving touch.
Ooh, and Southwest Saxons have been pinged for throwing the ball away, so that's a penalty, 10-metre gain from the Northwest. And Gabe Pennington will just take this ball up and initiate the transition. Oh, lovely feed off. Josh Ingram making loads more yards, and Matt Crossley now filling it at half. And this transition from the Northwest has been brutal. Matt Bate now on the ball.
Well, the Saxons are back in trouble as Lupton carries.
Here he is. Simons looks to pick up. Can he find
Simon
spare
needs
man?
somebody. There's so many blue shirts around. If he looks behind him, he'll find a man there, but instead it's touchdown by Lupton.
Oh, the composure from James Simons, just to wait and wait and wait. There's no rush, and he waits for almost an eternity, dancing around at the back of the back of the try zone, and then ends up finding Lupton. Of course it is.
Well, Andre Kana was free behind him, but that's the longest we've seen anyone inside the try zone by some distance.
Yeah, I'm also not surprised looking round at the people who are gathering to watch this game, because this is right up there with some of their best touch this weekend, and there's Saxons saying we're here to play too.
Over goes Lister. His brother Angus is part of the Taipans mixed open squad this weekend.
Yeah.
It's an important score for the Saxons because, well, that 3-try deficit was only growing larger, but they've re-established it for now. Tapped off through the centre and carried up by Pennington. Well, Pennington operating in the centre now with Melling. Melling rides a couple of touches this time. There's Ingram. Melling. Ingram again.
Open side.
Hands. Intercepted. Picked off by Parr. And the Saxons will break. And that's a big moment, Joe.
Yeah, it's a huge moment. It's a really good defensive shutout, especially if Saxons can go down the other end and get a score. They bring the deficit back down to 2. Really good little cut. And now they roll into their 5th and final. This is 5th coming now. They're in a really good position to scoop.
Graham stepping off the left. Lovely footwork. Going all alone into the area. Where's the support? It's right at the edge. And that's a try. And, well, as you said, Joe, they're on their last touch, but didn't they use it well?
Yeah, it's really good speed, and there was a couple of times where they tried to scoop on the left-hand side rather than going to the right, and unfortunately Matt Crossley just loses his marker, and a really good sort of netball pass back into the space, and 4 became 3, 3 now becomes 2, and Southwest Saxons, and they're backing themselves with their defence, and if they can get another shutout and go up the other end, they'll be able to come back into this match.
We've got a game on here, but for now it's the Northwest touch side looking to re-establish that 3-try advantage that was cut to 2 after some great work by Cole Graham. Rice draws a touch. Lupton to the line. What a ball. What a line.
It's just too easy, and that's James Simons going over again. And it's Will Upton once more. Mike Rice taking the dump. Will Upton just goes and holds and waits and trusts that James Simons is going to be hitting his hole, and he does indeed.
Well, Joe, we haven't really seen sides run lines like that have been so effective today.
Yeah.
It's very rarely that someone is clean through. But Northwest Touch have managed it a couple of times against this Saxon defence.
Yeah, they're just really well drilled. They just know what they want, and you know it's a good bit of contrast, because Northwest sort of use all of the space afforded to them and will target specific holes in their attacking structure, whereas Southwest, when they get into the attacking phase, they look to beat people to the line as they're retreating rather than bringing them up and playing in behind. So it's a really nice contrast of attacking styles at the moment, and so far the Northwest are coming out on top, but you'd be hard pressed to say that this game is over.
Anusha Lanko flying out of the line to the delight of the sideline in front of us here in the clubhouse of Nottingham University. Lovely switch. Getting on the outside, they could be away. Pulled back inside by Pennington.
What a touch! What a touch! Tom Lawton-Davies, you have saved a try and probably kept your team in it. What a brilliant touch!
The double jeopardy for Northwestern Touch. Not only have they denied the try, they also lose possession. Here comes Louis Triers instead. Triers off the field. On comes Lawton-Davies Senior, is in possession now.
Here's the scoop to corner. Oh, great feet, lovely footwork. Oh, what a shot there, though, from Matt Crossley. The feet only matched by the defensive read of the Northwest winger. And Gabe Pennington telling him that you've done a good job, but I think he's taken a bit of a head knock. And Gabe is just making sure that he's okay.
Well, it was almost pretty fantastic soft hands that freed up the wide winger, but instead, Northwest Touch with their 3-try advantage. Pennington into contact, lovely ball, looking to set Melling on his way. Penalised there, Joe.
Yeah, I think that was one of those where the touch has been made on the shirt and George's not felt it, so Melling's just being like, where have you made the touch? But touch is called, so roll through, and here's Lupton with Simons. Here we go, this is where it's dangerous. Lupton engaging.
There's the touch.
No, didn't make it. Now Lupton's
the second one. Just crowding him. And, well, it looked to come off a Saxon player there, but Lupton putting a hand in, and he'll be penalised for that.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit chipper up there. Everyone wants to win. Will Upton gets forced up for his troubles. And now Saxons will have a couple moments where it's 6-on-5. Ben Grinter now subbing on to replace, so back to 6-on-6.
But it's the Saxons in possession. And it's picked up quickly by Lenori at half. Back with Lenori. Look at this quick play through the centre. Cole Graham stepping off it, looking out the back door, trying to put Elanco on his way. But it's a missed opportunity for the Saxons, and they won't get many more of those, Joe.
No, definitely not. This Northwest side is so stubborn in its defence. It's, you know, a real gritty side, and they're not going to afford the Southwest Saxons many more opportunities. Definitely not. And you know, you can see here the Northwest team just maybe running the clock down ever so slightly, using a bit of gamesmanship, because they know that the Southwest want fast turnovers, whereas Northwest just want to drive hard. And here they do. Just that with Pennington. Mellin at half. Mellin to Thorpe. Thorpe with Mellin. Back to Pennington. Looking at Ingram. This gives me Wigan days. Ingram looks long at Sam Thorpe. Looks to give one more, but it's really a covering touch.
Reece Jones just about gets there for the Saxons, and it will be Thorpe who feeds it back for now.
Yeah, it's Mellin. Pennington, oh, they look to shake and bake. It doesn't quite happen, but they kill the ball in a good area, and they'll make the Saxons work hard to get fresh legs on.
Elanco with the Saxons then. Jones. And on come the substitutes. Lister, try scorer already today. Lawton Davies takes a great pass. What a pick-up that is by Louis Treyers. And Lister looks to go alone, but Thorpe gets a hold of him.
Yeah, it's brilliant defensive play. The winger holds wide, Andre Garner, well done. And then Sam Thorpe is able to cover the man, has the pace to do so. Oh, looks to go through the gap, almost did.
Diving touch from Lister to deny him. And then carried forward, this time by Ingram. Lifted off the deck.
Yeah, it takes a big man to do that to Josh Ingram. Matt Bate now on the ball. Looks to check off, doesn't. Mike Rice, James Simons, Rice, Lupton.
Well, it looks as though Rice has put that down before initiating the touch, Joe.
Yeah, he did. It's very fine margins, but he definitely did. And Northwest then compound the error by throwing the ball away to get marked an extra 10 metres back. And 5 minutes to go, there's only 3 tries in it. You can't write the Southwest Saxon side off. Unfortunately, that's just an unforced error. And if the Northwest can go down and get another score, that probably will do it.
Well, in the men's open, the Sharks are hotly on the heels of the Northwest touch. They put 15 past the Wildcats, who scored 2 themselves, but things are shaping up nicely in the men's open.
Yeah, he's offside. It's a good attempt at the read from the Southwest Saxons link, but just releases about a second too early and flies up at Lupton and gets the penalty.
Well, this huge game could still go either way, but a try would be massive for Northwest touch, and they've hunted down Melling well there. Melling. Simons gets around one. Good touch from De Cornu. They're just slowing the pace down for now. Lupton happy to take the touch. They know they're in front. They know there's only 4 minutes to play, but Melling puts the hammer down. Oh, what a pass!
See you later. And that's just interpersonal relationships. He knew where he was going to be, had nowhere else to go. Here's the little over the top, over the head pass, just whoop, no look, over the head. James Simons aware to it, and that will do it for Northwest.
Well, there's only 3 minutes to go here, and 4 tries seems pretty insurmountable against a defence of this quality, but the Saxons will drive on.
Yeah, especially with these unforced errors as it crept into the Saxons game over the past couple minutes or so. Every opportunity they have to drive at the line, just cough up the ball unnecessarily, and you're just not going to get those type of errors from Northwest.
It looks like the Saxons are quarter-final bound.
There's a crossing there, yeah. Crossing there, it's a good call from the referee. It's unfortunate for Northwest. And Southwest Saxons, they need to go quickly. I wouldn't be talking to the ref, I'd just be going.
Elanco. Caught by Morris. And they make it to an edge, and here's Jones on the wraparound. Lawton Davis has it back on the inside. Takes the touch. Just lacks a little bit of pace in the attack at the moment, but Lawton Davis looking to apply it. That's some pass, but it's just behind, and only just behind, Adrian De Petrini.
It feels weird that we've not said his name more often.
Well, he's been kept out of the game in this second half by a sterling effort from the Northwest touch defence.
I think Northwest have done a really good job at limiting the passing options for the Saxons. They've really restricted them to only throwing long, and it's obvious that the Northwest back the speed of the wingers to go out there and cover. And for me, tactically, the Northwest have just got it spot on. They've absolutely nailed every moment of this game, and this is a Southwest Saxon side which, I mean, we saw their attack earlier on in the day, absolutely electric, one of the most potent attacks, and I don't necessarily think it's a case of the Northwest have just had more. I think they've just manufactured more opportunities for themselves, and then more opportunities means more chances for scores, and you play the odds in your favour, you're probably going to come out on top.
Saxons then with perhaps their last attack of the game. Jones wears the touch well. There's another physical collision coming in.
Yeah,
there's the offload.
Bobby Taylor's a proper nuisance when he's on the field. He's slender in figure, but he's so strong.
Good ball inside from Lawton Davis and Louis Treyers. Treyers back on the inside. Well, this is great interplay between the two middle men. Look at that footwork. Louis Treyers, what a pass, but it's been intercepted and well read by Andre Garner.
Brilliant read from Andre Garnex. It looked for the whole life of me that Louis Trace was just going to pick that long ball out of the sky, no problem. But Andre Garner's wise to it, and he's a new addition to this Northwest side. You know, played in the Mixed Open last year and has made the step up so well. And he'll have an opportunity now to go around the outside, doesn't, passes back into Jordan Mellin. I think with about 25 seconds left to go, Northwest just going to try and maintain the possession and seal the deal.
Well, Northwest are semi-final bound then, it looks like, here at the England Touch Association Nationals. The semi-finals will be tomorrow. And then the final of the Men's Open will be our third from final game tomorrow, followed by the Women's Final and the Mixed Final as well. Women's 27th final will also be tomorrow. And we'll have one of those open, we'll have both of those open semi-finals, the women's and the men's, here on pitch one. But that's all to come tomorrow. That's what Northwest Touch have to look forward to, because they've put in a great performance against the resurgent Southwest Saxon side, and they will take a 13-9 victory away from perhaps the most crucial game of the entire competition so far. A huge game and a huge result. I will leave you in the very capable hands of Joe Wright for this next game before we return for some Mixed Open pool action at 10-3.
Players and officials, this is your 2 minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes.
Okay, this is their races there.
Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute.
You boys can grab some Denny food.
Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
And welcome back. We've got a friendly game going. It's the South East Sharks, women's 35s and 40s combined, and then the all-star side between the West Wildcats and the Midlands. And it's the Shark side in blue attacking from left to right that get us underway. And look to go for the 32 short. That it looks like the score's good. And it is. We get the opening score, really does. The South East Sharks going under from the 32 short platform. It's a little bit of a sweeper play. This guy's around the back and a good left foot step, gets underneath. And the South East Sharks open us up. And that was the combined team of Wildcats and Midlands. Wildcats players in their black strip, the Midlands players in the white strip. Going to go down the short side. Touch is made, take it back to the 7. Now they look to go open side, diving at the line at 6-touch turnover. So good attacking set, matched by an equally good defensive set. Making sure that players, there's no spaces available for the players trying to go over. Now the combined Sharks team. They look to roll into their transition, a couple 32s. This is 5th, so they look to scoop. They try and put the pace on. Look to go over the top, the ball just goes to ground, and a good transition distance-wise to get through. And now the Midlands and Wildcat side. They look to drive through their transition and get some fresh legs on. Of the box side. Here comes the fresh legs. They're driving up. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of loss of control. Now the Sharks. Again, this combined age group side, friendly match, just an exhibition. Nice hands, they look to roll into the 32 platform again. Here comes the short, Rapper is there. Rapper receives the ball, looks to go long. Nice long ball, doesn't quite stick in the hands. Unfortunately, they just cough up a bit of possession unnecessarily. They do get the penalty. We'll have a repeat set of 6 on the line. And they're diving at the line, and another score goes over. And this is South East Shark side in blue. Now 2 up. Nice little sweep play again, and they get underneath, and it's essentially rinse and repeat from the initial score. And South East Sharks come out firing in the first 4 minutes. And Midlands now just want to go forward a little bit more. That's better. Good bit of pace injected into the side. And you go short side.
Their own sweeper coming. They look to go to the wing. Recycle the play. Touch is taken. This will be fifth coming. And throw the ball wide, and unfortunately it just goes to ground. A little bit of delay while we're getting the ball. Now the Shark side. They look to roll into their transition. Nice touches taken up the middle. Oh, really nice momentum. Good check off. Building the pace of the game. They're looking like they're going to sub. They're just going to drive all the way up. They back their ability to go up there and score, because if they don't, they'll have to go and defend. And here comes the pace to cut through the middle. A really good covering touch from the Midlands Tigers. Tigers now rolling into their attack. Fresh legs come on round the corner. Good depth provided, good momentum. This fifth touch to scoop shot side. Oh, there is a gap. She steps through. Touch is made at the last minute. And that'll be turnover ball for the Sharks. And once again, Sharks will have an opportunity to go up the other end, get some fresh legs on an attack. And it is a good time to remind you that this game is a friendly, a little bit of an exhibition game. Both sides sort of combining a couple age groups. Be able to put this on under the heat in the lovely Nationals venue. And it's a good example of the fact that anyone can play touch, you know. You don't have to, as much as we've just had one of the most electric games we've had all weekend on Field 1, Northwestern Saxons Men's Open. You can play touch at any age group. And these ladies out here are a testament to that. Putting on a good performance for it too. Again, a little bit of a delay. Tap penalty. Eats up the ground, good touch. That's first. Another good touch, that's second. Now they get the fresh legs off. And the fresh legs on, sorry. Ball wants to go half's a little bit isolated. A little bit late to the ball, but she's there. Midlands now, transition. Check back off into the inside, good option. But that sixth touch and turnover. And this All-Stars side doing well, using all of their touches. We just like to see them carry a little bit more momentum going into the final third. Oh, lovely feet. Really good option. And now the hands are there if they want to use it. They don't, they straighten up. It's a really good option. Check off again, they got one more. That's fifth. They'll step back on the inside, they go wide. Can they find the spare player? Yes, she can. And score is good. Scooping through, the winger cuts inside on the line. Becomes the spare man in the pocket. And South East Sharks 2 becomes 3. A lovely example of what's capable. This sub on, scooper comes, looks to go right, goes left, finds the gap, then has the awareness to find the spare man. And the South East Sharks now building the pressure. 3 tries to 0. The All-Stars want to come back and put a score on for themselves. Sweeper play comes round. Ball goes to the link. Link is touched. The Sharks now have an opportunity to get some fresh legs on it. Really fast turnover. Oh, the good meters made off first touch, going almost 20 meters. This is second. Again, driving up the guts. They'll have another one now. Strike option. Looks just actually goes through the gap, hands in the corner, is on. Dummy show and go, and that's 5th. They'll have to create something with 0 touches afforded to them. To go back to the short side, but a really good touch. And the All-Stars side just crowds them out, and they take the tap penalty quickly. Good meters made. Now you want to be getting fresh legs on. The 2 filter on now. Good pace shown. Good touch. It's forthcoming. It's much better from the All-Star side. So this is 5th. Scooping option. Looks for the wing. Wing is not there. And the Sharks are able to crowd it out well. And full credit to the All-Star side, being able to use all of their touches really effectively. Going through the touch count, making sure that they're not just surrendering possession needlessly. Making the Sharks defend all 6 touches. But as they go down the other end, the Sharks just seem to have a little bit more going into their attack. And there's the 5th. Scooper comes through, goes through the gap, the touch is made. All-Stars once again. Moving into the transition phase. Darks putting on loads of pressure, trying to keep them where they are. Great touch there from the Sharks. This is 5th coming. They do well to pass around the shooters. Ball goes a little bit forward and to ground. So the Sharks will have that turnover, but once again, All-Stars using all of the touches available. Sharks saving the touch. Up the box side, now they feed it out. Really nice play. To pick up and go short side, scoops through, ball is there, but just goes to ground at the last minute. Good meters made at the box side. And the All-Star side, every single time, make really good meters off the first. I'd just like to see them use the ball a little bit more at the box. So here, you'd like to give that extra pass and just add some width, or you can step around the shooter and do it that way. Here's the hands, good. So this is 5th. 5th coming. There it is. Oh, good scoop through the gap. Can she find spare man? The winger is available. It does find her, and that ball does go to ground, but unfortunately the touch has been made first. And that's half court. It's a really good option. The most I think a little bit of confusion on the field as the All-Star side starts to sub off, but unfortunately the half was caught. And for a moment it's 4-on-4. And she's gone, and she'll go all the way around the outside, and there's a foot race for the corner. She's gonna get there. I was expecting an NRL dive in the corner. Open side quickie, comes back for the hammer play, dives for the line, score is good. And 3 become 4, and this combined Shark side really finding some success. Nice hammer, nice low dive, picture perfect low dive on the top of the ball. And the Sharks coming into the middle of this first half, really on top. The All-Stars now. 32 platform, short comes, Rapper receives. Into another 32 platform, that's nice, a little bit more fluid. Let's go short side. Touch is made, and that's 5th and final. So they won't have any touches to play with. The All-Stars. Let's go on the outside. Oh, lovely hands. Looks for the ball back on the inside. It was desperately there. Touch and pass is given. 14 minutes into this first half. 4 tries for the South East Sharks combined side. And Sharks rolling through. Good line cut there again, back into the support. Good speed injected. Good decision. Oh, she just goes through the gap. The wheels are too much. 4 becomes 5, and the South East Sharks really running riot in this game. Just heads up Rugby, points where she's going to go, and then just goes through. Talk about telegraphing, we'll try and stop it. The Sharks are in the ascendancy against this All-Star side. All-Stars look, get one on the board from this tap off. Good evasion of the touch, half is there. Needs to go forward. You want to get to that 7 earlier. They do. Rapper comes. And unfortunately that ball just goes to ground. Like a nice setup. Get on the outside edge, potentially looking for the link punish. Unfortunately it just doesn't quite come off for this All-Star side. Sharks now, driving up the middle. Good 4-man drive. Good hands to the edge. Winger checks back on the inside and recycles the play. Very good, heads up Rugby. Sharks again coming back to the short side. That's 5th touch. And they do come to the short side, and the winger's free. And if the winger can catch and ground, she'll score, and she does. And with 4 minutes to go, in this first half, 5 becomes 6. And the Sharks are really starting to turn the screw. And just ghosting through these gaps. And again, I want to remind everyone that this is just an exhibition, friendly match. Both sides getting the reps in. And the South East Sharks enjoying it. All-Stars now. Driving up. Reaper coming. Back on the inside. 5th and final. Down a little bit of a congested area. Goes out to the winger. Unfortunately doesn't quite come off on that occasion. Now the Sharks have to drive back up the box side and get some more fresh legs on. Nice. What's nice here is, on occasion, Sharks just like to go up the middle, look for the 4-man drive, so they know more comfortable in this game. They still want to test things out, and often people will just sub at the end of each possession, but the Sharks really do look for that drive when it's applicable, and it is 5th, so they've got to move the ball. They do. Ball's away again. There's the touch, and that's 6th turnover. All-Stars now. Good meters made up the middle. Definitely a little bit of loss of control. Creeping in. It is a hot day. The sun is beating down. We're blessed to be under shade. Players most certainly are not, which is a very physical game. I would not be surprised to see there's some fatigue setting in against the last 90 seconds of the half. Sharks have to go through again. Maybe too short. Run at pace. Long ball out to the wing. Wing tap back. Recycles back inside. Really good hands. The core skills on display from the Sharks. It's excellent. It goes for the winger. little bit tight, was expecting maybe the dump and recycle the opportunity. Doesn't quite happen. And the All-Stars. Driving up the box side. Fresh legs cannoning on now. Oh, good pace injected. Oh, really good meters made, and the All-Stars need a little bit more of that. Let's go open side now. Running around some pressing defenders. 2-on-1 on the wing. Can they execute? Gets crowded out, and it's a good defensive work there from the Sharks. The Sharks now half a little bit isolated, waiting for the players to come on. They do eventually arrive. And that's the hooter, and this will be final play of the half. The Sharks look for some jouet rugby, and they expose the 2-on-1, and the intercept is then made. And if the referees will let her go, she will get a score. However, the referees won't let her go, and there's a wry grin on their face. We were expecting a bit of a grandstand finish, but as it stands, the South East Sharks combined ages lead 6 strikes to 0. The All-Stars, and we'll be right back after this very short break.
I'm just going to put this out. Yeah.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes. Players and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Players and officials, 1 minute. 30 seconds. Please take to the pitches, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
And we are just about to get back underway in this exhibition match in the South East Sharks 35-40s and the All-Star Women's 35-40s. So that's a mixture of the Midlands Tigers and the West Wildcats. The black and white attacking left to right. The Sharks in the blue attacking right to left. The Sharks fairly dominant first half. And the All-Star side will be looking to put some scores on the board, run through their structure, find some more success. It's a really good opportunity initially to go around the outside. Unfortunately, they're not quite successful. And it's turnover ball. So the Sharks will have an opportunity to launch from deep. Sharks now. Rolling through. Finding some momentum. Fifth and final, so they look to scoop. 2-on-1. A great covering touch from the All-Stars, and All-Stars, you know, starting a little bit stronger in this second half. Good touch. Better transition as well at the box side. Players coming on a little bit smoother than the first half. Good meters made. This is fifth coming a little bit far out. Look to maybe save a touch. That's fifth. Oh, she goes through the gap. Looks for the pass. Maybe should have carried a little bit further as half. He could have gone through a little bit further. But much more attacking prowess on display from the All-Stars at the start of this second half. And Sharks now. Oh, good pace. Kicks on to the outside. Fortunately, that ball is turned over. It was a really good initial platform from the Sharks, but the All-Stars definitely showing more in this second half. Good options. Half a little bit isolated. Needs support. Has the support. Might look to check off. Takes the touch. This is fifth coming. So good dump. The dump is there. That's fifth coming. A little bit of a miscount from myself. Good ball onto the inside. Touch just comes in before the ball goes down. Very close from the All-Stars, and again pushing them far. Oh, and brilliant pace shown. And I've got a feeling she might go. She does a really good dump as well to predict the touch, and it maintains the momentum. The All-Stars side still has players trying to get onside. Now the ball works back into the midfield. They'll have a couple opportunities to strike. They check back. Comes to the short side. 32 platform. Rapper is on. Rapper receives. Oh, tap on. Lovely tap on. It looks like that'll be touch and pass. It will be indeed. But much better in both respects from the attack and defence of the All-Stars, and Sharks now having to work hard for the reward. All-Stars rolling through. Really good touch from the Sharks. Good meters made. Nice strike dump. There's an opportunity to try and go around the outside. Number 19 for the Sharks is rapid. Switches option. Goes out to the wing. Looks to pop back on the inside. That 6-touch turnover. They've got the ball in the right area of the pitch, so they'll make the Sharks work hard to go all the way around the All-Stars defence to get fresh legs on. And they look to do exactly that. Good ball. One more. Put the gas on. She goes round the outside, and no one was going to catch her. The Sharks, 4 minutes into this second half, do get their opening score. 6 turns into 7. The Sharks look good value for it. All Stars. 32 platform. Oh, good option down the short side. Fortunately, just crowded out by good space defence. Forward pass is given. Oh, and they take the quick tap and they'll look to go full length again. Oh, good feet. Feeds off. First touch. All the way into the All-Stars half. Second touch.
That's alright. Nearly killed me.
They're just slowing down, getting organised. Oh, lovely pop pass into the space, and that looks to be good. It is indeed, and the Sharks now picking back up from where they left off. In a matter of moments, get another score on the board. All Stars getting us back underway. We'll look to get a score on the board. 32s. Good option. Rappers there. Ball could go one more. It was a 2-on-1. Done really well to expose the overlap, but the ball just goes to ground at the last moment. Sharks now. Getting fresh legs on, driving up the box side. Hands could go. Ball goes over the top. There's an opportunity to run in the corner. It looks like she's going to get there. She will. Good dive, good finish. Putting the flamboyancy on the fans at the bottom of the pitch. It's a brilliant finish in the corner. Good core skills, catch and pass round the outside. Good speed shown by the winger to get down in the corner. And a little high five to celebrate. All Stars opting to change from the 32 platforms. They're going for the buddies up the middle. Fourth Cummins. Fifth Cummins. They want to slow down. They do. They use the ball. Back on the inside. Good recycle of the play. 32 platform. Pick up. Let's go up inside. There's a 3-on-2. If they can expose it. Fortunately, they just can't quite get there. And here comes the pace up the box side from the Sharks again. And pace has been electric when they get the ball in hand. Good check off there. But really good defensive pressure from the All-Stars. Getting up in the face, shutting them down, but here's the 2-on-1 again. They have to go back into the middle this time. They look to go for the winger. That's 6-touch turnover. All-Stars will have possession. All Stars now. Unfortunately, that ball has just lost control. You can see it rolling around on the floor. Sharks getting the ball rolling. Fresh legs coming on. Good pass away. Good injection of pace. They look for the hands. The penalty will be given. They'll retain possession even though the ball goes to ground. Sharks now. Driving at the line. Hammer play. Kick on the outside. Ball goes wide. What a catch by the winger. Done really well not to cough that ball up. Oh, tap back on the inside. It's there. Ball goes. And the score is given. And Sharks again using their structure. So sweeper comes round, step back, half receives the ball back. Good catch and ground. And a lovely finish once again from the Sharks combined ages side. All Stars. Back to the 32 platforms. And he looked to get attacked down the short side. They check back on the inside. Ball looks to go wide. Little pop pass into the link. It looks to be that will be a touch and pass. The referees are in agreement. And Sharks over halfway. This is fifth coming. Scooping players there. Do you have the speed to go through the gap? Good switch option. Good pop back on the inside. Looks for the extra pass. Maybe should have gone to the wing, but good ideas nonetheless. All Stars with fresh legs on, looking to cause some stress in the Sharks line. Good scooping option. 3 on 2, 2 on 1 there. He just gets over and makes the touch. And the All Stars will be really desperate to get a score on the board whenever they can do so. And the ball just goes to ground from the Sharks. A little bit of an unforced error. Rendering possession over to the All Stars. And All Stars have really positive field position. And look to drive hard at the line and have a couple cracks. And a little bit sideways to begin with. Need to go forward. You want to get there first. This is third, fourth coming. That's fourth. So this is fifth coming now. So they've got fresh legs on, but they only have one opportunity to strike. Really good strike dump, getting in behind the players. They look to go long. There is an overlap. They can see it. Ball goes wide. Just wanted to go one more. A little bit of a tumble. Starts to turn the ball over. They're having a look. Want to go around the outside. Good footwork. Good dump. Really solid dump. Striking. Fifth coming now. Looks to pop the ball behind the player. It looks like the referee has a decision to make. He's going to be given 6 more. And this is the opportunity for the Sharks now to put some pressure on. Get another score on the board. Lovely diving score in the middle channel. Just gets underneath. Sharks once again get another score on the board. All Stars now. We're into the last 5 minutes of this friendly exhibition game, showcasing the mixed ages ability. They look to put another score on the board. We want to get at least one. All Stars now. Driving up the short side. Look to drive at the line. They do, but a really good defensive pressure from the Sharks. So any options available? Sharks now. Another really slick transition. Moving up the box. You see a little bit of fatigue setting in now. Intensity's just fading a touch. There's a little bit of pace injected. Good strike dump. She's got some whips to burn, and that looks like that's just ball down. It is indeed, and the All-Stars do really well to hold out that attack. Unfortunately, the ball just goes to ground, and that's a good example of the fatigue we're talking about. Players are getting tired. It's a very tough game, especially over 40 minutes. And there's a penalty for overstepping the mark. And All Stars now come into the last 3.5 minutes. Desperate to put a score on the board. It's good manipulation in the midfield, saving loads of time and touches. The referee spots an infringement, so that's turnover again to the Sharks. Just taking the tap penalty off the mark, so the referee makes sure that she's coming back, and we're back underway. Good touch. Sharks up the middle channel. Again, up the middle channel on that same middle. Now they're in the red zone, they look to strike. Good pressure from the All-Stars link. Sharks are going to strike from deep. It'll be maybe a little bit closer to the line. 32 long. Pace looks to get underneath, but a really good touch. Space was available on the outside. Ball might have gone on another occasion, didn't there? And the All-Stars were able to crowd it out. Good defensive touch from the Sharks, and this is a better transition from the All-Stars, probably the best transition we've seen from them so far. Really direct up the guts. That's fifth, a little bit static. Ball needs to move. It does, goes out to the wing. Step back on the inside, and that should be 6 more. So the referee spotted a penalty first, that's forward pass. That'll be turnover rolling into the last 90 seconds of the half. And Sharks
Diego's got wristbands on. I don't
looking to put yet another score on the board. Driving hard, another 32 platform, diving for the line. The touch is made, and that 6th touch turnover. I'm coming into the final 60 seconds of this exhibition match between the two mixed age groups, the All-Stars and the Sharks. All-Stars driving up the box again. Good hands. Good ball away. Oh, nice little step. Good yards. Look to drive again, coming into the last little few moments now. That's 5th. Unfortunately, the All-Stars just coughed the ball up. And the Sharks again. 30 seconds remaining. They'll look to go coast to coast and finish with a flurry. Getting fresh legs on. And here come the reinforcements. They look to go wide. Good defensive read from the winger. They force them to throw the ball blind. They do. Good hands from the winger. As they go through the middle, this will be last play. Hands go, and just goes to ground, and that will conclude this friendly game between the two mixed ages sides. It really does sum up what touch is about, being able to play and play freely, not being restricted by age or ability. Playing touch because you love touch, and the score finishes 11 tries to 0 in favour of the Southeast. The All-Star Women's very competitive, but just didn't quite have the attacking edge that the Sharks did. And we'll take a very quick break, and we'll be joined again. The mixed open clash between the Southeast Taipans and the Midlands Tigers.
Right, that brings the 2 o'clock games to an end. We're going to get the first prize presentations underway in just a minute. So if you can join us on the steps on the marquee side, it's not on the road side. We're going to do the women's 35s, women's 40s, and the green challenge for those categories. So if I can get all the women's 35s and the women's 40s players in front of field 8 by the main pavilion, please. We're going to do the trophy presentations for those 2 categories. That's our champions, player of the final, MVPs, and the green challenge winners. We will be getting the next tap-off underway on time at 10 to 3, so you will hear Mitch doing that countdown very shortly. But if I can get the 35s and 40s women's players down to here, that'd be great.
We get the 35 and 40 women's teams to the pavilion for the presentation. The women's teams for the 35s and 40s over to the pavilion for the presentation. And for all players and officials, with just under 2 minutes to go till the next tap off.
Well, thank you to Joe Wright for covering that exhibition game. We return to action in the mixed open pool, where there's an awful lot on the line in this next game between the Midlands Tigers and the Southeast Taipans. Here are how things stand. The Sharks are top with 20 points. They cannot be chased. They will remain in the semi-final position regardless of results elsewhere. On the other hand, the Tigers playing today in this most recent game are in need of a win to secure their place. The Taipans, if they win here, will go to 11 points and they will match up with Northwest Touch. Northwest Touch currently play the Saxons over on pitch 3. Saxons on 13 points. So the perfect result here is, for us at least, neutrals in the crowd. For the Taipans to get a big win here against Midlands, and then whatever happens over on pitch 3 will have big impact on the final standings of the group. That's why Joe Wright has gone to watch the game going on pitch 3, which is the Saxons up against Northwest Touch. What a start that could be, diving towards the line. Turnover instead is the case. The Midlands Tigers side, who, as we've said, are sitting pretty in second place in this pool. Ben Lundcraft diving in there was unable to convert. There's SE Taipans in their red and black shorts playing from right to left. A southeasterly side. And they're making some good yardage down that right. The ball was lofted inside. Didn't quite have the direction on that occasion. Touch on Serene Carson. Serene Carson out wide. Well, that's some excellent footwork to break away from the first defender from Sam Dean. Powell finds Archie Shaw. Shaw again. Good stepping in from Powell, darting to the line. Surely this time the finish is there. Reaching out Sam Dean. But not given. Oh, well, there's a conversation to be had between the officials. And there you go, a nod of the head from the assistant referee, and Sam Dean has opened the scoring, and this is not the result that the Typhons need. They need a win to overtake Northwest Touch and secure 4th place. Only the top 4 in the open competition will be through to the semi-finals. This result would see the Tigers solidify their position in 2nd place. Should be said that over on pitch 3, a win for Northwest Touch would guarantee them their place, and they'd overtake the Saxons as well. But unless the Taipans can win here, as that ball goes down and possession is turned over, they'll be out. And the Tigers rolling on, as they know they need to. Touch made. Tigers into Taipan territory now. Good movement. They've only got a few touches left. What footwork. If the ball goes wide one more, then surely it's a try. But instead it's put down in unfortunate circumstances, and here come the Taipans in response. A win for the Taipans and a defeat to Northwestern Touch at the hands of the Saxons over on pitch 3 will see them through to the semi-final, depending on try difference, of course. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it as Ruby Gribben heads into contact.
I assume you're going to see him again.
Number 96, Daniel Dowling. Oscar Davies. Oscar Davies also doubles up as coach of the Taipans mixed and Taipans men's 30 team at number 20. He's also starting the most active international touring touch side, Triple Threat. He's very engaged in the organisation. Turnover as the Tigers come forward. Try scorer Dean in there with Powell in possession. Powell this time looks right on the switch. Lovely line. Shaw, one more out wide, and that's the score that puts the Tigers 2 in front.
Short 47 years of existence.
Good line from Shaw. Drew in 2 defenders. That's some ball. Excellent. A wonderfully weighted pass. And the Tigers go 2 in front. Carried on by Lambert. This is his 3rd year as a Taipan. He's back with Lambert. Lambert going all the way. Excellent pass. Taipans are on the board. What a game we've got on here as the Midlands Tigers ring in the changes. Lambert with a great pass. And once again finished in that wide channel, as is so often the case in the mixed game. We love those long floated passes. We crashed over from short range. Touch made on Ben Lucraft. Lucraft getting away from one. Pierce. Lucraft again. Takes the touch. Pierce at the half. These two working in the centre. Much good quick hands. Little show and go, but the touch is made. Turnover for the Southeast Taipans. Having a discussion with some of the England touch representatives. This long history of touch rugby in the UK, brought over by expats. And a lot of them live their lives in the Southeast, in London. That's why they've got both the Taipans and the Sharks hailing from the same region, because there's just so much touch rugby to be played in the area. Diving over, now it's given. A quick decision this time from the referee. Pierce touched, so back they come. Well, they go down that left-hand side again. It's a really excellent score. Abigail Wolf with her hands on the ball there, crashing over in that wide channel. It's a really good pass again. And Wolf, under a bit of pressure, manages to dot down. And the Tigers re-establish their 2-try advantage in a crucial game that would secure their place in the semi-finals. The Taipans could be on the way out unless they create something special here. Kieran James, touch back. And a penalty as well, so 6 touches. They've got to create something from here. Dowling, James. Davis. Spilt. And it's a miscontrol by the Taipans, so it will be a Tigers possession. Lifted to Dan Powell, who hands it off, and now they're rushing down the left-hand side because they're looking to get those substitutes in play. Sweeping round the corner, Christian Mirosevich-Sorgo. Touch on Lewis. He's got Mirosevich-Sorgo inside. Mirosevich-Sorgo out the back door, lovely hands. Oh, what a score. Rhea Plunkett dots down. Oh, once again it isn't given. Well, this time it's the assistant referee on the right-hand side denying the Tigers. Changes in the offing for the Taipans. Some good footwork from Victoria Summers. Good ball from Lambert to open things up. And carried on with great pace. Needs support. Lovely ball. Was there a touch on there? The referee on the far side thinks so. Sadie Pither is denied. Reed. Taking them all on. Good footwork from Reed. Hassled by Wolf, and it's a turnover. That's the last touch for the Taipans. Good line by Jared Lewis. Carried on by Saunders. Brought back by the referee, who's really had his mark on this game so far. And that's great footwork and great pace. There must be support. It's just beyond the on-rushing Rhea Plunkett. Taipans to reset and to respond. And they're transitioning with pace. Penalty goes to the Taipans once again from the sideline. Maxon Lambert asking for a bit of energy from his team. Over halfway. Bell, touch made. Partridge, Bell. Partridge is there again. Quickly round the corner. Partridge. Got Mimi Taylor-Dean for company. And that's the last touch for the Taipans. And once again, they've worked their way really well into this area. But they haven't scored in a long while, and that might let them in. Lou Craft, the middle, puts it down. And with 6 touches from here, they have to convert. Great pace. Wonderful finish. Now talk about putting the hammer down. Wonderful speed. Well, there's unfortunately no number 11 listed on our team sheet, so he shan't get his flowers just yet. But the Taipans are on the board, and they're still only 1 try behind. Shaw lifts it. Shaw on the return. Denied. Powell. Good press. Shaw, Powell goes back to him. Shaw must be over now. Score given. Despite Mimi Taylor-Dean's, well, Mimi Taylor-Dean did get the touch on this occasion. Referee's hands went up, but it was to signify a changing of the guard, not a try. So the Tigers still only lead by 1, but they have won it back in a really dangerous area. An unforced error, and here is Shaw. Powell. Good ball into Shaw. Could score from here. Last ditch, but a touch regardless from Kieran James. Shaw just assessing his options now. Dean. Shaw. Dean again. Good interplay between the 2 middle players, and that's a great effort. But Dean is denied his 2nd try by Kieran James, defending really well with the Taipans. That's a really long ball. What a take! Well, that was not an easy grab at all. And Abigail Wolfe is having an excellent game, but the forward pass is given. Well, that is a shame, because Abigail Wolfe has plucked that out of the sky on the run at full pelt. Denied the try, and finally it's the Southeast Taipans who will have a bit of possession. But they've got to get their way up the field. They trail by 1. Still plenty of time in this first half for the game to go either way. Great hands to open up the field. Away goes Luke Milsom. Milsom, great ball. Wolfe gets across to make an important intervention. Reed. Russell Reed hands it off. And Reed at half. Taking them all on. Needs support. Great composure. Reed still going. There's got to be a pass to come, and it's an excellent ball. Well, he's done fantastically well there. Russell Reed. Well, he had options behind him as well, but instead he just basketball pass, lifted it to Lambert. Good ball on the turn from Mirosevic Songo. Mirosevic Sorgo there to regather. An excellent one-handed pass, but the return, just a lack of communication perhaps. Well, all of a sudden, despite the Tigers being perhaps the strongest side in this game, and indeed they are safely in the semi-finals already, they are currently 3 tries apiece, sharing the spoils with the South East Taipans. And it's a penalty as well. So 6 more touches for the Taipans. Away goes Oscar Davies. He takes another touch, Davies. Davies is everywhere for the Taipans. In the last few phases, that's a great ball, but the touch was just about made. Penalty infringement then. I'll get the Tigers out of trouble for now. Carried on by Lewis. Looking to sweep around to this right-hand side. Great footwork from Lucraft, so evasive. Lucraft still going. Davies is on the retreat, so up comes Kieran James to make the touch. James driving into the midfield. And I think that Lucraft's accusations are going to cost him here. You can imagine why they'd be a bit frustrated because, well, they're drawing level here, and depending on results elsewhere, the worst case scenario for the Tigers is dropping lower down in that semi-final ranking and having to face tougher opposition on their way to the final. For the Taipans, a big swing in try difference could see them qualify. They currently sit 5th. Well, great footwork and just support needed. Once again, it's Russell Reid, the creator. Summers the beneficiary, but
yeah, well,
will it stand? It's given. The South East Taipans are in front, and depending on results elsewhere, this could see them qualify. A reminder of the standings: the Tigers are on 14 points, they cannot be caught, but the Taipans are on 7. Northwest Touch are on 11. A win here for the Taipans would see them go level, and then it's down to try difference. Taipans got a -5 record at the moment, that's cut to -4. It could have been a big moment for the Tigers, but the South East Taipans probably need to win this by a few tries. We'll find out how things are going on between the Saxons and Northwest Touch at half-time. But for now, the Taipans are ahead, and it might see them into the semi-final. They might sneak in this final game. Great carry by James, who was hoping for an offside call, but he wasn't going to get one. Powell looking to get the Tigers moving. It's another unforced error. Well, they're through to the semi-finals regardless, the Tigers, and maybe they just feel in this game that they're already on the beach, so to speak. But you want to take good form into that semi-final, and you want to finish as high as you can in these seeded semi-finals, which will be tomorrow here in Nottingham. Well, that's an excellent effort, diving to the line. Denied on this occasion. James draws the touch. Good pick up from Gribben. Finds Davies. Oh, an offside call. So Davies, who stopped when he was touched, is able to got the ball down unopposed, and that's a huge moment as the South East Taipans extend their advantage. That's a popular score with those red shirts on the touchline. Well, we're underway, and the Taipans are short of a player. There goes the buzzer, so one last chance. Can they make this advantage count? Look at the pace, taken to the line, skipping away. LeCraft, but he's been caught by Russell Reed. What a game he's having. Well, that's half time, as the Claxton's already sounded. And this could be a really big moment for the South East Taipans, who need a big swing in try difference and results to go their way for them to progress through to the semi-finals of the mixed open competition. The Sharks are already through, the Tigers here are already through, but Northwest Touch could be caught by the Taipans if they are defeated by the Saxons over on pitch 3. We'll get you all the up-to-date results and a thrilling second half to come shortly here live at the England Touch Association Nationals in this mixed open competition. At half-time, the South East Taipans are leading the Midlands Tigers by 5 tries to 3.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, 2 minutes. Players and officials, warning. Players and officials, 1 minute.
It's a big second half for the South East Taipans. They lead by 2 tries at the moment against the Midlands Tigers.
Ready to play.
They require a goal swing, a try swing. which they have got in their favour. The Saxons are currently up 7 tries to 2 against Northwest Touch.
Players and officials, stand by.
Though as things stand, Northwest are heading out and the Taipans are through. Let's see if they can hold on here against the Midlands Tigers, who are through regardless. It's a fast start for the southeast side as well. Diving over from close range, it's Russell Reed yet again. He's already been so influential in this fixture with a try-saving touch and an assist. Great ball, another one by Lambert, who scored the first, or set up the first, sorry, for the Typhons with a great pass, much like that. And the Typhons are amongst the scorers again. Drifts into the line, gets the ball away at the perfect time. All it had to do was be finished, and it was excellently well. Well, the Tigers, if things stay the same, will be playing, as things stand, the Saxons, who, as I've heard from Joe Wright, looking fine fettle. That's a great ball. Rhea Plunkett gets one back for the Midlands Tigers. Well, it's getting a little bit nervous if you're a fan of the Southeast Typhons. Tigers are through, but the Saxons look in fine form, and they would rather not play them. A win here and turning this result around would actually mean that well, that's a great finish in the corner. It would actually mean that they face the Northwest instead. It was almost a great finish, mind. Excellent defending from Rhea Plunkett. But a penalty. Oscar Davis gets us going. Davis back down the left. James spills it from close range. And Powell could look to counter. Powell ships it on. Good pass, soft hands. Get onto the outside. Good carry by Shaw. And some excellent hands. It's a scything run by Pearce. Penalty for offside. More to come for from the Midlands Tigers, perhaps. Man down for the Tigers. Over goes Rory McAuliffe, and he's back to his feet and feeding them on, and it's dived over the line, but is it converted? Kieran James gets a touch. So the Tigers will have to reset. Lucraft, who looked so dangerous in the first half. McAuliffe, Lucraft again. Who will it fall for here? Well, nobody in the end, so the Taipans escape for now. And as it stands, the Taipans are going through on try difference, which was swung in their favour with, as it stands, a big win for the Saxons over Northwest Touch, which is currently ongoing on pitch 3. This result will leave the Taipans on 11 points, the same as Northwest Touch, and that result against the Saxons could see things change their way. Lambert, Milson. Lambert on the wraparound. Well, he's got plenty of space to run into. Instead, he just unleashes a long ball. And I don't think the score will be given. There was a touch at the very last. So here come the Midlands Tigers. Touch made. What a great run this is. That pass doesn't have enough on it, unfortunately. They were at the end of their touches, so they had to be bold. Carrying down the right-hand side, running short to get the support players back involved. And then they wrap around that left-hand side. Clark taking on a few players. Good ball from Partridge. Clark again. Forward passes the call, so it's a turnover. Tigers trail by 2. Loss here won't change things for them. They'll likely still have to play the Saxons in that semi-final. But who will progress out of Northwest Touch and the Taipans? We'll have to wait and see. A losing point might be enough to see Northwest Touch through. Powell goes himself. Score given. Clark beaten. And the lead cut to 1. He does get there first. Great finish by Dan Powell. But Southeast Taipans get us back in the way. Davis. Good ball from Davis, an early one from Dowling, and it's gone to ground. Restart then for the Tigers, who trail by just 1 try. It'd be good value for a draw here. It would give them great confidence heading into the semi-finals of the Open competition. Put down. Well, after this game, we have a decisive round of fixtures in the men's 30s pool, and then to finish off this afternoon we have the final of the men's 40s event. Here on pitch 1, it's the Taipans on the attack, looking to seal it here. Oh, there's a hand in there from a Tiger. It still goes their way. There's an understanding from the assistant referee. No, it is the Taipans who should be on the offensive. This game has been so tight that you feel re-establishing that 2-try advantage would really go some way to deciding this game. Great line from Milson. Lambert diving in. Reed denied.
Let's go then. Let's go, Taipans.
Lambert, Reed. It's another penalty. Reed. Lambert. Milson. Caught again. Plugging away the Taipans. but they've lost it. An infringement.
Next job, Maxon.
Well, there's a very physical collision in midfield between Reed and the number 18, Christian Mirosevich-Sorgo. And for that, he'll be forced to leave the field. On come a few changes. Put down, almost put down by Powell, I should say. He's done really well to regather. And a full complement of 6 back on the field following those changes. Powell, good ball to short. Turnover, the maximum amount of touches reached. Milsom, good pickup. Lambert carries on. Well, it opens up a little bit for the Taipans then. Great ball out wide. Touch there on Sadie Pither. Pither with the tap. Partridge. Go and go round the corner. Instead they play down the line. Touch there on Mimi Taylor-Dean. And then cleared. That's a great ball, and it might open up this Taipans defence. Skipping away from a number of players. Once again is Ellis Pearce. Pearce forces the touch this time. Luke Craft. Pearce. Partridge gets a hold of him, and that's a turnover. 8 minutes to go here. Taipans still hold a slender advantage over the Tigers, but it might not be enough to see them through. But they're flowing on in transition this time. Lifted over the top. Good touch by Pearce. Well, Pearce went flying in to make the touch. It seems as though he may have gone through one of those advertising boards on the far side as well. So we'll have a break in play while Pearce is assessed.
Keep him out of the half. Keep him out of the half. Keep him out of the half.
For now though, the Tigers will get back underway, having forced a 6th touch. Direct at the moment on the Midlands Tigers. And now they get the attack rolling through Lewis. Lewis all the way, great support. Had another for the number 15, Abigail Wolf, I think it is. What a game she's having. And all of a sudden the Tigers are level. And this game and its outcome tips back in favour of the Tigers and for Northwest. Oh, what a counter. What a series of events. Russell Reed goes over, but he's touched at the last. But haven't they done well? Reed, Lambert, all the hard work done by the Tigers to get back on level terms could be over here, sliding in this time. Luke Milsom, but denied. Milsom to get us underway. On the switch, great take by Reed. And they're back in front. Great line of running from Reed. Russell Reed, another one. He's had a great game. And what a time to have it as well. But here come the Tigers. The nicely weighted pass. Touched in flight. Powered across the face of the defence, and then the offload from McAuliffe does not go to hand. 5 minutes on the clock. The Taipans are in front. And they've made good yardage in this transition. Davis hands it off to James. Dowling, touched. James, Davis. Forces another touch and gets James in behind. James jinxes his way through, but is touched, and that's a 6th, and that's a turnover. And now the Tigers can transition. And they look to open up the field. Well, that is an unfortunate error. Could that be the game? Can the Taipans hold on? Great step. Nice Summers. Lambert. Lambert finding Reed. Lambert on the return. That's a great ball. Put down by Taylor Dean. Is there enough time for the Tigers to get back out in front? They need 2 tries to do it. For the moment at least, they're still camped deep in their own half. That's a good ball on the inside. Suddenly a 3-on-2 perhaps, but Shaw plays 9 instead. Powell, Shaw, back to Powell. Really running things in the middle is Powell. Powell, good ball. Spilt. And that might be it. With 2.5 minutes, Russell Reid could be away. Well, I was going to say that the Taipans could slow it down and control the game, but instead, Russell Reid has slipped through the net. And he scores an important try for the Taipans. Well, he's done that all on his own volition. A really impressive solo try, something we've not seen too much of today. But will it be enough for the Taipans to progress? The Tigers are on the offensive for now. It's a bit slow for them. Well, they've touched it down. What do the referees think? They're happy for now.
Come on, let's go again.
Well, it would be a shocking turn of events if the Tigers were to equalise it from here. Have they left it too late? The Taipans just need to slow themselves down and keep a hold of things here. James, Davis, Dowling draws the touch. Dowling again. Well, he'll go himself this time. It's caught, but only just by Lewis. A try here would seal it. James. Very concerned faces over on the pitch side here. It's a turnover, but it might not matter. Knock on is the call. Those will come again. Good transition, good pace to their attack. Searching for options inside and out. Well, the cries from the bench. Southeast Taipans, their coach demanding a lot of them. But there's the buzzer. If the Taipans can get a touch on, they know they've sealed it. Dowling on the wraparound. Oh, the ball's through. Can you believe it? The final play. The klaxon had gone. And the Tigers have equalised. And with that, regardless of results elsewhere, the Taipans are out. The Southeast Taipans will not progress. Because Rhea Plunkett has dotted down for her hat-trick. And that will put the Tigers safely into the next round, where they will have to play the Saxons, who have just battered Northwest Touch. But regardless, the 2 points for this draw see the Southeast Taipans finish on 9. Drama on pitch 1. And I must say, I thought the game was over. But the Southeast Taipans let it slip. And that means that Northwest Touch, regardless of results elsewhere, are through to the semi-final. Although they'll have to take on the Southeast Sharks. That's tomorrow's concern for them. As up next, it's decisive pool games for the men's 30 competition. The Southwest Saxons are back in action. They take on the Northeast Raiders.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
No, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
The last 2 scores have been exactly the same move. So just as soon as half gets hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down there.
The other impact that it has is that.
Well, it's the opening game of the men's 30s competition, and yet they're all decisive because every team in the men's 30 competition will have a playoff fixture regardless of where they finish. And, well, it's an excellent start for the Southwest Saxons in their familiar blue, playing from right to left. First time we've seen the Northeast Raiders in action in their green. And it's a touch taken there by Marcus Evans of Cheltenham. And he goes all the way on his own to open the scoring. What a bright start for Evans, who takes on the return and scores. Great dart, great change of pace from Evans. Part of England's senior mixed side in 2023. He was the captain on that occasion. Set to hit 50 caps for Saxons across the 2 days where he'll be competing in the men's 30s competitions. But, well, straight away it's the Northeast Raiders on the charge. Jacob Parsons with a good carry there as we come back for a touch. Clark. Hennigan. Hennigan, there's Clark. Good little dart from him, the ball dislodged, that's a turnover. And I can welcome back Joe Wright. Welcome, Joe. Well, a good result for Northwest because a buzzer-beating try by the Midlands Tigers means that they'll be through to the semi-final. I didn't know if you'd have heard.
Oh, no, and the boys won't have heard either.
So that means that Northwest will be through as the Saxons are through again here. Well, they were through, and their number 18, of which is not listed, it's one of Fletcher or Driscoll, was away, but was touched at the last, and suddenly it's a turnover. This game for the Southwest Saxons, sorry, it was David Johnson from Nailsea on his debut, was almost through, but now it's the Northeast Raiders who can counter, and a great transition. Quick ball from Tommy Dixon. Marcus Kabeel, great pace, he's all the way. Well, he was touched at the very last there, and it'll be a turnover, but well, there's some serious pace being injected into this men's 30 competition, Joe.
Yeah, and it's one of those divisions where a lot of these people will just be aging out of the men's open, so that pace is still going to be there. And it's a very physical division as well. A lot of big, burly boys out there.
Well,
feet.
Excellent footwork, and the Saxons are on their way. They already lead by a very, very early score.
Oh, here we go.
Ashkan Charan Sinha, originally from Sri Lanka. He's a very experienced sailor. There's a couple of them in this side. He was almost through to score another, but instead it's a turnover. And here come the Northeast Raiders. Pass there from Carl Cooper, former professional rugby union player in the front row for Newcastle, and Cooper plays half again. Teasing footwork from Ferguson. A strength and conditioning coach at the Newcastle Falcons, Ferguson, as that pass just slips through the hands. You can see there's some serious pedigree in this Northeast Raiders team.
Yeah, for sure. Codes of rugby from all over the place. And they look like they've got some really good structure. I've actually played against a couple of these players when it used to be Yorkshire Thorns. So I know a little bit about them. Very direct playing. But the Saxon side, yeah, there he is. Big truck up the middle.
Well, the Saxons have been impressive all day, and they got a guard of honour on their way in from their fellow Saxon supporter, which was great to see. But it's a turnover for the Raiders. Pretty physical touch, as you'd expect this format of the game.
Oh, for sure. Oh, there we go. There's the wheels. He loses the hat. But no one's going to stop him.
Hodgkinson through the gap. He's another from Blackadder's in Rockcliffe, Newcastle. He's a performance analyst for the Falcons themselves.
Woo.
Well, he can come and have a little rewatch of that one and tell us all about it. Great wheels straight through the centre, Joe.
Yeah, it's lovely. And it's good heads-up play as well because they got a little bit of a roll on the defence. And when you've got a roll, it's harder to recognise where your spacings is. And really good heads-up play from the North East Raiders. They just execute that play.
Well, the top two sides from the pool tomorrow will be into a final. That'll be over on pitch 8. But all of these sides will be entered into some sort of playoff. So every game counts here. And that's a great finish.
Good touch.
Just about the touch. Even if Robert Geist did go over. Plays at Bristol. And that's the maximum amount of touches. And away come the North East Raiders. Well, yes, we'll touch, of course, the Northwest mixed open side were beaten soundly by
very soundly
by the Saxons, but they'll regardless still be through because their losing point was enough to see them through after only a draw could be mustered up by the Southeast Taipans on this pitch.
Oh, so that's actually best case scenario for the Northwest then, getting a draw.
Although they do have to play in the next game, the Northwest against the leaders, the Sharks.
Yeah.
Which will be a really tough outing.
Yeah, and I know the Northwest are carrying a lot of injuries into that final day. So we'll see what comes of it.
There's still plenty more touch rugby to come. That's a very ambitious pass, but it's well founded. It's David Scrivings of Percy Park Pirates. Well, he was here in 2019 when he played in the Men's Open for Raiders, but he's back for the first time and scoring in the corner. Good ball as well from Peter Strachan.
Just fed that information back to my little sister in the mixed open side that they are through. And I can't say on commentary what she's replied, but it's safe to say that she is shocked and very happy over that result.
Very last minute draw here. As there's a bit of space over on the left-hand side, and in the blink of an eye, the Saxons will level it up. Over goes David Johnson. This time he does get it down. There was just a slip from Carl Cooper, which allowed a bit of space to open up on that left wing. We've got a really good game on here in the men's 30s competition.
It's a really even affair as well. Both teams having the pace and power to cut through the opposition's defence. And it's nice. What's really nice about this North East side is there's so many teams that are like a blast from the past. Percy Park Pirates, Yorkshire Thorns. A lot of these boys have been playing rugby and touch more specifically over the past 10 years, best part of 10 years.
Clark draws a touch and gets it on the return. Clark, good pass out wide, but the touch is made. Ferguson. Hennigan, Ferguson, back to Clark. Oh, the switch was on there, but it's over the top, and well, it was a touch made, so all 6 used up. It will be the Saxons who drive on here. This is our penultimate game of the day. After this one, it's just the men's 40s final, which, according to my watch, will be the Tigers up against the Saxons.
That'll be a good one to finish. Really good one to finish.
And it's the Saxons who are in need of finishing here. They're away down the right-hand side. Toby Venning on his Nationals debut has a try in the first game.
It's a really nice play down the outside. Getting round the North East defence just a little bit too tight, and it's just the wheels that make the difference. Lovely dummy hold of play. Marcus Evans transition, hands down the middle.
And Venning gets the score, but away come the North East Raiders in response. As they did very early in this game, the Saxons are back ahead. Oh, ball inside, and it was flicked up in the air by Evans. Tommy Dixon, club captain at the Yorkshire Thorns, gave the pass. Here he is back with it.
Yeah, it's come very close again. North East Raiders look to go over the top. Ball is
What
there.
a take that is. Wonderfully picked out of the air by Bill Lees. Formerly in the England 45 squad. Playing down here in the 30s competition, so doing awfully well for himself.
It's a lovely ball, and then little pick up and dive, just gets over. Brilliant hands on display.
But a quick start for the Saxons. What can they create? Tregus into contact. Tregus lifts it. Holland. Aaron Tregus. Running it straight. Holland. Inside ball, diving finish. Well, we'll have to come back for another stab at things here. Girasinya hands it off to Tregus. Girasinya. Tregus lifted to Holland. He'll go himself, lifts into the path of a Saxon player, but it's gone to ground. Anthony Kolanko couldn't finish on that occasion. Girasinya, one over. Well, flying across came Bill Lees. And I think he's just about got there. The Saxons denied once more. All level here at 3 apiece. Girasinya, Holland, back to Girasinya. Great line, picked up by Kolanko. Still can't get that ball down.
Yeah, it was a nice flat pass across the front. Wing looked on. I wonder if they'll look for it again here. It's fifth.
Well, it's an excellent take by Kolanko. But as he said, Joe, that was their last touch. So away come the North East Raiders.
Oh, nice little show and go to make the extra yards.
Ferguson draws a touch this time. Hodgkinson stepping inside and out. Clark. Parsons. Jonathan Clark. Hennigan. Clark picks it up. Finds Hennigan again.
Ooh.
Looking inside and out, but didn't give the pass that time.
It's unfortunate because it looked like they'd done the overlap quite nicely. And then just unfortunately couldn't find the extra pass, running a little bit too flat to the line.
So back come the Saxons instead. Weber. Over 50 appearances for the Saxons, the number 7, and that's a tough pass for Santino Alessandro to get a hold of. A major in the Royal Navy is Santino Alessandro, master of the fines in this 30 Saxons team.
You've always got to have one. You've got to have one.
You might as well make it a military major. Well, have a look at the footwork from the former front row. Still going. They form a front row. Carl Cooper, I reckon, could still do a job if they decided to bring some scrums into play in this touch format.
Yeah, biggest shoulders in touch, I reckon.
Formerly of the Newcastle Falcons. Made some great yards there, and then Julie takes his leave. Great pickup. Marcus Cubillo. Used to live in the Cayman Islands, now moved to York. Sure he doesn't regret that decision in any way.
Yeah, I'm sure the weather's nicer in York, I've no doubt.
Oh, slap down there from Tommy Dixon. Evans. Evans again, opening try scorer for the Saxons in this game. Good carry from Rupert Smearden. 25th Saxons appearance this weekend. Fired excellently into the path of Kolanko. Great pace to that pass. Inside from Williams. Formerly represented England men's.
Yeah, good touch, really nice defensive play there, accelerates back onside, plants the feet, gets back up in front, touches the half, turnover.
There's the first touch for this Northeast Raiders side. Touch made by Toby Williams. Strachan looking to go himself. It's a good line by Scribbins. Strachan making waves.
Oh,
the ball
unlucky.
goes down.
Just falls to ground at the last moment. And it looked like they'd been able to expose the overlap again, and there's a couple of opportunities now for the Northeast where they've looked to go over the top, and that final connection to the wing just hasn't quite been there.
Back come the Saxons then. Evans. A good vision there to get on the inside. Lovely run. A diving touch. Great effort from Bill Lees. Evans again at first receiver. Takes it to the line himself. Evans, over he goes.
Really nice diving score from Marcus Evans, getting over. Very athletic player. We saw his long ball earlier. Open side quickie, little right foot, left foot, getting over. And that's all she needs.
Second try of the game for Evans. And he puts the Saxons back in front. One of the Raiders got in response as we approach half-time. Good line from Hennigan. And an even better one from Parsons. Great pace added onto that. Back inside to Hennigan. Good movement. He's on the wrap.
Oh, flat ball.
And just put down on the wing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Another really nice flat ball across the face. Just goes to ground, and Northeast, even though they're down by one, look really dangerous in attack. And if these final passes can just find the hands rather than the floor, Northeast could be 2 or 3 up at this stage.
But for now, the Saxons are in response. A strong carry by Jared Girasanya. Weber plays half. Evans, Weber. Draws a touch. Smearden puts the hammer down. Did he go all the way?
Touch just comes in at the last moment. Really good defence again. So I'm thoroughly impressed by this Northeast defence. They're very well drilled. They don't just surrender touches. And it's just if they can find a little bit of momentum in attack and get the final bits to stick. Because at the moment, this Northeast side are putting a superb account of themselves out here.
Hodgkinson's with the footwork, couldn't get away. Cabillo. Hodgkinson's again, look at him go. That's an excellent ball. But we've come all the way back. Desperate to see a Carl Cooper crash over for the Northeast, but he'll be denied again by the referee's whistle.
It's going to happen at some point. I've got a feeling we'll see a big Ashley splash in the corner.
Little dummy from Evans, clever play.
Yeah, I've played against Marcus Evans on a couple of occasions when he played for Cheltenham Tigers, and he is just one of those really nuisance players to play against, because you think you've got him and then he goes. Same can be said with a lot of these South West Saxons players.
Holland of the Stephen variety. Mike Holland also in the team. Ashkan Gerasinya going himself. Well, he's dived in there for another Saxon score.
Yeah, it's a really good option as well, because the winger had to hold. The Saxons winger was in eggs of space, so the Northeast Raiders winger had to just maintain his spacing and try and force Saxons back down a blind alley, but it doesn't happen. The speed is too good.
Sometimes in these older age group, those willing to get down on the ground and dive will get their just rewards.
Yeah, it's very true, very true. But Northeast now want to come back and get a reply. They're looking at a link play. Link punish coming, steps open side, good option, well defended.
Well, there's just under a minute to go here. They'd love to get another try on the board and go into the break, just trailing by the one. but it's a turnover. I'm not sure they'll get another attack before the break. Here come the Saxons, up to halfway.
One more. Yeah, good hands. Take that dump. Feed it back on the inside. You'll have one opportunity. And take this
Williams. Geist.
Here we go.
Lofted all the way into the wide channel, but not enough for Santino Alessandro to get a hold of. So that will mean that going into the break, it remains just the 5 tries to the Saxons against the Northeast Raiders 3s. They're certainly not out of the game, Joe.
No, definitely not. I think Northeast have probably got to the line more than Saxons. I think the main difference is that the Saxons team, their completion rate is, really, really, really high. At the moment, Northeast throwing long balls, good options. Connections aren't quite sticking, and I think if they do in the second half, they'll run this very close.
Well, 20 minutes to go then in the opening round of fixtures in the men's 30 competition. The Northeast Raiders trail the Southwest Saxons by 5 tries to 3, with 20 minutes still to come.
Pitch 6. So the hooter will now accommodate a drop-off after the game. This will automatically play 1 minute after the final whistle. And then it will then play again 2 minutes later for the drop-off. This will automatically be played after the game. So again, after the game, there will be an automatic drop-off. That will be 1 minute after the final hooter, and then there'll be another hooter 2 minutes after. For this game, and the next time slot will be the drop-off hooter automatically being played after the final hooter. Players and officials, this is your 2 minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2 minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field. Ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
Well, it's the first round of fixtures for the men's 30s competition. And at the moment, it's the North East Raiders who trail the Saxons by 5 tries to 3. But we'll see if they can change anything about that with their first attack of the game. As Parsons makes good meters. Clark got Hodgkinson's to his left, but he goes to his right, and then the pass is just a touch behind Lees. He's previously been in the England squad at 45s level.
Yeah, I had Bill Lees in my squad. Did indeed, very powerful player. Good reach as well. He's a sort of almost tailor-made for the wing position.
But instead it's a turnover for the Saxons. Their first attack of this second half. Jurasinia, good try scorer there, leaves the field having played that ball on. Oh, a lovely little show and go from Rupert Macy from Bristol. Evans, good pick up from Webber. Webber takes them on.
Oh yeah, good transfer. Really good transfer down the wing. And the Southwest Saxons just pick them off one by one. So Marcus Evans get the strike dump, right foot step, see you later, engage both players, 1, 2, beautiful transfer and score in the corner. And again, if you're a winger in that position, you're just saying, thank you very much, Middles. You've done my job. I've just got to put it down and take all of the plaudits.
Great hands from Rupert Macy to set that one up. The North East Raiders playing from right to left in this half in their green and blue kit. It's the lighter blue of the Saxons, could be in here. It's just misjudged on the wide channel. So away come the Saxons. Lovely ball inside, so Webber.
Yeah, it's a hard touch, he's wrapped the arm. You can't wrap the arm in touch, you've got to be able to give them a free opportunity to get that ball down, and wrapping the arm does not do that, so it's a hard touch given. And Saxons will have an opportunity to launch with an extra touch or two, and here comes this pace. A lovely drive.
Here is Evans. That's a great weighted pass, almost interception. Almost a couple of them, lovely footwork. David Johnson.
See you later. Big right foot step from the covering defender. And I sort of thought maybe the pass back on the inside was on, but no, boom, bye. In on the corner, and he's happy with that one, and as you should be. And it's a shame for the covering defenders, because you sort of, you know, you're in that position where you're tracking across. If that step does come, there's not really much you can do about it. You're just relying on the player not making the decision. The Saxons do on that occasion, and I did say the North East Raiders were still in it. They need to get a score. They need it soon.
Coburn stepping through 1-on-2. Now Coburn on the return. It's the miss pass. It's well weighted. Lees into the corner. But that's a touch, and that's their 6th to boot. Strong carry up the centre from the Saxons, and now they'll get the numbers on to sweep around towards the right-hand side.
Yeah, it's a really good transition again. And Marcus Evans now in the midfield. Wonder who'll be receiving this ball.
Great pick-up, Evans on the crash line. From Smearden, but just bounced off the chest.
North East now, really, it's a case of you need a score as soon as possible. You don't want to let this game start to run away from you. Look really good in the first 10-15 minutes or so. Just falling a bit by the wayside under the pressure of the Saxons.
Well, we've got exciting times ahead of us as well, as we've got semi-finals in the Women's and Men's Open tomorrow. We've already got the Northwest Touch side competing in the men's competition. They await the winner of the playoffs, while the Sharks in the Women's Open will be in action, again awaiting playoff winners. The opening game of the day at 9 will be the Northwest Touch against the Midlands Tigers in the men's 30 pool.
Ooh, nice, that'll be a good tie.
That's our first game tomorrow. We've got the second half to come in this men's 30s pools game, where the Saxons lead by 7-3 now against the Northeast Raiders, ahead of our men's final between the Tigers and the Saxons. Back in action. We've seen a lot of Saxons across the day so far. The men's 50s and men's 45s finals also taking place as the Northeast Raiders are sliding in and, well, touched at the very last. Marcus Cuvillo. Dixon, Cuvillo looks to get it through a crowd of players, and he's disappointed there.
Oh, it would have been spectacular if it came off. Little shadow pass out the back, in between two players on the back of one of the covering defenders. And if it had come off, he's in for all the money in the world, but unfortunately it didn't quite get there.
Touching briefly on the 45s and 50s finals, the Taipans and the Wildcats in the 45s final, and in the 50s, the Tigers take on the Saxons. The Tigers, of course, already beat the Saxons today in the pool at 9 o'clock. We'll see if things turn out the same there, as it's another try on the board for the 30s in the Saxons setup.
Yeah, it's just good catch and pass again. Now it seems like the Northeast Raiders are sort of falling away, and maybe a bit of fatigue over the long day of touch. And the Saxons just look a little bit snappier with every pass, that has a little bit more on each bit of footwork. And at the moment, Northeast are sort of looking for that one person who's going to stand up to be accounted for and carry them through the rest of this game, because 12 minutes to go, it's not unheard of for 5 tries to go in without reply. But they need to start picking up the intensity, and soon.
Strachan, Scrimmins, taken in by Coburn. Strachan, little show and go, but that was the final touch. Caught by Akshan Jurasina. And now here come the Saxons round the corner. Evans. Well, that's a tactic we've seen already today, and it's been excellently executed. Jack Judd will go over.
Oh, what a lovely right to left pill. So nonchalant from Marcus Evans. Just scoops the ball, sticks it out wide, and that must be a pre-designed play, because he barely even looked. He just knew that the winger was going to be there.
Tried that a couple of times, Evans. They seem to leave one sub on to come late and try and catch out the defence, and it's worked there. And Judd goes over his first try. Plays in Southampton, formerly of the London Eagles. Frequently heard discussing how much he prefers his new life in the Southwest, but it was apparently thrown out of the Southeast for undisclosed reasons. Amongst the scorers already today. Tregus, over he goes. Touched on this most recent attack. Moving the number 11 is Jonathan Clark for
ball.
Northeast. An interesting ball as well. Hodgkinson unable to convert.
Yeah, good option there. Oh, good footwork. And again, good footwork. Could he go? Thought he was going to put on another left foot step and try and go around the outside.
Good running from Macy. Up the centre this time from Kolenko. Williams flicks it out the back door to find Tregus. And Williams is away. In need of support. That's fantastic touch.
Beautiful touch, beautiful touch. It's textbook. Little wrap round play. Yeah, the first one out the back there. Dump. No space. Where do we want? Switch, deep switch. Pass back on the inside. And the Northeast defence just disjointed and not coming across as a 6. And what was quite close to begin with is now egging out into Southwest Saxon's favour.
Aaron Tregus, the scorer, personal trainer in the daytime when he's not tearing it up in the 30s competition here.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be using some of this footage to justify some of his training for his clients, saying, yep, if you do leg day like me, this is the footwork you'll be able to gain.
The North East Raiders, though, are on the offensive. Great line speed from Evans. Puts an end to that attack.
Yeah, Marcus Evans is just such a elegant player when he's on the pitch. Everything just seems to be so natural for him as he guides round another touch.
Gliding across the field. Instead here is Girasanya to Williams. Girasanya in behind. Williams, Girasanya, over he goes, another try. What a game Akshan Girasanya is having.
Yeah, he's one of those players in the middle where he just makes things happen. Super athletic, good, open side quick. He receives the ball back. Just too much separation in between the middles and links. And I mean, Girasanya stayed on the pitch. He's not willing to, not happy with his score, wants to stay on, force a turnover, and then probably end up going and getting another one.
The North East looking to build something, and it was a pretty close game at half-time, but since then it's been all Saxons. And on the wraparound, maybe something here. Good line by Hodgkinson. Just through the legs.
Yeah, it's unlucky. North East really trying to find the outside edge and gain some success the last 9.5 minutes. But Southwest Saxons are just burning around the outside whenever they can, saving touches whenever possible, eating up the yards, and it's so much harder to defend in touch than it is to attack, and all the Saxons have done is attack in this second half.
Great line from Judd and Weber. Evans looking to create. Oh, dummy switch.
Oh, and lovely.
Dotted down by Santino Alessandro.
Oh, it's lovely. It's that man Marcus Evans again, just ghosting through the hole. Lovely little, lovely switch. I mean, could have probably given it there, but waited, secured the possession. It's yet another score for the Saxons. And they're really starting to run away with it now.
Well, it's some performance from the Saxons. They look like real contenders in this men's 30s competition. Good line from Jonathan Clark. Now Hennigan with it. Hennigan back inside, diving over the line.
It's a big contact, but pretty fair. I'd be curious to see if the ref gives a hard touch here. We'll give a hard touch just because of the way that he fell into the touch. I think that's fair. The player's just saying there's not really much I can do in that situation, and I do agree there's not really much you can do. But this is a really good platform for the North East to have a go.
No tries in the second half for the North East. They were 5-3 down. It's now 12-3. Saxons have had a really good second half.
Yeah, they've just come out firing. It seemed like they took the first half to just knock off any rust, maybe wake up the legs a little bit, and the second half Saxons have been unplayable. And there we go. And we're going to see a full lengther here, surely.
Evans has got Hannigan for company. And back comes Bill Lees as well. The Saxons do have possession.
Yeah, and I've got a feeling that was saving the tired legs. He didn't need to go full length. Don't think he really fancied it. Doesn't want yet another highlight. And now the Saxons have got really good field position with Girasanya on the ball. He's going to make something happen. Here he is again. Right foot step. Oh, ball should have gone. Probably will go this time.
Already on his hat-trick, Akshan Girasanya. He draws a touch. Girasanya this time passes to the left. Some good footwork and, well, That'll be 6 more touches for the Saxons. There would certainly be a try.
Yeah.
If there wasn't a hand in there.
Yeah, for sure. It was a really well designed play. Sort of like a fake fire up. Running the quick and then flinging the ball out wide. And coming back into the middles. And Saxons just taking their time, making sure that their setup was clean. Hammer play. Looks to feed the long ball. Long ball goes down. That's your recipe for success, and Saxons get yet another try on the board.
That's the 13th as they go 10 in front. Good delivery from Robert Geist. Another of Bristol. And the Northeast to tap off once again. Adding some pace into the attack. Dixon, penalty goes their way. Touch taken by Dixon. Cavillo. Carl Sheffield, back to Cavillo. Good grab from Dixon. As he draws another touch. And now Dixon charging in behind. That's a lovely pass. Touch made on the winger this time. Now the carry forward. Lifting it, Cavillo, and just behind the winger.
Think they're going to give it touch and pass. They do. And Saxons will have another opportunity to launch from deep. They'll probably look to try and hit 10 in this second half.
Touch made. Evans. Lofted pass. Now they charge down the left. A little bit slow to get the subs on, but here they are. That's good hands. Venning on the outside. May have just been caught by Dixon. Williams. Holland. The double switch.
Yes.
Williams to Holland again, who juggles and is caught.
No, it's unfortunate because the double switch was on. It's completely the right option.
His line beat by Sheffield, who carries it up now. Played England men's at the 35-year-old level at the Euros most recently. Northeast on the attack in the closing stages. And they're in behind here. Touch on Carl Coburn. Part of the England men's 35 training squad in the past. But it's back with the Saxons, of course, who are past halfway. Williams drives on and now leaves the field. Here's Webber. Takes the touch. Evans with a great pickup, looking for Webber on the inside. Just deflected off of Peter Strachan.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Another really good set play. Of course, as that man Marcus Evans involved. Quickie play. Short side. Oh, superb, superb. Lovely little pop back on the inside. QB, the quickie back to the half. And Marcus Evans just running riot.
This time it's Webber who goes over. (14-3) now.
Yeah, and I'm sure the Saxons will be trying to go for one more.
Just over a minute to go as we await our final game of the day, and it's our first true final live on pitch one, the men's 40s final. The Tigers take on the Saxons. Only two groups in that pool, and the three teams, sorry, in that pool, and it's the Tigers who are the strongest side out of them, of course, and that's another try on the board for the Saxons. This time Robert Geist tumbles over. Well, away come Northeast as this game fizzles out here. It's 15-3. Joe, we've not really had that many games that were one-sided today.
No, I know, and I think this is one of those examples where the Saxons are just so dominant in this division. They've got some players that are just absolutely elite, such as Marcus Evans and Jurasanya. And I mean, they might even go for one more with the intercept, but they don't. And Saxons in the end just cruise through the challenge, and a very good value for the victory.
Don't forget there will be an automatic drop-off route that will now be done in 30 seconds. So if there's one game,
and with that
30 seconds,
fantastic performance from the Saxons after they put 15 past the Northeast Raiders, we will head into our final game of the day, live here from Nottingham in the England Touch Association Nationals. It's the first final live on pitch one. It's the men's 40s final, where the Tigers, heavily fancied after scoring 41 tries across the competition so far, take on the Saxons.
Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. Took the midnight train going anywhere.
Oh, sport mode. That's how much I care about the threes. Even got them in sport mode.
We need to make sure that we're working on staying tight in D, and then when we're up there, we need to be a bit more organised. So 32 shorts, doing the quickies. I realise the camera's on me, so I'm trying to keep talking.
We're keeping them in their half really well, so keep working hard because they're taking 4 touches, 5 touches, get to the line.
The last 2 scores are getting exactly the same move. So just as soon as half get hands on ball, eyes up, we've got to shut them down.
The other impact that it has is that you don't have an impact on the game because you're so far back, they can't hear you.
If you're on or behind the line,
yes, let's go, right? No, we're in it.
The all starts in the middle, okay? If we work hard, the links don't have to step up, okay? Yeah. You ready? Let's go.
All right, hands in. Come on, then.
Tight, tight, tight! Eyes up, Dragon! Pressure!
Cheers to Bristol! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip! One for the ref! Hip hip! Hip! One for us! Woo!
And one for the ref!
Hooray!
So close.
Go on, Darren!
Act really casual.
So if you see them, sweeper, watch the ball,
Rather than keeping an eye on your play, it's who's in your opposite position.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's quite, including me, I will follow the player rather than the position. So if they swap, I'm swapping the player I'm marking.
But also when we
2, 3.
Yes! So just come up, if you're worried about being run around, come up and force them to do things. And then that way they won't be able to get all that space.
Up, Sarah, get Brad up, get nose on your toes!
Get up! Take the space! Take the space!
You work hard defense. Get onside early, help each other out, okay? You're running quickies, you stay tight. Push out, okay? Put a smile on your face, enjoy yourselves, yeah? It's a big game. Let's get it, yeah?
So then our very first final here at the England Touch Association Nationals, and it's the Midlands Tigers men. They've scored 41 tries in this competition and are certainly the heavily favoured side against the Saxons, who are on the tack to begin with and might be diving in for a score. Rob Emery with the effort, but given the two sides we have in front of us, hopefully it'll be a high-scoring one, Joe.
Oh, I have absolutely no doubt. These are two sides that really want to go forward. Super talented in attack. Defence is a little bit left wanting, but it should make up for a really big, really high-scoring affair.
Well, Mantis just caught there. So away go these Midlands Tigers players. Flying down the left, Charlie Rugby.
Yeah, it's a good transition, getting the fresh legs on. Yeah, that's good pace injected.
Jean-Francois Popov at number 1.
Some name. Scoop now.
Popov again, good offload. Siding through the tackles. Bingley. Yes. Try given.
Yeah, Josh Bingley's one that I had in my men's 45s. Super aggressive from link. Loves to run those holes, and what a good start. So what is the first final of the Nationals? I'm hoping it's going to set the tone going into finals day tomorrow.
And finals day is indeed what we have tomorrow. We start off with a bit of action from the men's 30s pools, and then it's semi-final, 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 and then 4 finals in a row.
Yes.
That is the schedule. And this, our very first final. And it's the Saxons back on the attack through Ben Chappell. Penalty, Joe?
Yeah, it's a fair call, foot in the ruck. And for the Saxons now, what I'd like to see is some patience. Use all 6 touches. Don't throw the ball away on 1. 32 short coming, Rapper is there. Looks to go long. They do go long, dive in the corner, but the covering touch is good. And that second touch now.
Well, it must be said that we have already seen this game today, Joe.
Yeah.
At 9 o'clock this morning, it was the Tigers against the Saxons, and it was a 5-3 victory for the Tigers on that occasion.
So that's unfortunate. So forward pass come, and I think that was on 3rd, 4th touch coming. The Saxons unfortunately cough up possession and sort of let the Tigers off the hook a little bit.
And they've transitioned well, and they're up to halfway.
Yeah, the Tigers do transition really well. It's very effective, efficient work, getting the fresh legs on the field. And now they'll be able to strike and get some tired legs. Rapper comes, Rapper receives, steps around the outside, pops the ball to the wing. Ball was away. The winger just overrun his line. It was in front of the place, had to turn around and try and catch behind the back. If they could fix that depth, he would have been flying in the corner.
Tino, I'm just giving you a warning, you're stood next to the mic.
Well, they just couldn't keep a hold of it there.
just telling you, I haven't heard anything.
Good work there from the Saxons, getting fresh legs on. There's gap appearing. That's 5th. Good strike dump. Steps to go open side. Looks to run to support on the wing. Goes all the way through. He is still half, but snuffed out in the end.
Touch there. The very last, and that will turn possession back over, and it's the Midlands Tigers. 40s who are diving on here. Into contact they go.
Yeah, good footwork again. Good work there from Josh Bingley. The ball just goes to ground, and they've done really well to save a touch and get towards the 7 for the 5th and final touch. Just at the last moment, ball goes to ground.
Well, I must correct myself, of course. It was the 50s that we saw earlier today. It was the same matchup between these two players. But of course, now it's the 40s, so a different set of players, although the same programme, and it was a win for the Tigers in the 50s when these sides met.
Oh, good
diving
dive
for the line.
That's good. Score's good.
Well, the score has been given. It's Popov who's there.
Yeah, it's lovely play getting underneath, and that's the benefit of having that long dive. Ball in one hand, getting underneath, good, quickie, and yep, ball is down right on the toes of the covering defenders.
Jean-Francois Popov with the second try of the final, 2 for the Tigers, and he's having a really good game.
Yeah, he assisted one, scored another. Popov seems to be the focal point for this Tigers attack so far in the final.
Westlake. Chappell. Westlake finds a hard runner, and Will Lush intercepted, and away they go. The Midlands Tigers called back. Stuart Cullen saw nothing but green grass ahead of him, but just caught.
Yeah, it was a good effort, really good read from the winger. Oh, good yards made through the middle of the Saxons midfield.
Driving run from Jones. Hickson. Little. Hancock skipping around Chappell, but he's caught, but still the attack is on. Great footwork from Hancock, but he is caught, and that's the 6.
Yeah, it's a good option again, though. And Tigers getting always close to the line. And for the Saxons, it's worrying signs to begin with in the final, because Tigers are getting to your line very easily on their transition. You can't ever feel like if they can get a couple of repeat sets, you'd really be stressing the Saxons' defence. And it's moments like this that the Saxons just need to go forward. Good hands.
Well taken by Johnson.
Yeah, touch is good. They're looking for a hard touch call, but they won't get it. Looks like it's a little bit worse for wear.
Lush on the switch, Johnson again, and that's the end of the most recent Saxons attack.
Yeah, it's the speed of the turnover from the Tigers that is, you know, really setting them apart. Is they don't wait around, they don't want to take a breath in, they just roll the ball and get going.
That's some take from Popov as well. A bit of pressure. Bingley, Popov feeds Bingley, back to Popov.
Here we go. Options.
Hall, back to Bingley, who's caught. And this time the Saxons escape.
Yeah, Saxons now rolling into the transition. Looks a little bit better there. Moving a little bit more fluid. It's this touch that causes them a bit of problems, and it looks like it will do again, because they're static coming on to third. A little bit better.
Percival, down a hat, back into play. Lynn. Mant. Well, it was Mant to his second time of asking for it, and then it was turned over. And away come the Midlands Tigers. Well, it's a little bit loose there, regathered well, and the referee's calling it back, Joe.
Yeah, it's a good turnover from the Saxons. First time they put proper pressure on the Midlands Tigers transition, and they do get their reward for it. And you know, can't help but feeling like this game, it seems like there's a lot of tired legs out there. You know, it's been a long day of touch, and I think this game's going to be decided by which team's going to dig the deepest and work the hardest. At the moment, Tigers are up in that category. Saxons forcing some errors.
Mant putting a bit of wheels to the line. And Mant has it back as well. Lynn. Good ball to find Percival. Mant. Percival lifts it.
So it seems like everyone's sort of running different lines, just want one consistent call.
Lynn will tap back into play by Kendall, but not accurately enough to keep the attack alive. So the Tigers, who lead by 2 tries, will work their way out from their own defensive area. That's a lovely timed ball.
Yeah, it's really clean. Good first initial dump again. Foot in the ruck there for me. See if the referees agree.
Bit of contact from a Saxon player. So we'll see how the sides reset.
I think it's just going to take the touch. They do. So no penalty, just taking the touch again.
Hancock hands it off. And there's a man over. Touch made by Kendall.
And that's 5th touch. So as much as there was an opportunity to go around the outside, you've now got to create something with no touches afforded to you. Ball goes flat and wide. Good option to the winger. Winger looks to go around the outside.
Oh, well, maybe they are going to create something. Alistair Dobson. They only had one touch to play with, and they just managed to find a bit of space on that left-hand side. Some lovely hands, and Dobson had the pace to get outside of any of the on-rushing Saxons defenders.
Yeah, just squares up the winger and then kicks on the outside. Really good option. And I mean, it was a very tight affair this morning, and so far it doesn't seem like it's going to continue in that vein. And there's a turnover again from the Saxons, so Midlands Tigers really starting to build the pressure.
Well, they might look to run away with this game, but they are far and away the top scorers in this 40s competition. Well, this is a really excellent attack. Popov diving in. Two hands go up to say, we've got him.
Yeah, it's a good touch again. A better defensive structure from the Saxons.
Popov is there at the half as well, and he's over into the goal line, searching for support. Well, eventually it will fall to Matthew Hall, and it is given as well. Popov, the creator again. Matt Hall just crashes over after Stuart Cullen's fumble.
Yeah, it's a little bit fortunate. Falls into the path of the oncoming Tigers link. The Midlands Tigers at the moment, it's just all one way. Defensively they look sound, in attack they look potent, and Tigers need to find a way of holding Saxons out, and Saxons need to find an opportunity. At the moment it's just a little bit too easy for the Tigers to defend against.
Johnson searching for options, finds it in Stewart.
Ladies.
Has a penalty to play with at least. Johnson. Niebuhr. Well, we saw what Richard Niebuhr was after. He wanted someone rushing onto that short line, but it's gone to ground, and here come the Tigers once more.
Yeah, it's that first touch from the Tigers transition, just takes the Saxons midfield out the game. It's a really dominant touch, and here's another one, ready? Bang, good platform for the transition, and then the speed at which they cannon onto the ball.
David Little almost away. Building something nicely here. There's a short line for Little to crash over.
It's a lovely line. Unfortunately, I think the ball's just gone forward. It has. Oh, no, it has. Oh, no.
Well, the referees are in discussion.
Yeah, referees are happy. It seems to be a little bit of a discussion there. I'm not sure why. The score is given regardless, and a lovely short line hitting through the gap. And the Midlands Tigers are running away with it. 4 becomes 5. We've still got 7 minutes to go in this first half.
Well, yes, we're still in the first half here, but the writing's on the wall a little bit for the Saxons. Alistair Mant looking to change their fortunes. Percival, Lynn. Good line from Mant.
Hip's not square though. Good call by the referee. Brings the play back and again gives the Tigers an opportunity to roll in to this dangerous transition.
Well, and it rains it pours really for the Saxons. Not getting the rub of the green from the referee either, it seems. And they're up over halfway once again. Not for the first time in this game. That's a good line, picked out by Kenny, and then through the hole they go. Diving touch comes in. And it's...
penalty.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Offside.
A great diving touch, but offside was the call.
Yeah, it was a really good diving touch. But unfortunately,
Jones with the tap.
Hadn't quite hit the line.
Jones again. Little. Good ball. Well, it was finished, but was there a touch before? Looks like that's the case. Little takes the touch. It's a lovely pass, 2-on-1. Great hands. Cullen is in.
So good, so good. Just your basics done to the max. Catch and pass again. We've said it so many times today. Sometimes that's all you need. Just have the core skills to receive the pass, give a flat ball out to your support players. And as you say, the writing is on the wall for the Saxons as Midlands Tigers don't look like they're going to let up, and we see why they've scored so many tries in this division.
They already lead by 6. Wonder how many more they'll add to that tally before the game is up. Can the Saxons get on the board before half-time? Chappell. Lush scything through. Told to return. Westlake at the half. Lush. Good quick hands to try and evade the high press, but Hancock gets a hold of him. Westlake. Lush. Looking to free the hands, but the ball goes to ground. It's just not happening for the Saxons.
No, it's all to do with the Tigers' defensive pressure, because the Saxons are running pretty similar structures to what we saw in the morning, and it seems like the Tigers have become aware to that, and no longer affording them some free space, and are really narrow, forcing them to play wide. And here's another opportunity for the Tigers to go all the way through. Ball goes to the winger, but the covering touch is made. And again, it's another really good example of they end up just folding through the Saxons midfield, and they're now into the red zone with a couple touches to spare.
Cullen was away, but Chappell got back to make the touch. For now, here's Foster. Foster with options.
He just overrun the line slightly. The Sonny Bill out the back.
Rugby did well to get it away.
Really well to get it away, and unfortunately support players just a little bit too far in front.
Well, a hole opened up through the centre, and the Saxons are rumbling on.
He's there. That is that touch on the Saxons transition every time that really takes all the sting out of their opportunity. I'd like to see that ball player just receive, stand still and pivot and give that pass out early, because at the moment the Saxons transition isn't asking any questions of the Midlands Tigers, so they're just running up the box side and allowing Tigers to just fly up at them. If you can move that ball a little bit more expansive, move it wider, trust your hands, then the Midlands Tigers have to also mark that option. At the moment, Midlands are just defending one possibility, and it's super easy for them to do so.
Well, penalty though for the Saxons, bit of respite.
Yeah, a good opportunity to launch here, but they've got to go forward. See, look, first touch is taken at the same depth as the turnover, so they don't actually make any ground forward. And here, third touch, and it's this one that causes the problems, and they just take it up the middle. They just want to give that ball, because now you've got one. This is fifth coming. Your support is still getting onto the pitch.
Well, it might open up a little bit for them.
Oh, it was much better defensive work, but they might get a penalty for blocking off the ball. I think they will. The Midlands Tigers winger, didn't hit the onside line before he tried to get up into the face of the Saxons player.
Emery, Lynn, Emery finds Mant. Emery crashing through. Touch made. Mant goes short, and now there's 3 on the wrap. Mant goes the other way, and it's just in front of Kevin Kendall, and that might be the last attack of the half.
Yeah, I feel like it will be, although you can't write the Midlands Tigers off. They'll go hard in this transition, and you can see the difference between the two transitions is the amount of meters made off first touch for the Tigers, and then this is third already over the line, and then you've got fourth coming now. This is now fifth coming. They're rolling into the red zone with their dangerous strike players. Really good platform for the strike. Looks to go wide. They do. One more. It just goes to ground.
But almost coast to coast from the Midlands Tigers.
And I think that's the big difference you see between the two teams is Saxons just take the pace off to try and secure the ball, and Midlands Tigers are just going hell for leather.
A little bit of time left for the Saxons maybe to create something in this first half, but as the buzzer goes to indicate that we're into half-time of the first final on pitch 1, and well, it's been more one-sided than the neutral would certainly like.
Half-time of the final game of the day.
It's one of those games where, from the Saxons' perspective, the basics in defence have been a little bit lacking. Yes, there's been magic from Tigers. Some of those scores are beautiful, the catch and pass. But it seems like the Saxons' defence isn't quite moving as a unit, as we saw in the game earlier on. For me, for the Saxons' perspective, that's the area to focus on. It's making sure that you're moving as a set of 6 rather than 6 individuals.
Well, as we head in the second half then, can the Southwest Saxons pose any kind of a comeback in this men's 40s final? They trail to the Midlands Tigers by 6 unanswered tries, with 20 minutes still to come in our final game of the day here on day 2 of the England Touch Association Nationals.
Did a fantastic job keeping us all the pitches maintained for us this weekend. And obviously all the volunteers and event staff in the background, making sure this event runs smoothly for you all. Officials, your 2 minutes ready. A reminder, there is a drop off on this game.
So probably not come back to 100%. Yeah, I'm joining you.
1 minute interval at the end of the game, and then there is 2 minute hooter after that. So if your game does go to a hooter, a drop off. And after the 3 minutes, there is still a tied game. The referees will then manage the time and the game themselves. We are getting close to the end of day 2 here in Nottingham. As always, thank you to everybody that's assisted so far. We've got 1 more day to go. Nice early start at 9 o'clock in the morning. So get yourselves ready for that. Ladies and officials, this is your 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning.
Go on, Exeter! And Will! You go, Kev! Go on, Saxon!
Ladies and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take to the field, ready to play.
3 finals then across the pitches here on the final game of the second day of the 2024 ETA Nationals.
For the final time today for this final game of day 2.
On our final on pitch 1, unfortunately, for the neutrals at least, it's pretty one-sided, Joe.
Yeah, it is. Midlands Tigers are just turning the screw in this game. And it's those two got on the ball first. Popoff and Bingley have just been the difference makers and immediately go round the outside and get to the 7. So they'll actually have 4 touches to play with, although there's a turnover ball there.
Well, it's the assistant referee on the left-hand touchline who called it. So the Saxons then will look to break from deep inside their own territory. Carried up by Westlake. And then into touch, looking for support from the sideline. A change of the guard. Just a little bit pedestrian at the moment, Joe.
Yeah, it's just a bit too slow. And, you know, they inject real good pace after the touch, but it's what you do before the touch that makes all the difference, because you need to be setting that offside line, you need to be going forward, running with momentum, running at players that are running backwards, trying to get back on side. And at the moment, that's the main difference, is Midlands Tigers, at the moment, just run against defenders who are trying to get on side, and the Saxons are running against defenders who are already on side.
Well, here's Little, who himself is having a good final. Taking a bit of the pace out of it, but Little will re-inject. Jones, Little. Well, it was a good pass to the right-hand side, but it just didn't stick.
Yeah, not quite. It was a good option. We did have a couple of touches to play with, so maybe you want to look at, you know, holding onto that ball for a little bit longer and making the possession last the whole set of 6. But I mean, at the moment, you wouldn't necessarily be worried about that from a Midlands Tigers perspective, because all they're going to do is apply loads of pressure to this turnover and hopefully try and receive the ball back around midfield.
Touch from Cullen. Johnson carries it on. Percival. Emery. Good pick-up from Lynn. Mant. Good footwork. But he's been touched by Kenny. And then all the pace taken out of the attack, unfortunately.
Yeah, oh, that's unfortunate. I think there's been a hamstring pop there, and yeah, he does not look comfortable coming off the field. So I hope that that's nothing serious. It did look so. He just bent down to pick up the ball and then shot back up into the air. So I do hope that that's nothing serious and he's okay.
Rob Emery off the field in this final. The Midlands Tigers still lead by 6 unanswered tries. Hancock taking on Mant. Foster. Hancock again. Good work, and then charging through is Percival.
Yeah, that ball had to be slapped away. A really dangerous position for the Tigers. And sort of got to the point where that was all the Saxons could do, is just back that ball down and hope that the ball doesn't go to the wing, and it does, but you've surrendered another set of 6 at the line, and we know what the Tigers are capable of. There's a good covering touch there.
Hancock almost in. Cranston, Hancock. Cranston on the pick-off, finds Hancock again. Almost an interception there.
There's 6 more though.
And that is the risky run. Rugby. Hancock finds Rugby, who forces the touch well. Caught at the line. Hancock. A few tired bodies out there at the moment. And now look at the turning on the pace. Cranston finds Cullen with a long ball. How many more touches do Tigers have to burn here? Foster. Whistle goes.
Yeah.
Forward pass.
Yeah, spotted the infringement. And a better defensive set there from the Saxons, being able to defend the Tigers pretty well.
Percival takes it on. All in. Around comes Westlake. Westlake again.
Yeah, that'll be given touch and pass, unfortunately.
Penalty then for the Midlands Tigers, and with 15 minutes to go, they do lead by 6, and it doesn't look like anything's going to change that anytime soon. It was that fast start in the first half that really put this game to bed.
Yeah, they were really aggressive in the first 10 minutes and sort of did all of the damage then. Hasn't really had to worry about anything after that.
Here's Popov. Finds Hall. Popov again with a good quick ball and has it on the inside. Caught.
Draws the penalty as well. Offside, never hit the onside line.
Popov will tap. Jean-Francois Popov. Josh Bingley. Over he goes.
Touch is made.
Popov. Bingley.
Yeah, good option from Popov there. They'd condensed the defence and now you've got a 2-on-1 opportunity. Ball goes to the wing, goes down, and it's got to be said that Popov and Bingley have done all of the hard yards there by condensing the defence on the far side, and then the nice fire-up option, long ball out to the middle, and then it's your simple catch and pass as we saw. And they go over in the corner.
Little adds some really good pace and sets Stuart Cullen on his way.
Yeah, for sure. There's the pace injection there. Really sort of finished it off. But Midlands Tigers, I mean, just sort of rolling through their structure. There's not a lot of venom in the play anymore because it doesn't really have to be. They know that they're secure. They know that if they just do their job and don't surrender any needless scores, they'll be home and dry.
Mant, round the corner they go. This could be a score.
I think he's going to get an offside call, if not the score. Offside is given.
Penalty run by Richard Nineveh, who has offered the most. The Saxons, along with the number 4, Alistair Mann.
Yeah, for sure. These two seem like the people who are going to make something happen and stand the best chance of doing so.
Mann draws a touch, lifted by Williams. Nineveh brought back.
So what I'd like to see the Saxons do is draw the Tigers out a little bit more. It's all very static. Tigers only really have to go back a matter of moments, and yep, there's an infringement at the roll ball. It looked like the best opportunity for the Saxons to score, and they just can't quite get over.
Back with the Midlands Tigers then.
Yeah, Glenn Jones just up the middle again. A first touch on the transition has been absolutely killer for the Saxons.
Little draws another touch. And they're really on their way now. Foster, Hancock, good pass, Little caught. And that's the 6, but they've managed to drive the Saxons all the way back here.
And Saxons need to inject a bit of pace into this transition because this is second. Half is isolated.
Delightful little effort actually in the dummy from Kevin Kendall.
I mean,
doesn't go his way.
If you don't buy a ticket, as they say, you've got to try some stuff. But I mean, the Tigers at the moment are just so comfortable, rolling through their structure at will, picking up, scooping through off second because they know that they can. Have to find the final player. They do. It looks like the touch is there. It is, and that's third touch coming.
Creative from Hancock once again, though. Hancock. Little. Hancock with the lift. And Little darting for the corner. Touch made. Little. Hancock's there. Pushes the play. Cranston.
Oh, yeah, I agree. Midlands Tigers looking to run through their variations. There was an opportunity for the trail line on the inside. The Saxons again successful in their defence, and they're definitely leaking less scores so far in the second half.
Cranston, Hancock shooting out of the line to make the touch this time. Westlake. What can the Saxons create? There's a pretty physical touch there.
Yeah. Yeah, probably a little bit of frustration creeping in. And the Tigers are happy for it, and they'll just be able to get fresh legs on without having to sub. And here's the man who makes everything happen, Popov. Coming on with Bingley on his outside. Doesn't use him.
Bingley, Popov. Hall, Popov inside. Good interplay between the central players. Popov puts a bit of pace on.
That's
Good
off the
pick
mark.
up, and there's a player offside, but off the mark is the first call.
Yeah, it's just slightly off the mark. I can see what they're trying to do, fizz the ball out to the link and then get the link punished almost immediately. But Josh Bingley, just the momentum carrying a little bit forward, and I think that's the example of the tired legs that are out there. Just a straightforward A to B pass going to ground. And Tigers will have a really good opportunity to get another score on the board.
Popov takes the touch and gets the return. Wonderful pass. Bingley's caught. Hall. Popov.
Yeah, good
Hall,
option.
Popov. Good footwork from Rugby.
And another penalty, so that's 2 penalties on the line now.
Well, he's just moving from left to right. And Bingley goes direct.
Yeah, offside call. Josh Bingley gets over. He gets another score on the board.
And the player who made the touch was offside, so Bingley's score will stand. That's 8 now for the Tigers. Still with 8 minutes to go in this final, which after the first few minutes was already decided, it seems, Joe.
Yeah, for sure. I just think the Tigers have more in the tank. They run a little bit more direct in their structure. And the Saxons, I mean, we saw this morning that they can handle it and they can run this Tiger side close. It's just not quite happened for them in this final. It seems like Tigers have saved more than the Saxons, and it's paying dividends here.
Well, we've got our semi-finals.
Saxons do get a score on the board though, popping round the outside. They do get their reward for sticking in the fight. And again, just those good hands round the outside. 1, 2, nice dummy to fix the winger. Ball goes, well executed.
Well, there's a men's open playoff also taking place between the Tigers and the Saxons. And the winner of that will be facing Northwest Touch tomorrow at 10 to 11. The women's 27 semi-final has been decided against, it's the Midlands Tigers against the Wildcats.
Ooh, that'll be good. That'll be a really good fixture. Oh, unlucky, almost juggled it in. But just doesn't quite happen, and Tigers again have an early turnover and an opportunity to strike, but
well,
they're just strolling.
Won't trouble them at the moment. Hancock hands it off to Cranston. Hancock on the run. Some lovely stepping. Hancock lofted pass, almost an interception. A crucial hand in there regardless.
I think they've given the forward pass first. They have indeed. So Saxons will have an opportunity now to get some fresh legs on. It's a better first touch.
Mant with the initial carry. And with the third as well. And here come the substitutes. Hancock makes the touch. What can they create? That's a great pick-up, to be fair to them. And Will Lush driving on, but it won't end in anything more significant than a turnover to the Tigers. Hancock.
Oh, unfortunate. I think that might be the first error we've seen in the Tigers transition. So a good opportunity now for the Saxons.
Nienaber with a couple of dummies, caught by Little. Stewart. Nienaber.
See, the Saxons just sort of dancing around in this area and not really attacking at the line, and the Tigers are just forcing them backwards and backwards, and it seems like the Saxons are just slowly running out of ideas. And there's the scoop coming. That's good, injection of pace. Ball almost gets picked up, just goes to ground. And you had a fresh set of 6 there. Would have liked to see you get to the line early doors and have a couple cracks at the line. Instead, they just played around a little bit too much and ended up losing a lot of ground and relying on a scoop on 5th.
Well, this final might not have produced the nail-biting conclusion of day 2 that we were after, but it's been a pretty excellent performance from the Midlands Tigers regardless.
Yeah, it's been really good, really professional from the Midlands Tigers, just not making any mistakes when ball is in hand, doing the basics well when they get to the line and running everything with intensity. And I mean, Midlands Tigers have just been so comfortable in this division all the way through, and I think this performance in the final really does justify A, why they're here, and B, why they're probably going to come away with the win. Thoroughly well deserved.
Tigers then back in possession. Couple of minutes to go here. The result never in doubt. Jones with a good carry. They could look to add something more. Higson, Jones, good pickup. And he's in the end zone, and that's the pass that he needed to find. And Kenny dots down for a 9th try for the Tigers.
Yeah, and again, it just comes from running your basics at speed. Pick up, go left, pump, fix the link, goes through. Link sort of loses his man, tired legs. And the Tigers just having more in the tank than the Saxons, coming up to just over 2.5 minutes left in the final, and Midlands Tigers have been on top for pretty much all of the 40 minutes.
Westlake gets a pass away. Good pickup. Back with Westlake. Inside pass goes to ground. Tigers will come away with it. Hancock. And this time it's put down, and well, as we approach full time here at the end of a long day, starting to see the impact of the physical sides of touch rugby.
Yeah, for sure. It's so physically demanding and mentally taxing as well. It's one of those sports that really does reward you if you can think and play at the same time, but being able to think and play comes with a lot of energy expenditure. And at the moment, it seems like the Tigers have been able to manage that better throughout this tournament in the division. And the Saxons just seem to be exhausted on their feet, but that's a lovely long ball. Looks to dive in the corner with that 6-touch and turnover.
Well, very impressive defending from Kevin Foley. Got across to make that touch even when 9-1 up in the closing stages. Scything run from Hancock. Here's Popov. Foley there again. Bingley. Popov. Bingley. Popov on the inside line. Draws a touch. Hall. Popov again. Caught. And that's the turnover. Under a minute to go here. The Tigers with that blitzkrieg in the first half, really.
Yeah, it really was, and all the damage was done in the first 5 minutes, and after that they've just sort of cruised through the rest of the game, run their structure as and when they want to. They take their time on turnovers. It's been a thoroughly professional performance from the Tigers. 20 seconds to go. They'll look to maybe get into double digits in the final.
Bowley.
Oh, intercept.
Well, it's a good interception from Lush. Mant. Teasing footwork. Well, there he goes. It's an excellent winding run from Will Lush, and Mant is caught by Little, so that'll bring an end to the 40s competition, and it is the Midlands Tigers who come out on top. They were far and away the best team in this final, as they have been across the competition, and there were no late shocks here. But that will also bring an end to our coverage of the second day of the ETA Nationals, live here with NextGen in Nottingham, ahead of a huge day of finals tomorrow, Joe.
Yeah, finals day is always exciting, and you know, we've got 3 highly contestable divisions to finish with the men's, the women's, and then the mixed open. And you've also got all of the other divisions, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to that men's open final the most.
Final game of the day here in this 40s finals. The Midlands Tigers put it to bed really early, and that will be the end of our coverage today. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back live tomorrow for the first game of a big day of touch rugby here at the ETA national schedule. A reminder to check out England Touch's new TikTok that's been launched recently today, and also to tune back in at 9 AM tomorrow for the men's 30s pool actions, where the Northwest Touch will take on the Midlands Tigers in our first game of the day. I've been Wilfred Kemsley, joined by Joe Wright. Thanks for listening. We'll be back very shortly with more action tomorrow here in Nottingham at the ETA Nationals.
Ah.